In the garden, a man yells at the protagonist, swearing their wheat has sprouted, and then promises to bake bread as soon as they harvest it. That young man can barely contain his excitement. He turns and walks off, ready for what's next. He's blindsided by 4 stunning girls, and they don't just greet him, they call him Lord and King to his face. Everyone's partying hard, and then one of the main character's friends slides up and shoves a delicious dish into his hands. She made it just for him. He takes a shot, and his eyes go wide. He never even imagined it would taste this damn good. She grins at his reaction, and before she can breathe easy, another girl steps in and says all this happened because of his castle. He thinks she's blowing everything way out of proportion, and right in front of them sits a 2-story wooden house. This island was totally uncharted just 3 months ago. It all went down in his past life, then the tale snaps back in time and drags us with it. A kid in a hospital gown taps at a video game console, sick from the very start, never getting to reach 20 before death snatched his life away. He has almost no friends, just the garden where he can lose himself and build his dream place, while sickness keeps clinging to him, and his parents struggle to stay well too. As he's dying, the young man swears he's finally happy because he gets to see his parents one last time before he slips away. It's nobody's fault, but that doesn't stop life from drowning him in regrets. Now he's clinging to the idea of a second chance. Suddenly, the protagonist jolts awake, trapped in the body of a baby on a street, and when he blinks at the sky, he realizes this is no hospital. Then his eyes snap to another child nearby. The kid wants to spring up and race over to the baby, furious that anyone would leave a child like that. But just as he's about to move, he topples to the ground. Right then he realizes, shocking, he's turned into a child himself, and when the brutal cold hits, he knows they're both in serious danger. And out of nowhere, someone comes closer. A full-grown man suddenly steps in front of him and starts talking in a language he's never heard before. The passerby scoops up both the main character and the other kid and hauls them straight to his home. He lays them in the crib, and the protagonist realizes he wasn't wrong after all. That's the real Ryber. The man shows up with a portion of food and blurts out another round of that foreign language. Then the baby realizes, first thing, he has to learn everything about this world. Once again, we get yanked back in time. Our now slightly grown protagonist storms into the library, snatches a book, and starts studying the new world's writing like it holds the key to everything. 2 years have slammed by since the reincarnation, and back then the guy who picked them up took them in for good, gave them names. Kai and Rukia. Magic lurks in places no one expects. Maybe a god watches over it all. And the boy finally realizes he's not just visiting a new world. He's been thrown into one that's completely different. Right then, a little girl pops up in the doorway and grabs Kai's attention. She promises she'll tell her father everything. He's totally thrown when she shows up, so he begs her not to tell, and Rukia insists they spend time together. He agrees, then teases her with a story about a god. In this world, people call the Almighty Farley, and Kai and Rukia's father is a priest, right when the boy starts blurting out that Farley himself created this whole world. With him, there are 13 more gods. When a child gets blessed by a god, a holy seal appears on their left chest, and once they call that god's name, they unlock powerful, special abilities. This is a blessed kind of power. One that doesn't wreck abilities like dark magic does when they can't hold steady. The girl fires off a question. If I get a seal, can I turn into my dad? And Kai shuts it down by telling her the seal won't show up until they hit adulthood. Most of the gods' names stay locked away, and their blessings won't be revealed until you take the sacrament in a temple at 12 years old, until one day, the main character spots a book sitting on the shelf. Only the high priest can touch this book, God's name. Not even the temple dares to say it, and Kaya snaps it shut right away, terror flooding her. Kai and Rukia slip into the bath together, and Kai can't stop hoping the magic will finally work for him. The girl warns, if you start crying, I'll stroke your head again. When Kai realizes he can't use magic, he sobs for ages, and the moment she hears it, she flips out, screaming that he's toying with her voice. He blurts out an apology, then Rukia shrieks that she'll wash him now, and the protagonist suddenly goes still. A few minutes later, he's already standing right in front of his father, and the boy blurts out that Rukia has managed to get a holy seal. The man whips his gaze to the little hero's chest. Then his confusion hits hard because he's got no clue what the guy's even talking about. After a while, the man studies the girl and his jaw drops because he can't believe what he sees. And Tai is beaming with pure happiness. The girl whips around and tells him exactly what she said. The priest pulls his adopted kids into a tight hug and pours out heartfelt congratulations like he means it with every word. He bows his head, thanks God, and calls those kids his miracle. Then he's glowing with pride. The moment Kai finally relaxes, the man leans in and asks if anyone plans to show up at his office. 10 years later, the grown-up hero shouts the gods' names one by one, and no matter how many times he tries, nothing, absolutely nothing, answers. Those 10 god names sat inside the book, at least that's what everyone said. He didn't think his own god was among the other 3, so he still had to head to the temple's official ceremony. The boy tried to check the office, but it was locked tight, closed for good. The main character trains every single day, but deep down he can't shake the fear of something coming. His sister sneaks up on him from behind, and she's shocked again to catch him training. With a sly grin, he remembers. She doesn't know about the note he's hiding. Kai leans in and asks Rukia if she wants to know which god is blessing her, while she tightens up, remembering her father's warning that it's a secret until the ceremony. The boy won't let it go until Rukia finally snaps and agrees. Kai tells her they're starting with the gods he knows, and then he rattles off their names one by one while she echoes every word. And when he hits idea, a beam of light erupts around her. Rukia nods, sure this is the moment, and then she catches a voice in the air, and the girl can't help wondering if she's just become a saint. The boy looks stunned and blurts that her god of truth is crazy strong, because now he's furious he ever let himself touch that note. Kai whips around to his sister and demands she uncover the name. She nods and promises she'll go hunting for it. Rukia fires her power at him and then drops the truth. The god who blessed you is Alamir. Kai and the gods mull it over while the girl brags about herself and begs for praise from her brother. Then Kai reaches out and pats her on the head. He leans in and asks her, "So, how much do you really know about my power?" Rukia blurts that she understood nothing except the god's name. The boy snaps into memory, and he knows for sure what he was in his past life, and the truth that their father is an adoptive one can't ever be revealed. He's convinced he'll never get caught in a lie. Then he starts probing. Does his sister have any real abilities? With this mark, he's one step away from becoming a saint. The moment you become a saint, you're thrown straight into temple life as the priest's assistant, because if those priests hadn't been rescued, they'd be dead already. And with your help, you can rise up too, become a priest, and repay your father. Kai grins because this time, finally, he's going to do what he couldn't in his past life. Become the kind of son who makes his family proud. After a while, he throws himself into training, mastering the power the god Alamir handed him. He steps into a massive field, and suddenly Tenno's village feels like it's right there in his palm, because this isn't some normal power. It's a special ability that blows past even fantasy. Right ahead, a sign in Japanese stares him down, basically telling him, "It's your call what you do on this land." His level is 0. The village has no official name. The whole place is a wasteland. And the only thing he can do to start is clear the first quest, harvest. He can't help but wonder, if he checks all the conditions, will the level jump? Then it hits him. This is his own little dream garden, and he breaks into a smile. He can't help it, he blurts out, laughing with joy that his improvement has finally started all by himself. The main character sprints down the street, and a familiar grandmother stops him to ask if he shops. He nods, saying yes. The moment Kai steps through the door, he bolts straight to his village. He has to hit the exact conditions to push the first harvest to the next level. He yanks out a hoe because nearly all his savings went into this, and sure, the god Alamir handed him the village of Tenohira to build. but he's still chasing a world of his own. The rule is simple. He'll hear a mysterious voice warn him that a brand new ability is showing up, and right after, the boy suddenly remembers he forgot the seeds. Once he steps past the fence guarding the village, he shows up exactly where his skill can finally shine. Kai snatches the seeds off the table, nods like the field's solid, but bluntly admits it's not enough. He strides into the village's forest, still stunned that everything is already set up for collecting materials. The boy realizes this forest won't cut it, so he digs in and plants a fresh sapling, hoping it takes root and grows. Man, we need some hummus right about now, or maybe that quarry stone too. A must-play role is crucial for the village's birth, and the harvest starts surging. He gets locked in on hunting for resources, driving the whole village transformation forward. His sister steps up, offers to help him out, and Kai nods. Then he fires off the move. He shows up in the village alone, with his sister nowhere to be found. And yeah, while stuff can be moved around, people can't be swapped like objects. And yeah, you can't hang around there longer than a day, because when the boy swings the hoe up, it crashes into the floor of his room, not the ground, and he scrambles to cover the crack with a carpet. With this win, he'll blast the farm bigger in just a few days, because those trees have already grown way too much. He spots the changes in the village leaking outward, and it's awesome to see. Yet lately, the growth has been way too slow. He stares at the field, stunned. Everything's wrecked, just like that. And Kai can't make sense of how it all fell apart. The potatoes withered, the seedlings died off too, and the main character immediately pins it on the soil, or maybe the fertilizers. Then it hits him out of nowhere. This place always gets rain and heavy clouds. Kai can't stop thinking about the weather, how to bend the sky and make it rain, and he sends the boy a mental call to try and reach him. The main character hurls a bundle of branches onto the ground and lights them up like a fuse. The boy insists that smoke and wildfires could stir up rain. Sure, it might not hold up scientifically, but right now it's the only idea he can grab. The fire dies down, and heavy raindrops crash to the ground. Rukia finally spots her brother, then realizes he's soaked through, and she rushes in to wash his clothes while Kai watches, stunned, as the rain problem is suddenly gone. If he digs a canal, he'll unleash a whole river, and suddenly the future opens up like never before. A whole year crashes by, and then, finally, he brings home his very first harvest. Out of nowhere, a strange feeling hits him. Then he jerks his head up. A flood of windows popped up in front of him, screaming, "Congratulations!" And just like that, his village level shot up, while his rank leveled higher too. Kai feels that mysterious voice claw back into his mind again, and right on cue, the table gets updated. He barrels up to it, and it flashes the rules. Hit 10 residents first, then the next level will finally unlock. The main character can't wait to sink their teeth into those potatoes. 6. Kai cozies up by the fire and sizzles baked potatoes into pure, golden goodness. Suddenly, a gorgeous girl with elven ears pops up right beside him, and Kai shoves her one potato. She beams as she picks it, then laughs. This is the first time I've ever tasted something this delicious. The main character fires back, asking who she is and where she came from. She blurts out, "I'm an L," and he instantly understands where she truly comes from. He just can't get what she's saying. Then she snaps it into place. This world is his own, and she's the one who will back him as he builds it into something better. The village he's going to manage. Now he can rewrite this world, and he swears she's thrilled, because the food wasn't half bad. The assistant shoves a bag into his hands, and the boy blurts, "What's this?" The girl grins. "Seeds for the first level rewards." Tai, ask her what'll sprout from it. She says she can only plant it in the outside world. The boy snaps the seeds back into his hands, because if something weird crawls out, his power is going to get exposed. After a while, villagers finally showed up in the village, and the boy immediately clocked it. They looked like primitive people. The main character thrusts out his hand and greets the man, then the man just barrels past like he's invisible. Kai's crushed, because being ignored hits harder than he expected. The girl shrugs and says, "Maybe it's not personal. Maybe we can't see him because he's the god of this world. The boy stares at the crowd and quizzes his assistant. How do I pack this place with more people? And she answers, then make life in the village easier. First comes the one thing you can't live without, special food. After living in the outside world for a while, the protagonist finally declares, I'm going to grow materials. Then they point out that hemp fiber can be turned into ropes, clothes, and plenty more. Besides potatoes and beans, he could also haul in river shrimp and little fish. Thanks to Enil, everything finally clicked. Cultivation surged, the villagers grew and changed at lightning speed, and Kai couldn't stop smiling at how much the village had blossomed. Then boom, a year later, everyone hit 12, and it was time for the blessing ceremony. Rukia blurts, do I look okay? And the protagonist shoots back, QD. Then they both grimace like insects are already getting under their skin. Already inside, the girl blurts that once all this is over, they'll become the priest's disciples, and she can't stop worrying whether his power is really okay. Kai snaps that his power turns on the moment he calls his own name, and there's no reason to panic. The priest ushers the protagonist into the room, and the girl snaps at him to rage on her too. So Kai calls it his plan and insists he's got this. He drops into the chair, hands trembling, because that holy seal has been tucked under sacred cloth for nearly 10 years. And today, he's finally going to say goodbye. The priest rips the paper in one furious motion, and there it is, the mark on his body, and his eyes go wide with shock as the protagonist leans in to study the seal. The priest whips around and starts frantically pawing through the book, rushing off the protagonist's questions like they don't matter, and Kai's gut twists. This ritual was supposed to run perfectly. Suddenly, a man in black bursts into the room, and the priest gives the Inquisitor a quick nod. He stares at the boy like doom, then declares that this seal belongs to an evil god. Kai gets yanked instantly by two men, hands clamped over him, and they slap a bandage across his mouth to silence. After a while, they drag him straight into the ship's dungeon. He can't make sense of what just happened, so he figures even the priest won't know about Aramel's seal, and that means his end is coming, and it all hits him because he already said goodbye to his relatives. After a tense stretch of time, the dungeon finally creaks open, and they drag him out onto the ship's deck. The main character finally washes up on an island, left stranded on a lonely, uninhabited shore with nothing but the waves to keep him company. The boy doesn't get what's happening at all, and indignation burns hot in his chest. Kai isn't discouraged for a second. He remembers this is his very first beach in this world. No one's living here, at least that's what he feels. He's totally lost on what he's supposed to do when, boom, he catches a weird growl echoing out of nowhere. A colossal lion monster with a writhing snake tail slithers into view right in front of him, and Kai's eyes go wide as amazement hits him like a wave. He lunges out of nowhere, but the boy taps out every last drop of strength, dodges it, then rips himself back to his village. Inel's eyes went wide the moment he showed up. His face was drenched in sweat, so the girl immediately grilled him about what happened, offered him water, and he just gratefully thanked her. Once the rope comes off, the main character rushes to the assistant and spills everything that happened. Then the boy snaps, "If I hadn't been blessed, I'd be dead." He pushes for one thing. "For now, I'm staying right here." He can only stay in here for 3 hours a day, then the whole day is off limits, and he can't keep hiding forever. He leans in and asks the girl straight up if there's anything here he can use as a weapon, and Inel's heart drops into a deep apology. Because in all of this world, no warrior has ever existed, and they don't even have war in their vocabulary. She tells him point blank that their best gear is a stone axe for harvesting and an iron hoe, and that he personally brought the hoe himself. The boy says he's hooked on what's happening outside the village, and Inal has no clue. So Kai snaps to it and knows he needs a plan, because when he comes back, a fight might erupt. The protagonist grabs a hoe, and the girl cheers him on, telling him he's guarded by the excellent god Alamir, while Kai can't shake it, because in his head, that god sounds evil. When the main character finally slips out of his village, he exhales in relief because the lion is gone. Right behind him, a boar-like monster suddenly bursts out of nowhere, and the boy snaps with indignation. He has no clue what's going on this island, but he's ready to drive the attack back. Out of nowhere, a stranger grabs his hand and yanks him forward with an insane amount of force. She finally realizes she's a real person too, and that everyone else lives right here alongside her. After a while, they crest a small hill, and there it is, a giant tree looming overhead. The girl snaps, "That monster can't cross these trees." The stranger vanishes at lightning speed the second she shows up. Kai barely even gets a word out. Right behind him, the monster closes in. She finally realizes she can't really make it, and he drops down under a tree, staring into the distance as questions slam into his head about why he was dragged to this island in the first place. Sure, the boy thinks it's just to kill him, but that feels way too twisted and indirect. He can't stop worrying whether his family is safe, because right now, he's got to survive no matter what. Kai can't make it back to the city, so he's stuck on the island, and he's convinced he can survive here for at least one whole day. An entire night slips by, and the protagonist keeps clenching his teeth, shaking with the cold. He teleports straight back to his village, and the boy yells that he's freezing, and that his confidence from yesterday has been ripped right out of him. He'll toss him some water, but the boy warns him he has to build a bed and a hut tonight or it's over, because if he can't, he'll die. Anel says the locals are still stuck in the past because they've got no nails and no tools. Still, a DIY house is totally doable, as long as you stock up on the materials, and yep, even a boy can grab a plant from the village. The boy blinked back into space again, only this time, right behind him, a log dropped into place, stripped of bark, sprouting little branches and leaves, plus a coil of flax rope and stone tools. He stared at it for ages, wrestling with one question. Would this be enough to build a hut? Kai snaps back to the assistant's words that let him pull materials straight from the village, then grins, knowing he can finally boost their level. First, though, he has to dig up the ground and figure out the size. Compared to the village, the ground fights back, hard as stone, and the boy clocks it right away. He can't linger here anymore. He just wants one thing. A room where he can finally crash and sleep. All day long, the main character hammers, measures, and builds his brand new home from the ground up. He craves a fireplace, or at least a spot for flames to keep him warm. But the idea instantly falls apart. Why fight a roof when he's got towering trees overhead? Rain can't ruin him here, so he makes a few gaps to let the light pour in. Suddenly, he spots the same stranger lurking behind a tree, staring at him from the shadows. The protagonist spots the girl who saved him from the monster, rushes to strike up a conversation, but the second he steps toward her, fear hits hard and she bolts away. He can't make sense of her strange behavior, and confusion claws at him. Then, after what feels like forever, his hut finally gets built, and he barely finishes it before nightfall. Kaya is stunned when the hemp reek hits the air and insects scatter instantly, so he collapses in relief onto a bed packed with fallen leaves, shavings, and linens. The next morning, he jolts awake under the blinding sun's glare. Nothing like this has ever happened before. This kid doesn't even want to leave the place. After a while, he teleports straight back to his village, and the assistant immediately hits him with, "So, did you eat breakfast?" The girl points out that the village is bursting with plants, and the crops have shot up too. There's water and plenty to eat here, and she tells everyone this is an easy level, barely even a challenge. He panics at the thought that one day his abilities might vanish and trap him here, so he demands a field on the island. Then Kai digs into the food, thanks his friend, and declares that today's plan is locked in. She tells him, "If anything new pops up on this island, I'll help, no holds barred. Just don't keep me out, because it'll benefit you too." If that tastes amazing, she'll light up. The protagonist grins at her and jumps in with a yes. And right then, he realizes, when you've got a friend with that kind of attitude, it makes everything feel way easier. The protagonist slips into the real world, claims he's doing it to cut the risk, but you can tell he's secretly thrilled by the fieldwork. Out of nowhere, he spots oranges lined up near his hut, and he's stunned. clueless about who dumped them there. Then he realizes it's that same stranger. The second he calls her, she bolts like she's been chased right out the door. And he's left there scratching his head, wondering if the analysis actually paid off with oranges, or if these are just the island's locals. With a grin lighting up his face, the main character thanks her, then yells that he's going to live. The story snaps back into the past, into a little girl's memories. Then a boy shoves her and yells for her to stay away, begging her to listen, while she pleads for him to be careful. And he doesn't even notice the monster waiting right in front of him. A little girl sobs uncontrollably, wrecked by the fact she couldn't save a stranger. A little girl sobs her heart out because she couldn't reach the stranger in time. The scene snaps to the present, and the protagonist can't help wondering, are these fruits even edible? Then he remembers her command. Use everything you receive on her. The protagonist hauls in her oranges, and the girl's eyes light up like they smell delicious, while Kai, alone in his head, can't shake the terrifying thought, what if this food is poison? The girl swears she's still living and tells him it's got that little sour bite, sweet punch, and tastes downright tasty. Then the main character starts to... He tries it himself and his eyes light up. Delicious! Then he clocks that the aroma's insanely strong and pushes for your take on whether the residents are gonna love it too. The boy asks if she can plant it, and she grins, saying they're lucky because this fruit is here for the whole world now. This fruit ended up in the village because he dragged it there himself, and once he's gone, time starts running like crazy, so it'll grow way faster right here. The boy relocates to an island, hands everything off to his assistant, and sets his sights on starting a farm there from day one. After just a couple days, he's already cleared and worked the space around the tree. Then he exhales, shrugs, and decides the fields are plenty, because all he needs now is to plant potato seeds. Kai spots the stranger lurking behind the tree again, and just when he spins around, she's already there. Then she bolts for it. The boy blurts out that she's just like the lost neighbor's cat, but really he's talking about himself, so he should thank her for the fruits she leaves for him every single night. And that's how they're able to grow them in their village. Suddenly a growl snaps in behind him. Turns out the monster is back again, and after the dust settles, he steps forward and offers Anil to help him implement the weapon. She asks why they won't just arm themselves, like grabbing a hoe, and spread it across the village. But she snaps back that it's too hard, and like she said before, there aren't any enemies here. I'll tell the protagonist to launch a monster straight into the village from the island. Even with the danger looming, sure, the village might get wrecked, but they'll learn to fight fast. Kai outs it. He watches the village's family sit idle, realizing they'll need real military power since their so-called weapons can't win a thing. Yet the main character digs in and refuses. Suddenly, the girl thrusts a bag into his hands and snaps that he forgot it, so when the boy asks what it is, she's stunned because he genuinely has no memory of it at all. The assistant snaps him back to it. This is the seed of creation. The girl declares, it's time to plant it, and she's totally convinced it'll come in handy. He shoves the seed into the ground without even thinking, clinging to the hope it'll keep him alive on this brutal island, and yeah, he even starts praying to it. Suddenly, it hits him, his family. He can't lean on that, not when his father's also a high priest, and he's going to come hunting for him the second he realizes something's gone wrong. He stares ahead with a heavy heart, then snaps into his own head. Expecting anything at all is pointless. He's got to prep the ship ahead of time, and even if his father causes trouble, he won't step in or get in the way. Once again, the main character gets stared at through the branches by a little girl hiding in the hollow of a tree trunk. The next day, the protagonist sprawls in his bed, staring up at the ceiling as he realizes things are spiraling bad. Yeah, he caught a cold and instantly decides it can't be a local illness. He can't stay in that village for long, so all he's got left is his immunity, nothing else. Every inch of him trembles, like some twisted memory from his past life. Yet it still feels awful, because this isn't just fear. It's the cold, brutal feeling of death. Ice-cold chills hit him as the moment his hut suddenly swings wide open. A little girl blurts out, "Are you dying?" and Kai instantly snaps into recognition. Then he lunges toward her. He snatches her by the arm and hauls her right beside him, then wraps her in a tight hug. Heat floods through him as the girls cling to his body, and the very next morning, they wake up and lock eyes. The protagonist can't help but feel a little mortified about what just happened, while the girl is straight up relieved he didn't die. The boy scratches his head awkwardly and blurts out thanks, but shame hits him so hard he doesn't even realize what he's been doing. Right then, the girl snaps, asking if he's scared of her. He freezes, completely lost. Right after she said that, he finally clocks her pale light hair and snowy white skin, and then those black horns that absolutely aren't human. His gut drops, and he figures she's a Farley demon. The protagonist figures the kids of this world would be terrified. Then, boom, he grins and tells her she's actually pretty nice. Suddenly, the girl slides up to him and plops down right beside him, asking if she even seems scary like this. Then the boy's cheeks explode with a blush, because being this close makes his nerves go wild, and he can't figure out why she would do something like that. Kai's got her stunned. She can't believe he isn't scared. He leans in and asks if she was brought here after the blessing ritual, and the stranger answers, "No, I was born here." Then, when they press about the other residents, she goes quiet and says there's nobody else, just the two of them. Before the main character ever showed up, this place was packed with kids, but everyone trembled at her name because monsters had already been stalking them, slaughtering some and leaving others sick and drained. She couldn't save anyone, so now this girl stands alone, right here, alone. Kai tells her, "You saved me. You dragged me to safety. You brought me fruit, and you stayed right there when I got sick, so you're not alone anymore." The protagonist shoots his hand out to her, introduces himself, and with a heartfelt sincerity asks her to be his friend. The sincere girl snatches his hand and blurts that she's Abbas desu. Abbas says she's happy to finally meet him and addresses him as Master, and Kai says his name is Kai, only for the girl, still smiling, to reassure him that everything's fine and that from now on, he's her master. The next morning, the main character jolts awake inside his hut. A little girl leaps into a hug as the boy stretches after waking up. Then she blurts out, "Good morning," and it instantly makes him squirm with embarrassment. Feeling his nerves spike, she asks if he slept well, if he's gotten cold, if he's coming down with something. Then he reassures her he's fine, telling her her bed is seriously amazing. Right after that, his words tumble out and everything turns confusing, and the girl, of all people, lights up like it's exactly what she wanted. He can't stop a scary thought from slipping in. Maybe he'll end up hooking up with a bad guy someday. Then he snaps back like, "What am I, an old man?" And right then, he starts living with a boss. She helps him in the garden, strolls right up to him, and announces, "I'm done watering everything," and he immediately thanks her. The protagonist grins and says, "Fieldwork, to power up." The HUD gets way easier the moment he's got more people on his side. But the real staple is still potatoes and beans, just like we figured, yet he's craving more options, so the girl slides onto the chair by the bed and asks him what kind of sprout it is. He leans in and tells her, "This is the seed of creation, and I've got no idea what'll grow out of it." He starts daydreaming about cereal, rice, corn, anything, until he realizes, yeah, in the worst moments, he's basically craving meat, and that thought hits him like a jolt. It's terrifying. Still, nobody knows what's next, yet that sprout kept pushing up day after day, and days have already slipped by. The kid didn't just age, he snapped into adulthood, and the main character nearly shattered with shock, all the way down to his soul. He whips around to the girl and demands what they're doing next. She blurts out, "Harvesting," and Kai freezes in shock. Abby offers to cook it up if he wants meat, and the boy snaps, refusing and saying he can't eat it. So how do we even get this thing out of the ground? Because he's not exactly thrilled about it sitting there so close. When they drag him out, boom, turns out he actually does have a body after all. Ava gasps that it's way smaller than she expected, and the protagonist realizes it's basically just the size of two heads. He figures it's a warrior, then bam, its eyes flare and that little animal springs to life. He starts rubbing all over Kai's pant leg, and Kai just blurts out that she's been handed a fruit so weird it doesn't even make sense, while the boy's standing there like, wait, is it normal to react this hard to something like this? The protagonist tells him to wait and sit down, and the little man instantly obeys. Ki realizes she got it by instinct and figures this warrior is tied to his ability. He clocks that it doesn't look like a warrior at all, just a question waiting to prove, is he really that strong? Then the boy drops down in front of him, thrusts a kid's hoe into his hands from the village, and tells him to help till the land. The warrior charges toward the grown hoe, only to hear the kid shout it's made of iron and weighs a ton. Then boom, the child turns insanely strong and rips through the field, plowing everything in a flash. He swings the hoe over his head with pure joy, and the girl beams at the arrival of the new workforce. After a while, the protagonist lands in the village of Tenohira, and Kai starts asking if this place, built by the workforce, is the kind of land he's even meant to explore. But Kai doesn't give it a second thought. After a while, Avis snaps that it's deadly out there, and the boy shoots back that he already knows. The girl swears that if he needs anything, she'll track it down, and if he's craving meat, she'll go hunt a monster for him to eat. The boy snaps back that it's too dangerous there. Kai lets out a satisfied smile with the way she's feeling, but he knows this isn't enough. He has to track down more resources because he can't bank everything on her, and she sweetly pats his head like he's her whole world. He asks her if she's lived in this forest forever, then turns to him and begs him to teach her every monster-fighting trick, only for the girl to suddenly shove him away. She drops her gaze to the floor and confesses, cheeks burning, that it's a secret. The boy claims he can vanish on the spot, and the warrior will follow, so he asks her face to face, but she hesitates. Soon enough, they're already deep in the forest, and the boss snaps that they need to slow down and not go overboard. Kai nods immediately, admitting he's new in this jungle and will stick to whoever knows the way. Right then, the girl yanks Kai to a stop and warns him that certain plants are poisonous. Stay out of the dark. Kai freezes, stunned, and blurts that if that's the case, the warrior belongs up front in the vanguard. The protagonist blurts that he's never seen a plant like this, that it's nothing like the ones growing around Lapelda, but the boy barely gets a breath out before she snatches them up and shuts him out. He stares at her and knows she's a child of nature, yet his eyes snag on her hair, her clothes, and that glowing skin. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his assistant grind non-stop to get fresh plants, and it's Kai who hauls them into the village. Time keeps slipping by, and the protagonist snaps that he can't spot a single monster. Then the girl leans in and says, maybe they just don't realize the master's already arrived. She warns them, if you spot him, you go for him, because that master looks downright delicious. Kai's stunned by what she says, so he presses her again, and this time she answers with absolute certainty. More time drifts by, and the boy finally realizes it's time to head back. Then the warrior snaps his attention to something lurking behind the hero. A colossal snake erupts from behind him. Abby screams at him to spin around, and the protagonist, stunned, blurts the village's name to teleport, landing safely at the very last second. He's standing right beside his assistant when he blurts out that the monster is massive, so the kneeling girl snaps, asking if he brought a new harvest. He just shakes his head and tells her the truth. The monster didn't arrive. It exploded out of nowhere. He tells her everything's fine, but the moment she asks, his face snaps cold with shock as he remembers his friend. The boy shoots up, blurts that he's sorry and promises he'll be back, then bolts out, leaving his assistant behind, and tells Abbas to stay strong. The protagonist gets yanked back into the real world, and a warrior instantly clings to his feet. He rushes off, but the monster is nowhere in sight, so he's left staring in shock, wondering what happened to his new girlfriend. A girl suddenly appears beside him, yanks him into motion, and Kai can't help but worry. Are you okay? Because then they get a clear, positive answer. Kai begs her for forgiveness, confessing he bolted because he was terrified. Then she waves it off, saying she's totally fine, and she's just relieved the master made it out alive, because if he'd died, that would have been the end. The main character tells her he feels the exact same, then snaps into his own head. I'm pathetic, he thinks, because he can run away alone. He clings to memories of his safe village, and then the truth hits. Deep down, he has no clue what's really happening out there beyond the walls. Even if she knows a few tricks to dodge monsters, the moment danger closes in, she can't stomach it. So he has to slam his brain into overdrive and find another way, fast. While they march back, he spins through other ways, his power included, until the boy finally snaps to it. The only real answer is becoming a warrior. In the future, he'll need a true beast of a warrior, because with the right weapon in hand, he can finally stand up to the brain that hunts them, level up the village, and push across the island to face every monster clear to the end. Suddenly, a massive shadow slams over them from behind. She shoves the protagonist forward to keep him safe, and the monster's paws crash into the ground. The main character locks eyes on a gigantic bird-shaped monster in front of him, and under the crush of panic, he almost convinces himself it's just some sick joke. Ibus panics and screams at his master to run, begging him to save himself, while the main character's eyes burn with war, locked straight on the enemy. The girl screams at him again, telling him to bolt from here right now before it's too late. Out of nowhere, the monster lunges at the protagonist, and the warrior swings his hoe and shoves that attack right back. Typhon's sure the monster could rocket back into the sky after missing its attack, but he shrugs it off because he doesn't think there's a shred of intelligence behind it. Still, getting away from that bird would be a nightmare. He spots the monster's feathers, and boom, a plan ignites in his head. Then he yells at Abyss to sprint to the big tree first. They've got no choice left but to fight, so the warrior steps in and throws his support behind him. The boy yells at the warrior to smash the monster with a stone axe and chop its legs. Then the warrior actually obeys. The girl turns to him and demands to know why he's not running. The boy promises everything will be okay and shouts at Abby to run for it. Then, when the girl starts to argue, he cuts her off like, "Don't worry about the details." Kai hammers home the idea that if she bolts, they'll bail too, so she finally breaks loose and runs. Right then, the protagonist yells at the assistant to hold on and sprints for the village. In his village, Enil is digging into fried sweet potatoes, autumn leaves swirling around her until a boy bursts in, snatches attention, and barks at her to light a fire. The girl demands to know what's happening, and he shoots a glance at a bag, then spills everything out and wraps the bag tight around a stick. Then he slams it to the ground and sets it on fire, right as the main character orders the girl to grab a whole load of supplies, and she blurts, "Why do you need all that?" Kai tells everyone he's going to smash the monster. Then he disappears in a burst of teleportation straight to the battlefield, while L starts working. He jabs the bird with a blazing torch, launching an all-out attack on it. The moment the hit lands, the same guy teleports straight into the village. Kai grabs the girl and demands another torch, and she hands one to him at once. He spots a warrior scaling up above and smashing the bird from overhead, while the protagonist is already right there beside him. He'll never get out again. Someone's just stepped in to help him, and he bursts the bird's mouth open. This time, the main character finally steps in. He sprints like a man possessed, torch blazing in his hand, ready to fight. He drives it into the bird's feathers, then shoots into the sky, thrashing in pain as he goes. First, the bird's wing goes dark, but then it snaps back to life, blazing even harder than before. He breaks into a grin because it worked, then tells the warrior, "I really went all out to make it happen." They charge straight toward the girl who's been watching them, and the boy can't believe it. She hasn't bolted yet. Then, right out of nowhere, they realize the monster isn't done at all. The protagonist grabs her hand and pleads for her to flee from here because Abus looks downright wrong. She insists she never told him about something that matters. She held back the one thing she had to say, and that put him in real danger. Then the protagonist leaned in and demanded, "What are you talking about?" Abba yanks his hand back and blurts that he needs to know something about her. Then the girl begs him not to hate her. Light erupts around her like a blinding shield. Out of nowhere, the girl is gone, and a gorgeous girl steps in front of the main character, thrusts her palm forward, and commands the monster to die. A blazing beam rips from her hand and smashes straight into the monster's throat. Then that bird erupts into flames and vanishes in an instant. The boy stared at it like it was the first time his eyes had ever seen magic. Then it clicked. Abus is a sorceress, and this kind of power isn't just handed out with random blessings. It's inherited, passed through the blood by birth. The young girl hangs back a little shyly around him, and the protagonist is thrilled to find out she's a sorceress, until Abus blurts that she can use magic, but she's not a sorceress. Whoever she is, the girl pleads with him, no hate, just stay by her side. The protagonist leans in and swears he'll never hate her, then begs her to stay right there with him. Abbas tells everyone, "I'm not human." Long ago, someone built a combat doll to copy the wizard Abbas who'd lived thousands of years before, immortal, powered by magic drawn from an ordinary tool. Turns out, the real name of his new girlfriend, Replicant Abyss. Her body matches a human's structure, bone for bone. Then the main character is shocked by what she says about eternal life. He realizes she's been living on this island for centuries. Then she slams his guess down. She claims she was made over 1,000 years ago and only woke up 58 years back. She's absolutely mortified because when she looks at him, he's way older than she expected. The girl stammers that she has no idea why she woke up. The protagonist suddenly clocks it. Abus is a relic from the past. She's never once eaten her clothes, and her hair always gleams. If she's a replicant, everything clicks, she thinks. And the guy acts totally normal, while the girl turns to him and asks if he's upset. She tells him she looks like a demon, but somehow still looks exactly like a real human. Then, out of nowhere, the guy snatches her hand. The boy beams and thanks her for trusting him with her secret. He shrugs it off like it's no big deal and even calls the office gorgeous. Then she suddenly blushes hard. She saved his life, so he refuses to abandon her no matter what hits them next. He won't flinch from risking everything for her, not even once. And yeah, that robot girl, she's a reward. So the boy leans in and asks, "Then what about the master?" The girl blurts out that she can't survive on her own. She doesn't just prefer company, she straight up doesn't know how to live alone. Back then, she picked this man as her master on a wild impulse, then blushed hard and practically invited him to move in with her. The protagonist realizes the brutal truth. Since Abus is a combat doll, she can't live the way she's meant to. He digs into his memories and demands to know why she calls him her master, and the girl snaps back that she never really explained it to him the right way. The girl drops to her knees and begs him to be her master, then presses, "Can he accept it?" He blushes hard, like he's finally realizing he can, because today, he's ready to throw away his old values and leave his past life behind. Without a single clue from his past life, he should have been terrified of Abyss and stayed miles away from her, because he had zero idea what a replicant even was. He knows she's a replicant, but he refuses to see her as some dead, emotionless machine. And if she starts exploring the world from today, he bets she'll stumble on something that finally feels like it fits her. The main character nods, accepts her proposal, and then yells, "From today and for all time, this girl is mine." Until that day finally arrives, they'll stay together. Abus nods and smiles, saying she's thrilled to be with him, then slips in a sweet request, "Take care of me." And the protagonist can't help it. He's convinced he's got confession down perfectly. Standing beside the fallen bird, the girl demanded to know what they'd do next, while the boy said he was going to take it straight to the village to use the materials. The hero caught the warrior acting weird, then boom, he shrank to nothing, screaming, "I'm gone!" He fretted and decided to ask a nail about it, all while realizing he had to figure out how to get the monster to the village. Then he yanked her along and teleported out, and when he finally caught sight of it again, fear hit him hard as he blurted to her, "We've got one huge problem." She burst out with excitement and pointed those petals straight at him, and then she beamed as she congratulated him, because he just leveled up. She clasped his hand and practically demanded he accept her heartfelt congratulations for hitting level 5, only for him to be totally lost. She laughed it off and said it was all because he brought that bird, since its meat and beak could become useful materials. And boom, there was a brand new function. He stared at the sign, and the truth hit hard. This place had a guest feature now. Right then, the population bumped up, and a brand new title lit up. The girl said he could pull more people into the village, just grab hands and trigger the skill. When Kai finally left, they got shoved out too. The guy nodded along and decided to bring Abis. Suddenly, it all slammed into his mind what happened to the warrior. The girl had told him not to panic. The warrior was hurt, then slipped into hibernation, and he'd bounce back with time. The boy's shoulders dropped in relief, and happiness rushed back into his chest. Staring at him, he begged forgiveness for his reckless move, and the girl pitched the idea. Invite her and throw a party to honor the 5th level. The guy snapped, saying this was it, his shot to explain his skills to the Abyss all over again. Abyss let out a breath of relief, glad the warrior might bounce back, while Kai stared into the chaos and prayed he'd snap back to his true form mid-fight, because if he stayed whole in that state, they could actually make it through. He said the warrior is part of his power, and the girl blinked like that was unheard of, because as far as she knew, no blessing or god had ever been real. Then he smirked and said that 1,000 years ago, he didn't even exist. She asked whether the master had hauled much from the village, and he shot back that he could. That power had been leveled up, so now he wasn't just allowed to go, but to bring other people with him too. Then he leaned in and asked if she wanted to tag along and see for herself. That girl lit up with joy and promised, "I'm going with you." Kai froze. She'd never even left the island before. He grabbed her hand and snapped them away with teleportation. They suddenly stood right before the village, and the guy stared at her and asked if it was shocking. Then her face turned dark, she clutched her throat, and she started to blurt out something about magic power. Fear crashed over the boy as he couldn't make sense of what was happening to her. And then Eltz told her to run, because in his world, everything was dead, and nobody survived there. He shot back, "Yeah, I feel the same," then slid in beside Abyss and told her, with worry in his voice, that he really hoped she was okay. They teleported back, and the girl snapped back to herself in an instant, so he hurried over and asked if she was okay, and she said, "I'm fine," but couldn't figure out what just happened. She was totally stunned, because that guy thought she was the one who had shocked him. She insisted she only moved on instinct from magic power, yet the crazy part was, there was barely any at all. She can't move an inch without magic, yet she refuses to get wiped out without it, because right now, she's okay. Kai finally clocked what it was, something like radio waves. He wanted to blast her with a whole world of sights, but the cost was too high. He wrestled with it in silence, then his eyes lit up like a spark catching fire. Kai finally got meat, and pure joy lit up his face. Yeah, it was monster meat, but Anal made it taste right, seasoning it with salt they'd pulled straight from seawater. It was so insanely delicious that when he took one bite, goosebumps erupted all over him. With tears blazing in his eyes, he confessed that a greasy taste was flooding his mouth, and he couldn't even remember when he'd last eaten it. Then he asked the girl, "Want to eat?" She snapped, "Don't look at me." She just stares, amazed at how wildly he devours everything, because he's convinced that ever since that girl came into his life, he's tasted 100 times more incredible 3 long months after he first washed up on the island. Abyss unleashed her magic to help him tear the monsters apart, and when the dust finally settled, she snapped, asking the boy if he was all right. He nodded and agreed. He said that's what she spotted on the south side. She even swears the island looks like a pumpkin, and then points out a huge tree standing there too. The girl swore there was bitter fruit hidden there. Then he snapped, "What kind?" She grinned and said it sat tucked among the plump emerald leaves and pointed straight at a huge, woven tree. He leaned in for a closer look, picked one fruit, and called it an olive, because if he could get oil from it, then he could do the same again by planting the seed, too. He begged the warrior for help. Then, right in the island village, he started raising tangerines and bananas, and those bananas were insanely sweet but small, with water-repellent leaves that could even turn into roofing. You can even stream food with it. Tangerines hit hard with that sweet and tart punch, and they taste amazing. He ends up feeling refreshed after he eats, so it's like they're loaded with vitamins. He figured they were native, maybe even the kind of upgraded species a civilization engineered. And when the girl asked if there was anything more, he told her they already had enough to plant. Everything he brings to the village can thrive there, and you'll see the results soon enough, especially if he loads up on tons of shells and tiny fish, because that's how he creates the idea that changes everything. She couldn't stop wondering why he'd even set out to create it. Then he told her, if an ocean exists, the village's culture will grow too. And when he imagined escaping the island, he dreamed of building a boat with his own hands. After they slipped free, the girl couldn't stop asking what he'd do next. He said he just wanted to tell his family he was safe. But if the temple really had eyes watching them, that dream would crash fast. Still, he couldn't wait to see them. The girl finally clocked it. He wasn't alone. He had a family. Then he fired back, saying he had a sister and a father, and straight up told her she'd come with him, no question. Because she's family too, she froze for half a second, then lit up and wrapped him in a happy hug. His face burned red, and he couldn't help thinking that the 1,000-year-old civilization really was on another level. Their development was just absurdly advanced. He sprinted back to the village and spotted his helper. Abyss told him the third seed had turned into yet another little man, and he swore, "This time I didn't just grow, I became a warrior." In just the last 3 months, he surged to level 7 and grabbed 2 seeds of creation. If that village had an ocean, they'd still be stuck for ages trying to build a ship that could brave open waters. And without iron, it was a nightmare. When he was in power, he refused to cough up a single coin. He knew he had to get through the winter first, so when warriors came his way, he told them, "You're holding up just fine. I'm counting on you." Then he pushed harder for what he needed next. More micromen, and he went straight to talk to Anal. He stepped up to her and said, for some reason, he just couldn't get enough seeds, so could they fix it? She blinked in surprise because he was talking to her so politely, like she wasn't going anywhere anyway. She said, "I'm just the manager, there's nothing I can do," then flipped the script. He's getting moved up a level, and told everyone they needed livestock right now. Einal couldn't stop thinking about the cows and horses. She just wished she had a huge workforce. And then she settled on 5 individuals, the kind this place could use perfectly. She said, dead serious, that you'd need at least a pair. One alone would be hard to tame. The boy nodded along and even dreamed it'd be peaceful with only quiet animals on this island. But up north, something else was waiting. He told her he was heading to the island's north side today, then asked if everything would be okay. The girl promised it would, saying it wasn't really that dangerous there. Then he lifted his hand with a bright grin and announced it was go time, and their targets were animals with the best odds of turning into domesticated herds, with everyone backing him. As they sprinted, the boy blurted out, "How much longer until we reach the northern part of the island?" The girl shot back, "We're only halfway there. Are you tired?" He shrugged and said it wasn't hard at all to keep that pace, and the girl nodded along. She said it was always nice to hang out with the owner. Then he fired back, confirming every word. On that island, he said the place felt calmer than he ever pictured. Then she chimed in, "No monsters here," because the magical power on the northern island gets spread thin. Kai started dreaming about setting up a base right here, but the girl shot back, there was no big tree barrier at all. So if they built it, the monsters would storm in after the owner, and the guy had to swallow his disappointment because he knew this wouldn't be easy. Right as he was moving, the girl halted him in a snap, then pointed ahead to a wide-open field where the animals grazed peacefully, and she proudly said she'd tracked down that very herd. The protagonist insisted, "I don't look like a monster," and she snapped back, "If you were one, you wouldn't be this lazy." But the words still hit hard, and once the magic power drained away, a heavy emptiness and impotence crept in. He asked if she could use magic right now, She said she could a little, and then he told her to stun them, so she immediately swung into action. Then she ripped into the magic and targeted one of the animals, so the guy immediately panicked, thinking she might have wrecked it. She shrugged and said she didn't know, but somehow made it sound like it didn't take much at all. He told her to go check right then. Right as the bulls closed in from every side, one of them lunged to attack. The girl fought her off and swore she'd stun them. Then he shouted for everyone to retreat and grabbed the warriors to run. But the girl struggled to whip up fresh spells. She leapt into the air and blasted a double flash, but those bulls still barreled after her. Then the guy freaked out, sprinted toward her, and ordered her to hold her breath. Right under the bull's nose, he yanked her hand and teleported straight to the village, telling her to hold on and stay patient for a bit. If she kept her breath, it'd be easier. Back in the field, the bulls raged, and those remaining days were counting down. After a while, they finally came back, and the guy beamed that he thought they nailed it, while the girl let out a long breath and begged him to watch. A bunch of stunned bulls huddled in the clearing, and when the guy stared closer, he realized these weren't bulls at all. They were cows, and they could rip him to pieces. He kicked off the teleporting, and in the end, he landed one guy with 4 women. Elle said the job was done. She smiled, thinking tomorrow she'd finally hand him the seed. The guy burst with joy, because with that, their ranch would grow wide and fast. Staring at the cows, he knew milk would soon pour out, and after that came leather and meat. So he grit his teeth, pushed himself harder, and fought to do everything possible. It was the protagonist's first spring on the island, and then, bam, summer hit hard, so they threw themselves into the fields day after day until the harvest finally came in strong and they could hardly contain their gratitude. Every so often, animals would swarm out and bite, and the abyss kept them back with ruthless skill until the seasons flipped and that brutal winter finally slammed into place. The main character finally showed up at the girl's place, and she lit up like he'd just come home from war, while the warriors grinned too, glad to see him again. Then she leaned in and grilled him about that monster fur jacket. He shot back that it was amazing and said no other garment had ever fought off the cold like this. Then the villagers spun it into place, soaking it in oil and stitching it tight with plant threads. He even learned how to tan leather piece by piece, but it took him ages to finish, so yeah, he couldn't call it luxury. And then he sat down by the fire, warming himself until the chill faded. Because of those warriors, the smoke clears way faster than anyone expected, and just like he figured, their help makes male power feel real and unstoppable. Kai figured the cold nights were hunting him, so brutal he could barely breathe, even with the monster fur, and with his shivers screaming that winter was coming for him, the girl slipped closer. The blushing boy shot her a grateful smile and thanked her for showing up. She beamed back that it made her happiest to be right there with him. Because honestly, it was a miracle he was alive. And then they just sank together by the fire, warm and perfectly content. On a bright, sunny day, the villagers were busy outside, and Nell walked around with a basket of sweet potatoes, grinning like everything was exactly right. The boy swore spring was right around the corner. Then somehow a whole year vanished faster than anyone expected, and suddenly the village erupted with flowers in full bloom. The boy teleported into NL, and NL practically beamed as he announced, "Level 10, done." The boy nearly froze, stunned that the village warehouse just unlocked a brand new function. The girl leaned in and said the village now has exits everywhere, so wherever he shows up from and wherever he slips in, he'll always be pushed right back to the spot where the power is active. And if that warehouse is set in the real world, it'll link up straight to the north. He got a point that could pull him back to his target spot, even if the sea tried to swallow him, and the girl slipped him a golden seed of creation, too. He picked the best field, hoping everything would speed up, then swore next time he'd quit being a warrior and pick some other job. A few days later, ears sprouted right there. Kai and Abyss went wide-eyed, totally stunned. The girl said, "Let's just take it." And the guy called her crazy brave. Then they started digging, and there, right in the dirt, they uncovered a girl's head with ears. Before they could even react, she shot out of the ground and crawled into view. Once she rose fully to her feet, she declared her birth and leapt out like a shot, an awesome hellfire mage. Yoroshikune! Everyone there stared, totally stunned by how she looked. That level 10 reward was a golden seed of creation, one that spawned a legendary great wizard, and the crazy part was how totally blindsided the guy was when a Japanese-style girl with fox ears suddenly appeared. The girl walked right up to him with a sweet smile and asked for his name. Then he totally blanked, and she laughed it off, saying, "Watashi-chan is the first person I know." He guessed the pronunciation might throw people off, so for a while he swore his name was L. Then he said hers was Ren. She repeated, Ren, and the guy finally introduced himself, along with Abyss. He flicked his tail. She barreled into his arms and begged, "Please take care of me." And the guy's face instantly burned with embarrassed blushing. Their family kept growing, and at last life settled down into something steady, until monsters crashed in. Ren grabbed the choice, swore he'd hand it all to the great wizard of hellfire, and then they tore into the attack with fire. Her flame burned like it meant business. She moved with pure confidence, and every one of her attacks jolted the main character straight to the edge. He leaned in and asked her if it was magic, and the girl shook her head. Guess it wasn't the magic she'd learned before. Magic usually runs on the mana floating in the air, but this girl doesn't tap into her world's mana at all. She has no clue what it even means. The boy snapped to the realization. This place felt exactly like the village. He couldn't explain why the world's rules seemed to twist out here, but Ren was quick to promise, "Don't worry, I won't let you freeze." He shot back, "Yeah, I really don't like the cold." With the girls backing them up, they hunted down most of the monsters, and when it was over, he caught the bigger picture. The ecosystem had a surplus, so he'd turn the defeated monsters into material, heart full of gratitude. After the village got flipped into an agricultural hub, it finally got something even better, seafood on the horizon, and NL lit up with joy like, "We've got the sea now." Since the ship hasn't arrived yet, they've only got one option. Haul together a quick supply along the coast, and he snaps, telling the girl to fetch a rope and a light, tough log. He said he couldn't wait another second. They'd launch their escape plan right then, and after that, they started building a raft. Abyss leaned in and demanded, "Can you build a ship?" The guy snapped back, "I've tried a ton of times," and then he laid it out. If they could nail buoyancy instability, they could craft an octodox shaped like a squid. She realized he was actually packing up and leaving the island for good. Then he grinned and said he could never stay here forever, promised he'd show her the outside world, and when they told him everything was over, he urged her to sail away with him. The day before they left, she leaned in and told him, if the 1,000-year-old map living in her head was right, then land waited to the southwest. Ren said the sail will push forward thanks to wind magic, but it'll still take 11 days. Then Abyss snapped back that she only knows the lay of the land from the past, and she has no clue where the cities even are. The protagonist snapped, that's enough. Even if they couldn't find a home, they'd just have to keep moving, one place to the next. He'll bury the supplies under a big tree so he can sprint back if trouble hits, and those rations should stretch for 10 full days. Suddenly the girl spotted something, like the world just snapped into focus, and the main character demanded, "What's going on?" In a trembling rush, she blurted that a ship had arrived. Far ahead, they spotted a massive Karaka ship, sails snapping in the wind, and the boy's gut told him right away, this wasn't just any vessel, it was the temple's. He roared at the warrior to stash the fruit behind a huge tree. He didn't buy for a second that they'd come to save him. One of the beasts even swore the ship only arrived this spring, but it hadn't. This rescue had been missing for a whole year. It was the same story with her old owner, too. She couldn't shake the feeling something was about to happen, and deep down she knew he was itching to escape the island. He ran his hand over her head and promised he'd help, then told the girls to stay ready because he was going in alone. Crouched behind the trees, he watched a stranger come closer. A girl stepped down the gangway, and a man in black shadowed her. Then he literally hurled her onto the pier, and the furious guys snapped that it was still way too soon for them to bail. The frightened girl stared as the ship pulled away, and Kai hurried over, greeted her, then thanked her for the ride. She demanded to know where she was and who he was, and Kai promised, "I'll explain everything later." She sobbed, totally lost on what to do next. Then he told her she'd have to stay on this island for now. She begged to know if she could go home, and right then, the guy awkwardly slipped and plunged into the sea. Staring at her toy, she perked up a little. Then the main character snapped that it was impossible to go back right now, but he'd figure something out. Right then, other girls came sprinting in, and he grumbled, telling them to wait. Ren screamed in rage that she'd seen it all, and then shot back, "Just fry him whole!" But he snapped, "Don't. If you do, you'll have to leave this place." He said the island escape was getting shut down, at least for now, and Abyss pressed him, asking what he planned to do. He said that if religion kept throwing children to this island, he'd be there, pulling them out and making sure no one vanished. She nodded, grinning like he'd nailed it exactly as she hoped, and told him she'd do whatever he said. Ren grilled Kaede, asking if she came from a city with a giant castle called Godi, and when he realized he had no clue what she meant, Abyss finally answered for him by drying the whole place out with magic. He figured that temple wasn't just a place. It was a massive global machine, and this island? It had to be where they tossed the kids from every country. 2. He told her she was right in the middle of a blessing ceremony, swore the holy seal looked just like his, and then asked if she wanted to handle more blessings later. She shot back that the word of God gave her her power, so yeah, everything's fine. Then he snapped that it's the evil God's power keeping him alive on this island. Turns out the church's teachings aren't all right, and yeah, they don't even line up with each other. He made it crystal clear. It's not her job to decide how that blessing should be used. She gets to choose for herself what she does next. When they rolled into the village, she spotted tiny warriors standing there, and she demanded to know what they were. He said it was all part of the blessing, and he looked tough as nails. He suggested they hit the field for work, the very place they were planning to leave. Then she snapped, asking whether her older brother ever felt lonely. Abyss shot back that she could tell he was lonely because he longed to meet his family. Back when he first washed up on this island, he'd stare out at the ocean like it held the answer. Even if he waits, no one will take him away. She's sure he's showing them all he can. Katie can't stop thinking about her parents. Later, he yanked on a new outfit and showed up in front of the girls, and they stared like, "Wait, what are you wearing?" He just shrugged and told them, "This is how life goes," then asked the girl to say the name of God, the very one he'd taught her just now. She called out to Alamir, and suddenly everything around her flared with a glowing light. She asked, "Can I try this power?" And when the guy nodded, she thrust her hands toward her toys. She cast a temporary life spell on them, and the toys suddenly sprang to movement, fluttering up to ask how she was feeling and whether she'd caught a cold. They were genuinely worried about her. Everyone stared at them, stunned, whispering, "They're really moving and talking." Then the guy shot back that the blessing powers had to be the same, no matter which god they came from. But that same blessing still hit him with something totally new. An ability so mysterious it felt unreal. Kaede called him over and promised she'd help with his work. The guy patted her head and told her straight up that he was counting on her. They stayed side by side for 3 long months until she finally fell into this life, and together they tackled daily chores every single day. At the start of summer, with safety finally locked in, he cornered Ren and Katie and demanded he watch the house, because to grab materials they couldn't find on the island, they plunged into the ocean hunting a city he'd never seen. No matter where he tried to go, all he could stare at was the horizon. Without the girl's navigational skills, escaping that island would have been pure fantasy. Good thing he'd taken her with him. He remembered how Ren had insisted on staying behind. She'd begged to go with him, but he snapped back that the raft couldn't carry 4 people and that he had no idea what dangers waited for them out there. Abyss has a map of the island, and Kaede's got wind magic on her side. Plus Plus, only Ren can take care of Kaede. Kaede's been sidelined, and she's fuming about it. While Katie watered the garden, Ren leaned in and urged them to go play, but she snapped back that they had to finish their work first, and Ren didn't even question it, because the protagonist had already left them more than enough food. The girl shot back that the fields still needed her hands, no excuses. Then the boy warned not to pin your hopes on the village alone. The toys told her, "You can play with the girl later," so she ordered them to gather the beans and told the girl to bring more water. By the riverside, the girl slumped and figured life was boring. Yet she'd only ever wanted fun. Then the warrior snapped a reminder. She had to carry the water. She shot back, steady and sure. "I know, I've got to take care of this island." But for some reason, she just couldn't shake it. She kept replaying in her head when the main character would come back. And then, out of nowhere, she heard something. Meanwhile, Kaede's toy ability suddenly died out. Then a weird sound clawed at her ears, and she couldn't make sense of it. She remembered the dangerous monsters that once lived on this island, and everyone insisted they were gone. No way a living monster should be anywhere near them. Then a shadow slammed over her. Feathers exploded in the air, and terror hit as she spun around and sprinted straight ahead. The girl clutched her stuffed toys like lifelines, terror squeezing her chest as tears burned in her eyes. Then the giant bird the main character had fought earlier swooped in behind her, hunting her down in midair. Meanwhile, he thought he'd finally slipped free of the ocean current, and he blurted out that the girl's magic was incredible. She just smiled and said, "That's all I've got." She's basically just a combat replicant, so her fights aren't exactly fearsome. She relies on magic like this, and even looking at the combat mouse, Ren crushes her in power, while Kai just laughed with a shaky, unsure sound. Right then, Ren shielded Katie and tore into the bird with fists and fire magic, each hit landing heavy damage. After finishing, she checked on the girl and asked, "Are you okay?" Then the girl burst into her arms, tears pouring down her face, and Ren begged her not to cry, swearing she'd always be there. On the way back to the village, the girl finally admitted she'd written on her back before, too. Then she snapped an apology, swearing she hadn't trained hard enough, and that's why she figured her brother wouldn't come back. Those words hit Ren like a punch, because deep down, she knew she'd never see him again. The thought drained every ounce of strength from her body, and Katie immediately asked what was wrong. She broke down into tears, blurting that she felt insanely lonely and couldn't stand to think about it anymore. Then the girl rushed in to calm her, insisting she'd only said the wrong thing. She pulled her in close and promised he'd come back for sure, then pushed the idea that they should wait together right there until he returned, and the warrior backed them up. Late in the evening, Katie leaned toward Ren and asked, "Did you hear anything?" Ren watched her carefully slip out of the hut, then froze when she saw the warriors messing around in the dirt. Beneath the moonlight, they dug in together, grinning like they owned the night. She couldn't tell if it was some wild ritual, but Ren cut in and told her not to stress. This was just vegetative propagation, and she'd spot the results in just a couple of days. A few days later, the numbers kept climbing. More of them appeared. Once the protagonist let the warriors reproduce, they started planting seeds like a mission. Katie finally understood exactly how it all works. Ren said that with so many around, loneliness never had a chance. She was genuinely thankful to that guy for it, and they'd stand by him, alive and healthy, till he came back. Meanwhile, Saul and the girl ahead insisted it matched the map perfectly, while the guy's whole body was already numb from this brutal journey. If he teleported back to the village right now, the instant he reappeared, the raft's coordinates would shift and it would just tumble straight into the sea, so he had to hit the shore first. They hauled the fruit up to the shore, and the protagonist blurted out, "Is there a big river close by? Cities always sit near one." The girl froze, then the memories started to crawl back in. She pointed off in that direction and said it'd take about 3 days on foot. And the guy just let out a long sigh, like getting out of here was still the better deal. But they can't keep the girls stuck in the village for ages. They have to reach the city right now, so they slam the brakes and hurry. 2 days into their stay on the continent, they finally zeroed in on the city ahead. Then the protagonist told the girl, "Take your adult form. and the warriors moved in toward him. Then he snapped through space, popped up in the village, and after a short while came back dragging a cart stacked high with juicy fruits and fresh vegetables, leaving the warriors behind to guard the village and haul the produce in by cart. A bombshell hit. He looked totally different now. The guy burst out laughing and told him he'd tweaked his outfit just for the occasion. A bit tight, sure, but way better than what he wore before. From this day forward, he's a legendary merchant, and the girl becomes his personal guard. When they finally roll into the city, they're sticking to this exact story. He tossed her a cloak so her horns could be hidden, and once she slipped it on, she asked if he liked it. He lit up and told her it was wonderful, then urged them to go. As they rattled across the bridge, human voices spilled out from the bushes, so the guy said, "If we're lucky and they're locals, we can ask about the area." And they decided to go check right then. When they got closer, they spotted people tracking that tied-up girl, already worn out from chasing her. One of them yanked her by the hair and snarled that she wasn't getting away again, while the second guy snapped at him to quit being so rough with her. Abyss leaned in and demanded what Kai planned to do next. Kai admitted it looked disgusting, but told her he'd deal with it later, then pointed out that they were weaker than their buffaloes, urging her to attack. The girl slammed into them without warning, dropping every one of them in an instant. Then the captured girl stared in shock as magic flared. Right after, the protagonist burst from behind the tree and demanded if she was okay. He said the danger was way too high, asked if he was in the way, and when the girl said no, he thanked her. Then she quizzed him, "So, are you a magician?" He shot back that he was a merchant setting up shop in the city. Kai was his name, and the wild magic she'd seen earlier was his bodyguard showing off. Then he leaned in and asked, "What's your name?" She told him her name was Sarah Bianchi, and it hit him clear as day, only for the guy to completely miss what she was really saying. She shot back that he was a merchant and should have known better. Then she loved that he kept ignoring it. After all, a merchant never does anything for free. The guy grinned and asked her to help them, then promised she'd get to escort them into the city. She just asked back if that would be enough. It'd be awesome if she could spill what she knows to help him out during his trade, so the girl asked for a little time to think. She told herself it was pure luck she'd slipped out of the city. Then she thought it'd be even better to stick with him. Pai told her, "If it can't be helped, then drop everything I said. Just give me a rough direction and the basics." The girl nodded and said she finally understood why he was worried. She'll lead them straight to the center, and her gut-level sense of justice won't let her turn down the request. The guy thanked her anyway, then promised he hoped it wouldn't put her out. Sarah admitted it. She was running from people she couldn't trust, because in this town everything felt like a quick deal. And maybe fate was lining it up so she'd cross their path. He mulled over her question. Would he lend her a scarf? And he couldn't figure out why she was wearing that collar in the first place. He demanded to know who those men were, and she snapped back that they were the trading company's private army, cold, battle-tested monsters of intimidation. The guy nodded and said, "Yeah, I get it." He snatched one of the coins like it was the first time he'd ever seen anything this valuable. Then he started ripping all the valuables off them, while Sarah stared in shock. With a sly wink, the protagonist told her, "If I do that, we'll lose our trail the moment we try to move." Then they bound them to a tree and took off. He asked if the whole area always got hit this hard, and she snapped back that this place was the last empire they annexed, because the mercenaries had already wiped out entire districts of the port city. Soon they rolled into a port city, and the boy's jaw dropped at every sight. The girl grinned and said it had been thriving since ancient times. Then she leaned in and asked, "So, where do you want to start?" With shining eyes, the boy said the very first thing they had to do was grab something to eat, so they rushed to the closest counter and piled up food from the options right there. After he tried it, joy hit him like lightning. He finally got to eat not just village food anymore, and he turned back toward human civilization. The boy realized, wait, this was a boss's very first trip to the city, and for a boss it meant crossing into a whole new country for the first time, something he'd never been able to do in his old life. He can't fire off his powers in a packed avenue, so he figures he'll grab some supplies and sprint back home. He strode up to the different counters and scanned the products. Then, after buying the fish, he apologized for the wait, pointed her toward the food section, and admitted the prices looked pretty solid. So he turned to Sarah and asked what she'd do next. She told them she wanted to stick around, even if they didn't mind, and the guy lit up because having someone who knew the city would be a huge help. Then the girl leaned in and asked, "But seriously, you don't even know what that color means?" He asked if it was just decoration, and the girl burst into laughter, saying it felt like they'd stepped straight out of high society. That collar locks the wizard's power down tight while the owner decides his fate. Then, the second a choice is made, the owner's feelings get wiped away and obedience clicks into place, like a magical seal that controls everything. After that explanation, the boy finally got it. This world's magic is handed down through bloodlines, and when you strip away the emotions, the magical power flows to the new owner through that same bloodline, which is exactly why these people get sold for an insane, inflated price. Now they're tearing through the chaos, hunting for Sarah in a full-blown panic, and the guy finally realizes this world is way more dangerous than he ever imagined, while the girl rushes to apologize for staying silent about it. She said he comes from places like that, homes where people get treated like property, and at the same time his companion stays eerily silent. She wouldn't be shocked if her feelings were already gone, then a bee. I replied that she didn't need those tactics to track the protagonist, and she snapped back that she understood it all. Kaya asked if she could take it off, but she admitted she had no idea how because it was made by a blessed man. The guy snapped, thinking the temple was spewing terrible lies, and he wouldn't be shocked if it was the same bunch that was brutalizing children. The main character edged closer to the girl and insisted she join him on the raft they'd just arrived on, but she didn't trust a word he said. He snapped that they couldn't just walk away from the people they'd saved. Then they'd find a way to get it off her somehow. She shot back, "I owe you." She felt time slam shut, like she had no room left to talk, no chance left to beg the sky for help. He shoved a cloak into her hands and said those were his extra clothes for an escort, then told her to change up real quick. Once she slipped it on, she blushed, asked what was going on, and that's when the guy decided to prank her. Later at the market, a huge crowd swarmed the stall, jostling in to sell their fruits, and the sellers lit up at every sale, while the girls hung back, too shy to speak, quietly checking in with everyone around them. The counter was packed with too many people, and Sarah couldn't shake the thought that they were doing way better than she expected. Then the guy grinned and said he felt the same shock too. That evening, they tallied up their earnings, and Abus couldn't stop staring at all that glitter. They'd actually pulled off something wild, and even the guy just stood there stunned while Sarah shrugged and said that pile of money was more than enough to snag a second-rate palace. He figured he could bump the price a bit, but demand was roaring so loud it wouldn't let him. Those bowls and fruits were miracles from a desert island to outsiders. Yet back in the village, they were treated like worthless trash you could find anywhere. Ebus demanded what they'd buy with that money, and the boy shot back, first iron, then, if the price holds, chickens, horses, and sheep, plus a shepherd dog, and finally grain and wool. On top of the materials, they'll need real know-how, how drinks are brewed, how leather gets processed. Plus, he's determined to learn more about how olives are grown. He couldn't stop wondering what the girls in the village were up to, and once shopping was done, they'd head straight home, so he grilled Sarah, asking if she was really on board with her plan. While they hit the shops, she'll wait at the tavern because once they're gone, nowhere else will be left for her to go. So she slips in and hides with them, even on that abandoned island. She asked straight up if she could keep her identity hidden, and he snapped back that she hadn't asked a thing about them either. He shoved a bag of money into her hands and shrugged, saying it wasn't much, but if she wanted a drink before bed, she could spend it. Then the girl grabbed his hand and stared at him like every word mattered. She told him his eyes were shining with innocence, then promised to spill her whole story and prayed he'd actually listen, because he nodded and agreed. She told him she figured he'd heard her noble birth claim, and because he was a merchant, she assumed he knew all about the Principality of Mandiale. So he swallowed his pride and said, "I thought I knew it all, but no, I really didn't. She was one of the principality's court magicians, right up until the Empire crushed the place. Before that fall, the third detachment escorted the princess across to the neighboring country. But the enemy slammed into them and overtook the group. Yet, they were still thrilled they'd managed to box them in, because now they could run back to their leader with the best news. The princess's soldiers swore they weren't from the regular army, so a bunch of bandits wouldn't stand a chance. Then one of them grinned, said anything could happen, and unleashed magic that hurled every soldier into chaos. Sarah bolted to answer the attack, and when the two forces crashed together, the man snarled that it was a terrible deal. But right then, the girl's magic got wiped out. He yanked her aside, and the other somehow snatched the princess in time. The girl shrieked at them to let her go, but they ordered her to surrender. Then a man stepped in and barked, "Behave!" Then strangers dragged her away until she wrenched free, bolted straight at them, and dropped to the floor with a deep bow, begging them to save her princess. That plea hit the guy like a bolt of lightning. She crawled right up to him and blurted that he was a powerful merchant, so he had to help her. Only for him to shut her down cold. Saving the princess wasn't something he could do. That's when it hit. The Imperial army took the princess. But the Imperial men were really mercenaries, paid off by the merchants. Kai couldn't stop thinking about one thing: how much it would cost to buy her back. And yeah, the girl they were pushing her into it was leading straight to that ransom. She's a sorceress, so he can hand her off to someone else, especially since she offers herself. She's worth a higher price than even the princess. She prayed that he'd finally spend the money to save the princess and her friends, and when the guy pressed her again, she shot back that kids born to sorceresses are always born with magic in their blood. If a noble family adopts that kid, he'll be handed noble status like it's destiny. And honestly, that's exactly what a ton of millionaires wish for. Nobody knows if traders really trade secrets with each other, but if there's a product on the table, those rules get tossed aside, because the guy couldn't stop replaying her words in his head. The main character asked her, "What would you do if I just bolted with the money?" And panic hit her hard, because those words showed the guy exactly what it meant to be sold. But she's way too trusting of a stranger she's just met, and that thought never even crosses her mind, yet the guy swears he's being totally honest. It's wild how easy it is to trick and toss aside this innocent kid, because here's the truth: he and she have nothing in common. And on top of that, so many people helped him already, so he can't just turn around and do the same. He nodded along, then hit her with two conditions. No matter what went down, she had to trust him, and she shot back, "I'll always trust you." Then he blurted out the second condition. He told Tobias to drop her cloak, and when she asked if she was really okay, he nodded and said yes. The moment Sarah laid eyes on her, shock hit like a punch, and she instantly swore the woman was a demoness. But the guy shot back that she wasn't, warning that making a move like that was way too risky. In this world, everyone swears they're right on the edge of God's presence. Yet the myths still whisper about demons lurking in the dark, and people of every age quake in fear. If she keeps fretting over her looks, she'll get nowhere. She insisted she didn't have the full story, but it couldn't be true that a girl that beautiful was a demon. He told me Ibus mattered more than anything to him, and that she had nothing to fear. Then the girl's cheeks instantly flared red. She told him it was bedtime, and he shot back that today was more than enough. Sarah pressed him, asking if he'd really save her or not, and he grinned and promised he'd already chosen to do it. Right then, Abus started bugging him nonstop. "Go to sleep, I've got a fever." And she just couldn't shake the weird gut feeling that closing her eyes was the only way to get through it. He tumbled out of bed and begged her to wait. Then the blushing girl stared, confused, wondering if he really didn't like her. At first he shouted no, like he didn't even know what he was doing. Then it hit him and he agreed. She climbed into bed and Sarah mumbled, embarrassed, that she wanted to join in too. After that, all three ended up in bed, but the guy couldn't get to sleep because his mind wouldn't shut up. He just had to stop thinking. Sarah told him this was the final night. Then she could finally let her guard down, and even with how little time it was, she thanked him for everything like it meant the world. Kai leaned in and asked if she was scared. She shot back, "No, I'm ready. But her real worry wasn't herself at all. It was the princess, the one she treated like a little sister. As long as Kai kept watch, she promised she'd stay steady. She honestly believed she was just simple, decent, and pure at heart. So trusting, she never even questioned a thing. And she figured someone like her had to be saved. As he stormed through the market, the boy realized there wasn't a single seller for iron anywhere. So he grabbed the girl and demanded where they got it, only to get a blank, "I don't know." Then he turned to a bee and snapped that if she didn't know, they'd better buy the tools first. Before they could rescue the princess, he said they had to grab a few things first. And he even told Abyss, if she wanted anything, just speak up. So they both turned and started scanning all the goods. He looked at those animals and nearly choked. Turns out they were way bigger than he'd imagined. He tried to buy horses and pigs, but the horses cost a fortune and the pigs just weren't there. They still somehow scored a huge haul of the essentials, but even after that, it wasn't anywhere near enough. He rushed to stash everything away and told them to wait right here. Then, from the alley, he slipped out, vanished with Abyss, and teleported straight back to the village with the goods. NL spotted him and shot. "How'd it go?" He jabbed at the barrels and animals packed in the cart, and it literally made her head spin. He stared at her and saw it. Her eyes went blank, and she had passed out. It was only because he'd packed enough for the first time to choke a whole squad. He figured she'd dump everything the moment she woke up, and he'd still have a little left for the next level. Meanwhile, Sarah was completely alone. He suddenly closed in on her, making her jump, and she blurted out what kind of mask he was wearing. He said it was for disguise, and when she swore he wouldn't come back, he shot back that he wouldn't either. She tried to smile through it, admitting that in that lonely moment she felt completely helpless. She was never this weak usually. And then she stood up bright again, insisting she was fine now. Yastra dragged him to the trading company to get answers about where the princess had vanished. And when she said the princess was hanging out with Malini, the other girl was right there in front of the mirror, brushing and fixing her hair. The man burst in, greeted her, and told her not to be scared. He and his crew knew exactly how to deal with them. And then he warned, straight up, that you've got to be careful around girls like that. But if someone else snatched them up, who's to say they'd get treated with any respect? Her sorceress isn't coming back, so we can't stop wondering, does she even know where she went? Escaping wouldn't change a thing. Whoever grabbed her, she still couldn't say a word hello. And with her country gone, the princess only had one fate, a shiny, gilded cage. Essie stormed toward him, and a glowing invisible barrier snapped into place around her, the princess's blessing at full power. He barked in order to stop her pointless resistance and cut off the ability. Right then, the magician who'd grabbed them earlier burst back in, so the man barked an order, "Fix this!" But the magician shook his head and said it was hopeless. Nothing, no physical strike, no magical attack, could ever get through. He said the man didn't have to sweat. She couldn't slip past this barrier. Then he snapped back that they'd capture the sorceress no matter what it took, and he agreed. The man warned him to report the moment the North group came back, and the magician snarled at the princess to keep feeding this pointless hope, because it would only get uglier. The girl just sat there, trembling in pure terror. Meanwhile, the protagonist burst into the trading company and told Sarah, "I've got a plan." Then he demanded she stay quiet for now because right before the door closed, he swore to himself that from this moment on, he'd carry himself like a nobleman. He pictured exactly who he'd meet when the door swung open, and then an employee hurried over, offering to help, only for the guy to tell him to call the owner because he was about to throw him a massive deal. Right then, the owner swept downstairs, grinning because the client was finally here. Then the guy revealed he'd been traveling through Cognito, hailing from some tiny kingdom, and said that today he'd scored something truly interesting. He gave a silent command with his eyes to rip Sarah's hood off. Tak obeyed instantly and threw the girl to the floor, and the owner's jaw dropped in shock. The guy blurted, stunned, whether the girl was local, and when he realized she wasn't, he snapped back in shock, asking if he was just coming to return her. Then he nodded and demanded they pay him back for all the trouble he went through. He nodded and shot back, All right, so why'd you choose to come back for her? Don't you realize what a sorceress costs? He told her that it was her who begged him to do this, then snatched the princess afterward, and honestly, the devotion was absolutely breathtaking. That's why he locked onto that princess. Those were the kinds of subjects that came with real treasure. If he wanted in, he'd have to be brutally honest about what he wanted. And lucky for him, the owner totally understood. Sarah snatched him by the arm and demanded to know why he was doing this after he swore he'd save her. Then the guy just smirked and said, "That's exactly what I'm trying to do." He tells them straight up, money's no issue for him. He doesn't need it to seize the princess, so she's not going back to that company. If they do exactly what he says, everyone ends up in the black. The guy even apologized to the owner for the wool, and the owner thanked him for taking his proposal seriously. After that, he demanded to know where the princess was, and the owner said they'd have to squeeze through another room for answers. Then he snapped at the workers to drag the girl away. He offered her one amazing reward: meet the princess herself as proof of her loyalty, and honestly, this was their final shot to say goodbye. He told the man, "I don't mind, just for a little while." Still, it felt heartbreakingly lonely, and the protagonist shot back, grinning like, "I love stuff like that." The man admitted he nearly lost his mind when she slipped away, even though he pays the mercenaries well, and somehow they still let her go. Then Kai demanded to know if they were doing all this under contract. He said he'd send them straight to the front to get the people moving. Right now, they were still stuck back in the room behind, and the guy nodded like he fully got it. They burst into a huge living room packed with people, and the guy clocked the guards watching them like hawks. Then one of the girls stepped in, and Sarah let out a bone-jarring scream. He started pitching it like, this is one of those special company picks, the Pearl of Mondial, Princess Yuri Cecilia, then pointed out that she was a short, blonde girl. Kai slips in as a buyer, worms his way into a slaver's company, and right there, locked up in plain sight, he spots Princess Yuri, the exact rescue target he came for. The slave trader drags him to her, and Yuri calmly introduces herself. The man tells the young guy to slow down with the check, but he can't look away from the princess. Her gorgeous, long blonde hair sways around her, and her bangs sit just above her eyes. The longer Kai locks eyes with her, the clearer it hits him. She's basically Rukia all over again. The young man blurts that she's beautiful, then immediately asks, "What's the price?" The slave trader calls the number, and you can't miss it. His face betrays him in a split second, because that amount gets him a solid, nice house, but the full price would land him a luxury mansion. He's caught off guard and blurts out, "Everything okay?" Then points out that this price is already discounted, yet the slave trader only laughs and asks how the young man ever figured it out. He swears Yuri Cecilia is their best product, the gem of Mondial they call her, and even the emperor can't look away from her beauty, so there's no way he's risking going cheap with her. The slave trader finally agrees to hand Yuri over for the right price, because they've already got Sarah back, and Yuri's quick to clock it, reaches to buy her. But then Sarah bursts forward, screaming the princess's name, and he jerks to stop her, only for them both to crash to the ground together. The princess clocks it. Sarah didn't stand a chance to get away. The girl whips her head back at the boy, and everyone finally understands why. It's all because of him. Sarah shakes her head, insisting that if he can save Yuri and the others, she doesn't care what happens to her. She's already decided to trust him. And then the boy asks, "Is your nose broken?" The girl rushes to Yuri, apologizing from the heart, and insists she should feel lucky. Sarah begs for one last chance to say goodbye, the girl insisting she must see her mistress one final time before her heart shatters, while Princess Yuri seethes with anger. Other slaves rush over to calm Sarah down, but the hero whips around to the slave trader and begs him to let him spare this pathetic spectacle, then shrugs and adds that he doesn't really mind. He says he also has to buy guards since he's here, then, right while he's still picking, the slaver slips right out free. The man smirks and strides through the door. Behind it, a creak cuts through the back. The slaver scowls. He can't shake the feeling the young man is weird, too smooth with words, and his hands look like they're clawing at the dirt. Then a servant bursts in, yelling that the soldiers are calling him at once, and the slave trader's gut screams that something terrible is coming. Meanwhile, Sarah hounds Kai non-stop, begging him to buy up every single guard. She gets that he's stuck with his own problems, but she pushes anyway, and the young man hates seeing that hurt on her face, because he knows exactly how brutal it is to stay away from the people you love. The hooded girl with those ear-like tips whips out a dagger and slices the ropes binding Sarah's wrists. Kai tells her, "I won't let you suffer the same pain." The hooded girl then tears the bonds off every captive, one by one. Sarah's eyes go wide. She blurts out, "What are you doing?" Kai snaps back that time is running out, so he'll keep it short. Then he urges everyone who wants out to grab hands and link up. The prisoners look totally lost because they can't wrap their heads around what he means by escape, and Kai definitely doesn't expect them to trust him this fast. Plus, he has zero proof he can actually save them. He tells them, "You still have a shot if you don't want to die here." Princess Yuri Cecilia takes one step, then another, and suddenly she's right in front of Kai. They lock eyes. She instantly feels it. His stare isn't the greasy look of the merchant or the hungry glare of the mercenary. She notices it instantly. His look isn't like hers at all, because hers screams desperation, while his feels something else entirely. Yuri grabs Sarah's hands in his own and squeezes hard, then thrusts his arm toward the young man beside him, while the other prisoners trade nervous looks. Everyone forms a circle and locks hands, and then Sarah calls Kai's name because he instantly spots it. She is the last one with her hands still tied. Kai tells Abyss to stick to the plan, then demands she move at lightning speed. Everyone forms a circle, grabs hands, and chants the Tenno hero's spell. The slave traders shove up to the guard and demand to know what the hell went down. He hears that the northern party is back, and they've finally found the sorceress. But the moment he realizes they took this long, fury ignites in his chest. The guard swears that just as the squad nearly snagged the sorceress, they got hit and Sarah was stripped and tied to trees. Then he hears it and can't believe a word, because he finally realizes the enemy was the one who delivered Sarah here. The slave trader swings with everything he's got, and the guard gets blasted sideways with a heavy, dull ring as he goes flying. The man snaps awake. Sarah's in the enemy's grip. He fires off orders to the guards, yells for fusel, and barrels back at full speed. The door slams open, and there she is, a hooded girl, her cloak whipping through the air, while Abyss snaps around, and their eyes lock hard. The girl drops through a hole in the wall, and the slave trader erupts with curses, yelling for the guards to hunt her down. Right then, Fusel barges in and demands, "What's all that noise?" Fusel scans the scene and swears it had to be an enemy mage. But the slave trader spits back that he slipped. Now a special class slave has escaped, and he's positive they were from Mondial. Fusel sneers that she has zero real combat experience and couldn't entertain him if she tried, then admits he might have to deal with someone tough in the group, only for the slaver to snap, shock-faced, and order him to follow right after. The man growls that the slave's leg belongs in shackles and says he alone can stop them. Then the slave trader snaps orders to drag every one of the fugitives back. Rage hits Fusel. Sarah slipped away, and his own subordinates are left standing there with no clothes, and now Yuri Cecilia escapes too with her guards. So he corners Fusel and demands to know how he'll fix this. But Fusel just growls back, "An order is an order." Meanwhile, Abyss slips around the corner, and boom, the guards spot her. Kai snaps that she should act like she's covering the rear, because trying to handle them solo will be a nightmare. She freezes for a beat, unsure what to do next. The guards bark for her to stop, so she bolts, thinking magic might make this easier, but doubts crash in hard, screaming that something's wrong with her master and the other prisoners. Sarah shrieks at the top of her lungs, completely stunned. The fugitives get hauled to this weird spot that screams countryside. And out in front, there's a house, a mountain, a thick forest, and a fence stretching across the land, so they spin around, staring like, where the heck are we? Kai lunges in to calm Sarah down, but when he looks around, the others don't even flinch. Princess Yuri isn't just worried, she looks outright terrified. The girl barrels up to Kai and blurts out what to do with the supplies, hand them to the locals or not. Kai's stunned she hasn't already acted, and she just promises she'll deal with it later, right after. Then Kai turns sharp and demands she bring him the sword he snatched from the mercenaries. He rushes to apologize to Sarah, and she's still convinced he betrayed her. Then she snaps, "Where are we?" He steadies his voice and promises he'll explain everything later. But first he has to tear off these shackles. Kai blurts out that he didn't even know a country with that name existed, then admits he just accidentally bumped into Sarah yesterday, right after she begged him to save the princess. The young man blurts out that he's got Sarah Sand in his sights, so he rushes to save everyone, and her first. The girl can't even disguise the shock on her face. Kai shoots off an apology for not laying it all out sooner, then grins and points out, "I promised I'd save you." Only he never spelled out who. Princess Yuri bursts into laughter, saying she'd lose track trying to count every single time Sarah saved her, because with the country and its people now gone, she's simply Yuri Cecilia. With Kai crouched on the grass, sword gripped tight in his hands, he tries to find the words for Yuri, then freezes mid-sentence. He can't stop thinking about how Sarah treats Yuri like a little sister, but he refuses to bring it up. Then he realizes he's not nearly as clueless as he looks. The chain rattles against the blade and snaps with a sharp clank. The guards snap and sprint after Ibis, cursing under their breath as they close in. They stare in shock at her lightning speed, wondering where the other slaves even went and how they ever managed to sprint down the road in shackles. Then it hits the guards. They've been played, and one of them snaps, "Back to the company building!" Kai reaches into Abyss's mind again and orders her to keep the guards busy for as long as she can, then smirks and adds that it's fine if she absolutely wrecks them. Abyss eats up the idea like it's dessert. Abyss whips her head toward the guards and storms up to them, and they demand where the others went. She snaps back that everyone's already run ahead. Suddenly, lightning blazes all around the girl. Now she has to blast every last bolt before it overwhelms her. The guards catch the truth too late. They're up against a sorceress, so the bestias strikes first, blasting magic at them and sending every guard flying off their feet. Every guard drops out cold, and Ibis darts back to her master in a rush. Then Fuzel closes in, staring at her like, "Whoa, did you just do all that?" He dares the girl to a magical duel right on the spot. Tai leans in and asks the others, "You ready to go?" He tells them, "Once I shut off my ability, everyone's headed back to the company building." While Abyss keeps the mercenaries busy, they need to bolt out of town, fast. The young man leans in and asks her to prep that thing, trusting her completely. Then he fires off the cancellation command. The slave trader can't believe how long Fuzzle's been missing. There's no way the slaves ran far. They've got to be close by right now. Then Kai and the others pop up behind him. The man staggers backward, completely stunned, with no clue where they even came from. The slave trader tries to spit out a curse, then cold blades bite into his throat. Sarah fires questions at Kai, convinced he's totally alone out there. Kai shrugs and says, "Just tie him up." The man gets bound tight even as he screams and protests, and then Kai snaps his head up, hearing a distant roar that he's sure is a battle between his bison. The young man thinks about asking the merchant about Sarah's collar, but time's up, so he shouts at everyone to hurry. The slave trader slaps the word merchandise on everyone, and the young man fires back that he's just a morator who's learned to cash in on the ashes of a fallen country. Then he warns him not to cling to any hope of Yuri and Sarah ever coming back, telling him to treat it like a dream instead. A deep rumble rattles the night city as Yuri Cecilia strides onto the road and Kai pushes her forward like, "Go!" He can't help but wonder if this would move faster if someone just carried Yuri. Then Sarah shouts at the lady to climb onto her back. Kai snaps back, saying Sarah is too fragile for this and pushes for one of the men instead, until Sarah blows up in outrage, insisting the princess will never agree to ride a man. The young man snaps back that Yuri isn't a princess anymore. Then mercenaries slam in right when it matters, and Kai thinks this timing is ruthless. Right then, the guards burst in, ring the fugitives in tight, and announce they're never getting away. Sarah snaps, "Kai, what do we do?" the moment she realizes they've been found. He's putting two and two together. If those mercenaries are here, Ibis must be going toe-to-toe with the magician right now. The girl admits she's barely fought before. She can only fire magic, and even so, Kai's like, "You'll be fine." But he knows a more battle-tested opponent could outsmart her with tactics, so the others huddle with him and get ready to throw down. One of the princess's guards snaps that they don't need to join, just grab Yuri and get out. But another guard fires back that Kai's been helping them this whole time. The young man says it's really thoughtful, then shrugs like it's no big deal, figures it's fine anyway, and turns his attention to Sarah. Tai leans in and asks if the magician who crushed her is here. She shakes her head and says, "No." He begs, "Cover me," and everyone crowds in behind him, and Kai snarls at them to hold that position. Then he promises, "I'll be back soon," and snaps Tenno into place as a spell. Right then and there, he vanishes. Just a second later, the young man burst back in, but this time he wasn't alone. He rolled up with a whole squad of combat experts. Shouts explode in the air, and the guards snap their heads toward the man until he suddenly crumples to the ground. One of the guards snaps, asking if he realizes fights are outlawed inside the city limits. Then the man whips around and brings up slaves. A guard demands if the guy is from Malini's company, while another sneers that slaves don't usually make it out in their day. Then they spot the noise's source and shove the slaves right back into their shackles. The guards blink like they're seeing a ghost because they have no clue who's standing right in front of them. Kai jabs a finger toward the little attackers and proudly says these are his combat Spindik, a squad he's been growing for a whole year. Then he tells the young man, "Don't hold back." The guards bark curses, stunned by how nimbly these little ones move, and they demand someone who can wield the bow's blessing. Then one of the battle Spindiks snaps his tiny sword up and smacks it straight onto the mercenary's head. The princess's guards go wide-eyed. These little cuties are shockingly strong. Sarah leans in and asks, "So you're on our side?" Kai doesn't hesitate. He grins and says yes. Once every guard drops, the battle Spindex erupts in joy, and Kai steps in to praise them. He lightly tugs the baby's ear and praises him for a job well done, then tells him they can head back into the seeds and sleep. Kai snaps his fingers, and the Spindik vanishes in a puff of smoke. The young man whips around and goes after the combat Spindrix that are still standing, but the surviving mercenaries bolt the moment reinforcements roll in. The whole city shudders under the roar of battle, while the magician swings her power like a weapon, and Foiselle can't help but stare in awe at what she can do. The girl shrugs it off like it doesn't matter. Every attack she slams away just keeps coming, and the numbers never run out. Kai spots a beast slipping past and repelling the attack, and Sarah instantly realizes this beast has blown past the Major's expectations. The young man fires her up with praise, and Abyss's spirits surge back to life. She's over the moon because her master is alive, while Foiselle, running on pure will, is left gasping and wrecked from the fight. He finally realizes that the Abyss belongs to Kai, and he slams the question, why did the young man with all that power refuse to let her step into the war so they'd never have to risk losing their country? Sarah whips around to Kai and says, Foiselle acts like he's from Mandiel. Then Kai snaps back that the magician's totally wrong, claiming he just happened to stumble upon them and choose to help. Kai pushes Faisal to surrender, claiming he's already wiped out the other soldiers. Then the magician snaps back. Foiselle yells that soldiers don't quit halfway, they grind on till the very end, while Kai looks on, wiped out to the bone. The young man pleads with Abyss for 3 minutes, and she agrees on the spot, then shifts the angle of the fire to make it count. The mage and the girl launch into the sky, trading non-stop magical blasts mid-air, and right then Kai explodes to the side with a sudden dash. Ebba unleashes a storm of attacks, and Fuzzle throws herself into the fight, parrying blow after blow to keep Ebba from landing a single hit. Suddenly, Kai bursts out of nowhere and yanks the mage by the elbow, and Foiselle's jaw drops. Where did this kid even come from? Kai roars that he's from Tenahira, like he's handing over an invitation to a place of pure wonder. Kai snatches the mage by the elbow, and the whole world erupts in blinding light. Fuzzle squints. Fwizel thinks it's finally a new day, so he holds his breath and waits for a break in the fighting. Then bam! He snaps to the fact he's been sitting on the grass beside a bull grazing like it's no big deal. And when he turns his head, he spots that young man, completely wrecking his mind as panic screams, "What is going on?" He rips into the air with a full-throttle scream, totally lost and unable to make sense of where he's standing. The magician snaps Kai. "What did you do to me?" Then Kai darts toward Anel, and the young man lunges with his plan in hand. The girl is set, ready to go. Elle sucked in a huge breath, blared that the enemy was coming, and yelled, "This isn't a drill!" Then she ordered everyone to snatch up sticks and farm tools and pack together, while women and children had to stay inside. She rushes to the villagers and warns them, "A villain is coming for your crops. If you don't stop him, he'll steal every last one." Then Elle blurts that she's scared for the same reason too. She snaps a warning. What if the enemy snatches their beloved daughters next? And then she demands, "So what do they do when that nightmare hits?" Fwizel watches man close in with guns raised, blurts that he has no clue who he is and no reason to fight, and makes it clear his only obsession is Kai. The villagers shoot worried glances at each other, completely baffled about who he means. Then the mage snaps that they can't even see him. One villager finally blurts, "So you're really aiming at kids?" They're not about to let this happen, so if Fwizel can promise them he's a magician, it won't matter how many of them show up. Right as the magician steps in, he suddenly realizes his powers flat out won't work here, and pure shock freezes him in place. Kai raves about his razor-sharp guess, then says that right here, where the abyss spills magic without end, his feet won't even budge, while the residents keep closing in on him step by step. Fwizel snaps at Kai to stop treating him like trash, and as the magic drains out of Kai's body, he barely steadies himself. Then he finally blasts magical fire straight at the villagers. The men stare in panic at the staff the fire blast slammed into. Stunned, the mage would actually ignite the air, so they snap into action, ready to defend their village. They're set on capturing him. Fwizel can't believe they have no clue about the mages. Then he gets slammed by an attack, and suddenly he's stuck between the villagers on one side and the battle spindle on the other, realizing, with a jolt, that now he has to go to war with this enemy. Fwizel isn't laughing, he's furious. He can't stand how his own carelessness is costing him, but denial won't save him. There's no escape now, because he already knows he's going to lose to his opponent. The mage crumples to the ground, eyes snapping upward at the men brandishing sticks and pitchforks. Then Anel steps in and decides, that's enough. She's sure he won't wake up soon, even as everyone throws everything they've got into the fight. Meanwhile, the villagers wrestle the mage to the ground, and Kai presses Anel with the big question. Can the world ever be less cruel? She answers, maybe. And everything they were trying to hammer into them, that sometimes a man can be more dangerous than a monster, hit hard, even if she's not sure she handled it right. Kai then jumps in and says that if the world stayed peaceful, it wouldn't shine so bright. The girl steadies him, swearing everything's okay, and tells him to follow his gut, just do what feels right. Kai thanks Enel. Night drops, and Sarah blurts out how Kai pulled off beating that mage. Kai just shrugs and says it was his strategy. Then Yuri presses, so what are you doing to him? Kai's eyes harden as he decides he's leaving the mage somewhere and walking away. The young man says somewhere means out beyond the village, and in his mind that place is going to be a long, long way off. Kai then shoots Ibis a big compliment, thinking she must be exhausted from casting magic non-stop. But Ibis snaps back that she's not tired at all. She just feels useless since she couldn't grant his request. Kai steadies her with calm words, telling her the enemy wasn't stronger, just stubborn and relentless. Then he straight up praises her, saying she's the best and her help was priceless, because it was her that made it possible for him to save everyone. Ibus pushes the question again, asking if she's truly the best. Then, after Kai confirms it, she leans in and demands a hug. Kai doesn't see that coming at all. Ibus just says it'll calm her down and make her feel a whole lot better. Kai pulls Ibus in tight around the shoulders and she clings to him with both arms, purring pure joy. Then someone whistles. Princess Yeri lights up with gratitude and thanks Kai for saving her, and Kai shrugs it off, saying half of what he did was pure whim. Then he asks the young man for something simple. After all of this, where are they going? He tells them, "If you've got nowhere else to go, I'll take you to the island." But he makes it clear he can't force anyone, because even with his skills, surviving there is brutal for him too. Yuri wipes the truth off her tongue and admits there's nowhere left to go, and no place to return to either, so she bluntly asks for them to become her slaves. The princess declares that as slaves, they'll be treated like property, and the people of the city won't be able to count on them anymore. Kai breaks into a laugh and blurts that he's not really a merchant at all. Yuri freezes, not knowing what to say, and Sarah gasps in shock. Kai leans in and tells her, "We're stuck on a no-man's island, dead in the middle of nowhere." He says the land is so brutal that survival costs you everything you've got, and then he turns to the princess and asks, "So, will you still do it?" Someone drops the idea that no man's island is the perfect hiding spot, so Yuri blurts out, "What kind of place is that?" Kai answers, "It's got rivers and forests," and Yuri immediately snaps back, "So that means the soil's rich and the water's solid." The princess says Kai has zero clue about Mondial. This place is packed with nicknames, from land with almost no wizards to don't even bother attacking, there's nothing worth taking, to a country where everyone's a farmer. Kai was convinced it was some massive country until Yuri laughed, "Isn't this fun? A no-man's island?" Then she pushed for a plan, and the boy demanded she promise him, and the girl swore she'd do anything. He tells them revenge is off limits, begs them to wipe every thought of the Empire clean, and call this a fresh start. Because if they break that promise, he won't hand them the island. Yuri listens, nods like she's sealing the past, and swears she won't chase revenge anymore, because even if the urge hits, there's nobody left who'd get to celebrate it, so what's the point? Then Kai calls Ebis home, reaching out his hand to Yuri. They grab hands once more and bam, they're yanked into a brand new place, pushing farther north than ever, while everyone's jaw drops at the wild, mysterious power at work. A trail bursts open ahead, threading them deeper into the forest, and a sign snaps toward the north. Then Kai barks a warning. "Leave this spot and you'll wind up stranded on an island." He tells the newcomers to team up and stay friendly with the two girls who call that place home. At last, they claw their way to the north. Ibis lets out a tired sigh, then Sarah jolts. Everyone blurts out their shock. Kai declares, "This is no man's island," then shoots the question, "So, are you disappointed there's nothing out here but emptiness?" Out of nowhere, a girl with fox ears barrels in and attacks the young man, barking that he's mellord, and she shoves him to the ground and pins herself on top of him. Ren finally steps back in. Tears pour down her face with relief because she truly thought he'd never return. Kai breaks into a gentle smile, steadies her heart, and rushes out a heartfelt apology for hurting her. Then another girl pops up, Keita, sporting two adorable ponytails, and the moment she meets him, she beams and clings to him in a tight, joyful hug. She points at Yuri and Sarah and blurts, "So who are they?" The young man steps in and says they're new residents. The princess brightens instantly at the news, and Keita's just as thrilled, while Sarah can't wrap her head around it, like, "Wait, we're the only ones on this island?" She fires back, "What about your family and your home country?" And Kai snaps, "Yeah, we've got families, just not yet. We can't go back, not yet." Kai throws his arms wide, spinning to show the others, there's nothing on this island at all. He declares that they're officially the island's pioneers now, so they'll build the whole world with their own hands. Fields, wells, houses, roads, gardens, and farms. She declares they're building their own country and vows it'll be the home we can all come back to. Sarah beams and says her heart is practically dancing now. Ren nods and says this is exactly what Melored was supposed to do. Keita jumps in that she'll help too, and Ibis vows she'll follow her master because she's family. Princess Yuri lets out a thrilled sigh. She can't wait to start over, to finally plant roots beyond the flower vise. The girl grips Kai's hand like her life depends on it, and Yuri calls out his name. She grabs his hand and bursts with excitement, urging him to build a stunning country where everyone smiles, then flashes those sparkling eyes and vows she'll do everything she can to make that dream come true. Sarah flashes a smile and promises she'll do her best too, right there as his wife, ever since they shared a bed. Then a weird little shock ripples through the room, and everyone starts whispering to each other. Magic is blasting through Bishan's hand so fast that only her flashing fingers are visible, and one of the men blurts out to the other, "Doesn't she look like a demon from those old legends?" Because this is the first time he's ever seen magic this strange. Kaida shoots back that Abyss isn't a demon at all, because the demons she read about in school were terrifying, but Abyss-chan is sweet, gentle, and kind. When she finally landed on the island, she confessed that Ren-chan was a total shock. Then, right there, Ren was sprinting after the battle Spindic. They pepper her with, "So, Ren's a beast man, yeah?" Keta shrugs it off and says it doesn't matter who she is. What matters is that she's strong, and she's soft, too. Then the girls clutch Ren's fluffy tail and burst out, "She's adorable, gentle, pure softness." Kai tells Abyss everything's perfect since day one, and Abyss just stares because his shoes are wrecked. She points it out, and Kai admits he's been wearing them since he was 12. But now he wants them to stretch, bigger than before. Kai realizes the real issue isn't just his shoes, his clothes, and even his tools are holding him back too. And Abyss pushes. We need everyone's opinion. So the young man stepped up and kicked off the very first Islanders Council meeting, and Kai Husqvarna was chosen to run it as chairman. He storms into the village and quizzes everyone on their wish, and the answers fly. Some beg for meat, some demand cooking oil for fresh dishes, some clamor for more toilets, others want a proper bath, and the villagers, without missing a beat, request fishing tools and help for the farm, too. Kai believes if they can grab this urgently, then the whole problem's basically solved, but the plumbing's going to be a nightmare, and Yuri cuts right into his thoughts. The princess drops 3 elements they'll need to forge a whole country: citizens, territory, and governance, and then admits the island itself is missing all of them. Kai figures it out. The territory is the island itself, and whoever controls it controls the fighting power. So, with their mages guarding the front, things should stay calm for now. A young guy realizes they've got nowhere near enough citizens, so he grabs Yuri and blurts out, "Is there a fast way to boost the numbers?" Yuri smiles because, yeah, that kind of method exists. Kai pushes for more military Huns, and Yuri just grins, saying there's a more peaceful, conventional way depending on Kai-sama's own hard work, while Kai clearly has zero idea what they're even talking about. Princess Yuri finally orders Kai to make children, and the moment hangs in the air. Everyone whips their heads toward Kai, and he's left utterly speechless. He takes a breath and asks again, "Did I really hear you right?" And Yuri fires back, "If we're building a country, then you're the king of it." The princess keeps going, proudly claiming her royal blood from the Mondial Principality, and Kai's jaw drops like, how did this talk spiral into something this serious? Yuri pushes the boy to face the truth. If he's going to become king, then he has to own what comes next and carry on the bloodline. Just like you grow a town by adding more people, and that's the part you can't ignore. Kai hesitates, doubts crashing through him, and tells her he finally gets what Yuri Cecilia's son is trying to say. Then she cuts in and tells him to just call her Yuri. Honestly, he swears he has zero clue what's going on in her mind. Kaya can't shake the feeling it's all tied to her royal blood, like duty chose for her, not her own heart. But Yuri doesn't stop. She decides she's moving in with him. Kai's like, wait, that's a bit weird, because their house is already packed. Right there, Abbas and Kaida nod twice, fully siding with him. Kai warns them their hut won't make it through winter, then vows to build a new house if only someone knows how. One of the girls smiles and says, "I do." The boy asks, "Were you a carpenter?" And she answers, "Not me, my whole family." Then she smirks and admits she only knows how to build it. Kai leans in and begs her to help him throw together a hut before winter hits, because they'll need a real place for everyone, like around 10 houses. And as he grips her hand, he swears the raccoon warriors will back them up. But Yuri isn't convinced at all, because she's sure they don't need to build that much. Princess Yuri is convinced the king just needs one massive palace, and that'll be more than enough. Kai stares, blown away by just how huge her thinking gets. Then Yuri leans in and asks if it's really true that a bison and a rensin are magicians. The young man shoots back that he's a magician in the guards, then declares they'll both serve in the palace with the same army backing and the full support of the citizens. Kai asks if every guard and anyone who wants to join the army would like their own house, and they tell him, yep, you get 2 rooms. Yuri swears kindness is a virtue, but she still insists the king has to think smarter. Then Kai steps back, thinks it through, and admits she's right. With 14 people on the island, building a separate house for everyone just isn't practical. The princess is convinced they only need one glorious palace, and once it stands, they'll start forging the country from the ground up. Kai's eyes light up with pure, breathless anticipation. Huddled beneath a towering tree, Yuri stares up at the branches and dreams of a shining palace, somewhere they can finally come home. And she vows that when they get there, they'll live with honor. Kai swears she's right. If everyone stays off on their own, people get lonely fast, so she flips the script. Their mission is to build a palace, and they have to finish it before winter hits. The boy leans in and tells Anil, "We're building a palace, so we need materials." Then he adds, 10 of here is spellless cast, and the girl lights up, congratulating Kai like the whole village just hit level 20. They get dropped into a city packed with resources, and Chi's mind starts racing, level 12, plus 8 more levels, so he's sure there's a reward waiting for him. A strange girl suddenly shows up and claims she's a helper elf who takes care of the clothes, and says it's totally vital, along with the hut and the food, then drops her name, Koromo. She's Nell's younger sister, and when Kai sees her, he lights up with pure joy. Kai presses her again. "Are you sure you can make clothes?" And the girl nods with confidence. "Yep, I can make them for you." Then, right above them, wild winds of magic whip into the air. The boy grins. He's just been racking his brain over how to sort the clothes for everyone, and then it all clicks. Problem solved. Koromo steps up and tells them she's nothing like Anel-chan, the one who only knows how to eat. And just when that lands, Koromo reveals she's got special abilities, while Anel's jaw drops. Then outrage hits like a storm. She can't wrap her head around why her sister humiliates her until she hears it. "I've got a very important job." She's the guest who can hunt down the tastiest food and even sniff out poison before anyone else eats. Kai bursts into laughter, thinking Enil is nothing but a glutton, and the girl shoots back in outrage. She's convinced he finally gets her, yet the young man admits the truth. He'd been suspicious all along. Ever since the silent Kai took his in, he's never once been poisoned, so he gives thanks to Anel. Koromo tells Kai, "If you order me to do something, I'll handle it, so long as there are materials in Tenohira." Then she adds, quick and clear, "I can't juggle too much at once. One outfit alone takes 3 whole days." Kai asks again if they really need 3 days in Tenohira, and Koromo insists 3 days in the outside world, because she'll start with calculations first, then dive straight into making materials. And the boy only has one thing on his mind: leather shoes. Kai erupts in laughter and tells Koromo she's gorgeous, then dashes off like he's on a mission to find out everyone else's sizes. Anel Stock, he didn't just unlock Koromo, he unlocked more, and Kai immediately freezes, remembering the status like it just hit him. From the scroll, he finds out their village has become a magic hidden village, and its current development is set as Magic Hidden Village. To level up, you don't train your way in. You have to be born as a magician. Nell explains it's all because that mercenary leader kept raiding the village, so now there are no mages left, and magic is basically just a thing that used to be. Then Kuromo steps in and says new functions have been added, like seed output and synthesis. Kai sees the output jump and thinks, cool, but what does seed output even mean? Enel grins and says it's the mix of matching colored seeds, and then Kai realizes this is how he'll forge warcoons even more powerful than before. The young man insists he wants to test them right now, but the truth hits hard. Every last seed has already turned into warcoon, and even the ones that got tossed back into seed form in the city still came back. Enel only shrugs and says they'll test them once they reach a new level. Kai snaps back the rule for leveling up. Reach the birth of a magus, or you're nowhere near the next stage. Imo guesses it could all happen before he even clocks what's going on. And while they're talking, the kunas are so careless they accidentally set something ablaze. Chromo hustles through measurements for the villagers' new shoes, and 3 days later, boom, the fresh pair is ready. Kai's like, "These are awesome." The girl blurts that the water buffalo's the reason the leather feels a little different, then dives into every step of how she made the shoes until Kai finally has to slam the brakes and stop her. Kai slips them on, then the girls lean in as he ties the laces and immediately pepper him. "So, how do they feel on you?" The boy beams because the shoes fit perfectly, and he's convinced they're awesome, while the girls are glad he's got them too. Kuramos grins, saying she knew it all along. And then Kai leans in, asking her to craft the same pair again, with the same top-notch quality, for everyone else. Kuromo presses the boy. "Am I more useful than Onichon?" Anil snaps, "Stop comparing us." The new shoes squeak with every step, and Kai can't help admiring them, while the girls spot him smirking. Kai meets Sarah, and she tells him straight up, if you want to farm, you'll need either a will or running water. But if that's not possible, you can still make it work with a pond or even a water pot. Kai leans in, thanks Sarah, and can't believe they never thought of this before. He's into this plan. Now we've got to hunt down some clay and start shaping dishes, or even better, go full ceramic and make something legendary. Kaya sat there, deep in thought about pottery, because to him, those clay pots weren't just decorations. They could hold water, keep jugs, cook meals, and turn into everyday clay pots that got the job done. Kai figures they're lucky. Someone's got tech know-how, but the girl shuts it down hard and swears she knows absolutely nothing, and all Kai really has is what he's seen on TV. She tells Kaya she's a merchant's daughter. Her father even used to haul her to the pottery workshop just to watch, and that's why she knows how to make the glaze so well. She adds that they don't have to start with ceramics at all. The young man grabs the first clue, clay, and demands to know where he can find it. But she stares back, clueless, because she's never seen anything like it and has no idea where to get it. Kai leans in and reassures Abyss. "Don't worry, nothing's waiting on the road, no clay at all." Then he decides to hunt for a swampy spot first, and he asks one of the girls to help him. They reach a river, and Cheese Mind snaps back to Ria's warning. Clay sits where river silt piles up, and big trees won't grow near the good stuff. The kunas dump a pile of mud in front of Kai and hold it up for him to inspect. He squints, then says the texture isn't quite right, and the kunas murmur to each other in their own language. Kai can't make heads or tails of their language. Man, he regrets leaving Ren behind. She always translates for him. He tries to point them at what dirt is supposed to look like, but somehow those coons act like they understand him perfectly. Abyss can't stop wondering if the kids really got what Kai said, but he clocks their confident faces and figures, for now, everything's gonna be fine. They'd been trekking along the river for ages, yet found nothing. Kai finally urged the girl to hunt for clay right on the rock's surface. Then, out of nowhere, a joyful coon cry rang out, and boom! He'd hauled in a basket packed with clay. The kunas hauled in a mountain of clay baskets, dumped them across the ground, and Kai carefully kneaded it with his own hand. The clay molds to his clenched palm, and he leans in to tell Abyss, "It's so soft you can shape it with your hands." Then he grins. Wait till we fire it. Once it hardens, it'll make a perfect water jug. Abyss admires how much Kai knows, and Kai shuts it down, saying his knowledge is just skin deep, and the real sting is that he never studied harder. The young man tells the kunas to grab as much clay as they can haul, and while they do, He hurries off to fetch some tenohira. Kai points the girl at the clay, and her eyes light up. She loves how soft, sticky, and workable it is. Then they move fast. They dry it to scrub out impurities, smash away everything unnecessary, and wash it clean by filtering it through water. The girl blurts out where they'll set up the stove, and Aniel tells her the locals cook with nothing but banana leaves as their trusty utensils. Kai blurts that he wants to build the stove he saw on TV, one made of tons of chambers packed along a slanted tunnel, and he's set on lighting the fire right down at the bottom one. The girl says she's got the basics down and is ready to start, and one more boy chimes in. He once built a bread oven, so he can help. Kai leans in like it's do or die, says he's counting on them, and tells Anel to go ask the locals for support. Everyone's swamped, scrambling for clay, slamming it into brick molds, and pumping out bricks non-stop as the whole operation races at full speed. A few days later, it's all set. Ovens built, the hard part already crushed, and Kai wipes the sweat off his forehead like he's just survived the final round. And now it's dead set on one thing, the right principle, fully understood. Just show the villagers what to do and exactly how, and they'll catch on fast. Kai's got an idea. Ren calls him over and has him look at the hilarious plush animals. Watching them, Kai realizes they're faster than he ever expected, so Ren steps in and asks them to play with her. The young man agrees it's a great idea, then asks for one thing. Ren has to come with him to Tenohira. Keita blurts out that she wants to come too. Kaya nods her head, and then Kaya throws a spell to make it happen. Holding hands, they get whisked straight to the village. Then Kaya clutches a bunch of toys, eyes sparkling as she gapes at how huge the place has grown. Kai grins and says the wheat fields are finally ripe, and the population has surged lately too. Keita goes silent, tears glittering in her eyes as she grips the stuffed animals to her chest, remembering her mother and father. Then Ren quizzes Kai about his hometown, and Kai grins as he tells him, "If you stroll the pavement, you'll end up at the castle." Katie tells everyone she'd slip off with her mother to visit her father, who worked in the castle, and yep, she's their only child. Kai vows that no matter what, he'll track down his hometown sooner or later, and even when the girl knows it won't be easy, she still puts her faith in him. She swears her parents were crying their hearts out the moment she vanished. Then the boy grins and tells her she's got amazing parents. Nil leans in and asks if Kai is done yet. He tells her to round up the villagers he needs because he's about to deliver something huge. Kai grins and says the real mage is about to whip up some fire for them, and he can't wait to see their faces when it hits. Anol gets exactly what he means. The young man tells Katie he has no idea if the ovens will survive, so he'll blast them with heat first to burn off all the moisture, and then he'll bring in the locals. Pointing straight at Ren, Aniel declares she's a legendary hellfire mage, and now they're going to use her magic to fire up the furnace. The villagers stare in shock at this animal-eared girl who's apparently a sorceress, and before you know it, they're begging her to teach them. Everyone swears Ren's about to pull it off. Then Kai grabs her attention and tells her, "Don't go wild, just light the stove for me." She nods, and with a flick, she ignites a tiny flame on the tip of her finger. The flames surge higher. Rin's magic is finally paying off. Cheers erupt in the air, and Kai wastes no time, ready to dive straight into the real fight. The island is buzzing nonstop as Kaidi and the others carve clay into shape, and Yuri can't believe how tough it looks. Kaidi is shocked because she somehow makes it look ridiculously easy, then admits she's actually super skilled. Ren sculpted a warrior from clay and shoved it in front of Kai, only for the kid to blurt out, "It's a Hanwa, just a hollow, unglazed clay figurine," before Kai declares, "A warrior kun." She asks Kai if he can make dolls, and he says sure, but he hesitates because he doesn't know if he can fire them right. If any air gets trapped inside, they'll fall apart. Katie nods like she's finally getting answers from Kai's, and Abyss counts up the kitchen tools already lined up and ready, while Sarah rushes through the cooking pots and storage jars, praying they'll actually make it to real, practical use. Abyss clocks that Sarah looks happy. Then she bursts into laughter, and right here the dishes are drying in peace. They slide the sun-dried clay pots into the oven, and Kai and Kai-D cram the oven full of bricks, nerves knotting as they worry what might happen. The stove roars to life, crammed with wood, and Anal and Kai trade excited looks like, "Yep, everything's right on schedule." Elle tells the boy it's already been 10 hours and they've got to yank the dishes out soon, then asks if they should crank up the heat, while the girl panics, thinking that if she even looks at them right now, everything will fall apart. NL says you can't just slam the temperature down. You've got to ease it down slowly, and every stage drags on way longer than she ever expected. The girl tells him to treat it like a trade of knowledge and skills, and the boy nods. Then, the very next day, they haul the bricks into place. Kai peers into the oven, and to his surprise, the pots aren't nearly as burned as he'd braced for. Tidy's fretting over her flower pot, while Ren can't stop staring at her warrior gun, itching to know more. Anel grins and congratulates Kai. Then the girl beams that this is the moment their village finally becomes a true birthplace of ceramics. Kai scoffs that she's exaggerating, but a smile still lights up his face. Everyone bursts into laughter, clutching the dishes, the kunai-like warrior blade, and that flower pot. Kai gets hit with the reminder every dish still has to be glazed, and he can't ignore how brutal the road of ceramics really is. Shovels clanged and scraped as they tore into the pit, drowning everything else out. The coupons are literally digging a hole, and Kai blurts, "Is this thing even working?" They shoot back an answer, Ren translates, and boom, turns out they're failing big time. Kai's like, "Wait, why do you need a well when you've already got jugs?" And the coupons explain the gap, because there's a huge difference. He's convinced the island has to stand on its own, not lean on Tenohira anymore, because if anything happened to him, it would all be over in an instant, and Ren is always right there to back him up. Kaede can't wait to show her brother something, so she calls Kae and orders her to follow right now. She yanks him and Ren along to the clay shed, then points out exactly what she's desperate to fire in the village. The girl proudly holds up a clay doll, and Kai blurts out, "Did you make this yourself?" She grins and says, "Yeah," then tells him she wants it to move, because that'll help them build the castle. But she warns it has to be roasted first, or it'll crumble into nothing. Kaede suddenly sneezes, and clutching her throat like it's on fire, Kai clocks it right away and realizes she's caught a cold. She tells him that when she woke up, her throat was just a bit sore, but now it feels totally fine. The young man begs Ren to stay with Kaede, and then he slaps Tenohira's spell onto the clay doll. He gets hauled to the village with the doll, and Kai snaps that he wants to burn Anel alive. Then the girl eyeing him says he's way too big, and she's going to ask the villagers about why. Karomo swears the locals are leveling up fast. This whole world runs on Alamila's blessing. Then she hands Kai a steaming cup of tea, and while the young man frets that the doll's shape is painfully tricky, Annie laughs with confidence. They've got this. After churning out tons of cutlery and pots, their pottery skills skyrocketed to new heights. Kai just had to ask Ino why Sarah looked so wildly happy. And Al says most of life's happiness comes from good food. Then Kai shoots back, "Is that really true?" And Sarah spins around, spots him, and shouts. She tells him to grab more food, and right away Kai shoots out an apology, then asks what he forgot. Sarah insists he hasn't forgotten a thing, but she's already plotting to swap out one staple in their diet, and Kai can't help blurting out a stunned, "What?" He laughs like they've finally earned their goodbye to the potatoes, and Sarah cracks up right beside him. Then she asks if he can help her, if he's got the time, and he instantly decides it's a brilliant idea. Tenohira's table is laid out with everything they scavenged from that scorpion, and the crops they'd started growing right there. Kai says they should totally harvest the island, and Sarah jumps on board. Then he grins and tells her they've even got wheat flour right now. Sarah flips open the bag of flour and thrusts it toward Kai. Then her eyes ask a question without a single word. She asks Kai if it's really wheat flour, and Kai snaps, "What's wrong?" The girl points out it's totally snow white, and Sarah frowns. She swears it should be more brown and not ground so fine. She can't believe it. How did Kai pull that off? He shrugs and tells her he snagged wheat he'd bought in the city years back, then just ground it by running it through a normal water wheel and millstone. Tenohira's spell yanks Kai straight to an impossible anal world, and she's convinced it warped there because Kai Kagan's perception is just wildly different. She decides that flour's shade is white only because Kai swears it is, and that's why the wheat flour, packed with wheat husks that turn brown once yeast hits, ended up looking white. Kai's mind just got proof. His perception somehow decides it all. Then the conversation pivots to something wild. Eggs. She asks, "Is it fine to eat raw eggs as long as they're fresh?" Kai nods, but then she pushes harder. How do you even know the chicken was truly healthy? Inalad's claims natural safety is real until those fresh eggs are already twisted by Kai's distorted ideas, and suddenly everyone insists they're safe. But the young man is done with the whole explanation. Kai sensed the world had cracked rules, but his shallow understanding tricked him into thinking everything was finally going his way. He thinks, "I really do know a lot," then realizes every bit of it is only skin deep, and that stings, because he didn't study enough when he had the chance. Is it a good thing or a bad one? He can't even tell what he's supposed to feel. Tai heads back to Sarah and tells her straight up that it really is wheat flour, real deal. Sarah can't believe it. She's never seen flour this fine before, so she's convinced it's top quality. Sarah blurts out that they should make bread, and Kai jumps in to crack the eggs. Then Sarah swivels to him and demands, "Do you really toss eggs into bread dough?" And the boy shoots back, "No, you don't." Kai's convinced he messed up again. Then Sarah drops the bomb. They're out of baking powder, and without it, the bread won't rise. And the kid just stares like, "Wait, what even is baking powder?" He can't help but wonder if Sarah meant bread yeast, so she insists she needs to knead the dough and let it sit. And then he realizes she's never even made baking powder. Sarah remembers a baker's son serving in the Royal Guard. Kai tells her he's been chained to brutal physical work lately. The girl leans in and asks if he wants to bake flatbread. He grins and swears he'll check in with Tenno as soon as he can. Kai gets flung back to Anil and blurts out, "Where's the baking powder?" She shoots back, "We don't bake bread here." So Kai presses, "What do you do with wheat flour?" And Elle grins and says, "We turn it into noodles." Kai can't wrap his head around how this is even happening, and Nell snaps him back to perception again. Then Kai blurts that he loves noodles way more than bread. He storms back to Sarah and blurts out that there's no baking powder. Kai immediately suggests she whip up noodles, and Sarah demands to know what happened. The boy admits he gave in to his selfish urges, and Sarah can't stop thinking about noodle. The girl remembers they devoured it in the streets of Scorpio, and she swears she knows exactly how to cook it herself. If they want to chow down together, they'll cook it side by side, and right then the girl beams at Kai. Sarah throws out the idea of making the noodle dough and then straight up warns, "This won't be easy." They huddle up and tear the dough into small pieces, and Kun jumps in to help. Kai then asks if they should let it rest, and Sarah nods like, "Yeah," while telling everyone that while the dough waits, they'll whip up the sauce so they're locked in for dinner. As they cook, Kai leans in and fires off, "So, is Sarah really happy with her life? Does she have everything she needs?" She says there's a place she can finally call home. No one's intimidating her from the neighboring countries, and she can cook to her heart's content. And Sarah admits, yeah, this might be the life she's always dreamed of. Sarah's smiling like, "Wow, you make cooking with me look so easy." Kai dragged Kai out to grab something to eat, because when you're hit with a cold, kamatama is exactly what you need. She takes a bite of the noodles, shuts her eyes tight, and grins because the flavor hits so hard it feels unreal. The young guy's convinced that angle is spot on about food being pure joy. Then he grabs a bowl and starts dripping into action. Abyss storms into Sarah's kitchen and demands she teach her how to cook. She can't stop wondering why she's even being forced into this, and the fear gnaws at her. What if she still hasn't proven to her master that she's actually useful? Sarah is convinced it's the opposite. Abyss wants Kai's stuffed, smiling, and thriving. They decide to kick things off with an omelet. The clay doll for Heidi is finally finished. Kai proudly shows it to her, and Heidi grins, saying it's bone dry and looks tough as can be. Katie flings a spell onto the doll, and its existence flickers for a blink. Then his eyes blaze with sudden life. A claymon sprang to life and shot upright, and Kai couldn't believe his eyes. Kaidi was absolutely thrilled. The young man spins it in his hands, checking every angle, clay body, but the motions glide like silk. Then the doll bows and locks eyes with the boys. Kai claims this column is the peak of manners. Then the girl stares, totally clueless about what a column even is, and Kai launches into it, a clay doll story, once brought to life the same way, where they called it a column. Kaidi names the golem Golechen, showers it with compliments, and it shoots back a reply. Then Kai jumps in and pushes for a full-on performance test. The girl barks an order to the golem, and it rockets forward, tearing off into the action. The golem tears forward at full speed, clattering like it's about to explode, and Kaidi can't stop staring, because even while it's rattling and ready to fall apart, that thing is still terrifyingly strong. Finally, the golem drops its final breath, then smashes apart with a violent crash, blasting dust everywhere. Kaidi springs upward, grinning, and declares, "All right, next we carry the weight." The girl immediately snatches a massive rock. Kaidi snaps to Golechan, "Lift the stone," and Golem strains to obey, while Kai can't stop himself from doubting he can even manage that massive block. The golem scoops up the stone and cradles it in his open arms, and Kaidi rushes in to hug him and shower him with praise. Then Kai's eyes widen because he finally gets it. That girl has Elamila's blessing, just like he did. You're saying his consciousness molds the rules of Tenohira village, and that maybe the Galem's powers are cooked up by Kaide's logic too. Alamila's blessing? That thing is downright weird. Kai says they can totally bank on the Golem's power. She's thrilled she's actually useful, and now she's itching to crank out a few more golems. And honestly, Kai thinks that idea is straight up insane. Golem jumps in to help the villagers build. Sarah teaches the best way to cook, and Yuri tends the garden every day. Kai meets a farmer who grins and tells him the wheat they just planted has already sprung up, and he promises to bake Kai fresh bread the moment it's ripe. The young man spots Ren and blurts out, "You remind me, I'm throwing a party right now and I'm getting everything ready." 4 months have gone by since Sarah and the others landed on the island. Now Kai and Ren are out fishing with a rod in hand and a basket packed full of fish when they spot Kaide hunting for him. Their castle is finally ready, and the whole crew crowds in for the party. Kai even shows up with fish, and Ren wastes no time grilling him. How often does he go fishing? Sarah tells Kai he should have strutted in first because he's the party's star. Kai quickly blurts an apology. Right then, Abyss calls his name, and Kai snaps, asking her what happened. The girl swears she trained for ages, whipped up a special dish just for him, and says he has to taste it. Kai agrees with a huge grin, and Abyss can barely contain herself, dying to see his reaction. Kai took one bite and declared it delicious. He couldn't believe she'd never cooked before. Abyss's eyes lit up, and she practically jumped out of joy at his praise. She grinned like she'd finally done something right, glad she'd decided to cook. Yuri can't believe it. After all this time, their royal castle is finally standing. Even though Kind insists it's not really a castle because Yuri refuses to let it, downplays the dream. Now that a castle stands here, she insists everyone will go all out to prove it, and the boy can't help but doubt her words. Yuri pushes the plan forward, tells the party to start, and orders Kai to grab the best seat because as a king, it's his right. Kai can't stop himself from laughing at the thought. Then he thanks Abyss for the cup she brought him as he rules the moment. And you can feel it. The harsh winter is crawling closer. As he lifts his cup with everyone else, determination sparks. Now that he's king, he'll push himself harder than ever. That night, he wakes up in a bedroom with Abyss, Sarah, and Yuri. The girls start bickering over who gets to sleep with the king. Yuri insists they should take turns, and Kai is just standing there like, wait, what is happening? Abyss clamps her arms around his shoulders and vows she'll keep the master warm, but Yuri snaps back, yanks the young man toward her, and insists Kai has risen as a king for everyone. Kai thinks Ren totally missed the point when he said Kai should work harder. Ren then drops the bombshell that they should all sleep together, and Yuri immediately shuts it down, saying that idea is way too embarrassing. Kai says the bed's huge and everyone can pile in, then tells the girls goodnight and turns away to try to sleep. But Yuri won't let him, calling out so he can't drift off. And right then he clocks it. She's obsessed with the air. He can't stop wondering if she's trying to keep the bloodline or burn the baby as a pawn for Mundil. And either way, he's not going to play along. Kai can't stop himself. He's itching to ask Yuri those couple of things again. And then the next day finally rolls in. Plopped at the table, the young man fires a question at Yuri about her blessing, and she just can't explain it because he admits he still doesn't get what blessing she even means. The girl asks Kai straight up, "Did you really set up a room for two just to find out?" And the young man answers, confirming it. He tells Yuri to spill it unless she's hiding it for a damn good reason, because if it's that useful, they're going to start using it all over the island. Yuri's Myosin whispers that the temple told her to bury it, yet Mandal is gone, along with every reason that promise still made sense, and now the girl vows to spill everything to Kai. Yuri demands something back, and Kai didn't see it coming. She promises she'll pay him in hugs, and the moment it lands, Kai's face turns bright red with embarrassment. He tells her to do it later, but she snaps, refuses to wait, and suddenly throws herself around Kai's neck, then shouts the name of her blessing, Refuge of the War Maiden. Yuri shoves him hard against the wall, inches from his face. Then the girl grins and tells him she got a blessing from the god Sheeta Lane, the power to forge divine shield so impenetrable it won't budge. A few years back, a priest was preaching at Rabbarood Sunday School, claiming the saint's blessings had spared countless lives. Then the congregation fired back, "So what's the real difference between magic and a blessing?" He snaps back that those blessings are miracles from the Almighty, Farley, and that these powers have absolutely nothing to do with the war. Yuri bursts into laughter and tells Kai her blessing is straight-up insane combat power. Then she explains that the War Maiden's shelter is built from crystal-clear, total lock walls that no one can break through. The girl tells her she cast that spell the last time they pressed up close, right there by the scorpion. Kai feels like they're crowding him, and Yuri leans in to whisper that she shrunk him on purpose to lure him in. Then she grins and vows she won't let him get away. Yuri bursts into laughter, teasing Kai. "Are you tired of me?" And Kai tells her to just be herself. Then the abyss crashes into the room. She blurts something, but the boy hears nothing. Yuri jumps in to admit that muffling sound is a brutal weak spot of her power. Then Abyss closes in fast, slams into a transparent barrier, and when Yuri whips around, she flashes a grin at her. The princess whispers straight into Kai's ear, and Kai snaps at her to stop, right in front of Abyss, who just freezes, clueless for once. Yuri leans in and asks if the boy minds it happening where nobody can see. Kai shoots back that's not what he meant. Abyss rams his fists into the barrier. Boom! The whole place erupts with a deafening crash. She clenches every ounce of strength and fires a magical blast straight into the glassy barrier. Kai finally snaps. Abyss thought this was an emergency, and he hammers Yuri to shut the power down. But Yuri shakes it off, telling him not to worry, because nothing can touch the War Maiden's shelter. Kai screams that he has nothing to worry about. Then he spots a sad, unhappy face looking back at him. She tries to say something, but his ears catch nothing but his own panic. The boy leans in and asks Yuri if she ever feels guilty toward the Abyss, then begs her to shut that power off again, while she just pulls herself even closer to him, refusing to ruin the moment. Kai snaps out the Tenohiri spell, hauling himself out of the hideout for a moment, but Yuri panics, clamps a hand over his mouth, and stops him cold. Kai's completely lost. There's no clue what's happening, and the girl's itching to tell him something, but she can't find the courage. Everything lurches under a brutal roar, then Abyss blasts magical discharges through the air. Kai snaps that if Yuri doesn't stop it, he'll lose his temper. The girl realizes she's got no other option, so she steels herself and commits. She rips the spell away. Every barrier crumbles into nothing, and Abyss barrels to Kai, yanking him into a tight embrace. She gives him a careful look, scanning for any sign he's hurt, and then Yuri thinks, yeah, he's worried like crazy. With this kind of pleasure, she can't help but say it. Abyss is just too damn caring. She warns, if Abyss keeps acting like this, Kai's gonna get fed up fast. Then she leans in and asks, so, is Abyss a mage? Yuri fires off a bold truth. Mages are the country's war machine and reminds everyone they're needed on the battlefield, while quietly noticing Kai has something special for Abyss. She tells him straight up that, as a king, he can't let his feelings steer him. Kai says he gets it, but if Abyss isn't even close to that mindset, then she's not just a weapon anymore. And the girl presses, so who is Abyss to you? The young man declares, first of all, the Abyss is family, and Yuri shoots back, then me and Sarah are your family too. Yuri's not against it. Sure, Abai can even become a legal wife, but then Kai has to take Sarah in too. Kai leans in and tells Yuri that he and Abyss aren't some kind of thing, and that leaves her totally stunned. Then he shrugs and explains the magician just likes cuddling. Kai snaps that he's not trying to date, no way with her, and definitely not with Sarah, not right now. Abyss lightly tugs his sleeve and whispers, asking if he's ever tired of her. So Kai locks eyes with her and swears he'll never, ever get tired of her. He tells her to keep being exactly herself, no pretending, and when Abyss finally slips into its proper size and Yuri feels that rush of relief, he watches them hug and realizes Kai's being protective on the edge again. Sarah and Takuna stormed into the room and she snapped, "Is Kai okay?" The girl said a huge negative magical shock hit here just moments ago, and the boy quickly told her not to worry. Sarah blurts that it made her stomach flip, and Yuri jumps in asking if he can quiz Kaya. She swears she's never even heard of it, his blessing, the power to spawn a whole village, and only he can step inside. In Yuri's eyes, this power is nothing short of mind-blowing. She knows the religion of the god Farley is packed with secrets. She asks if Kai can finally spill his secret, and he snaps back that living here means the truth about this island can't stay buried any longer. The young man slams the truth down. Once this hits them, they won't ever forget it, and if the temple discovers they're clued in on everything, they'll get killed. Sarah and Yuri lock eyes, both fired up with purpose. Then Kai grins and tells them he's received a blessing from the god Alamila. The temple brands him as an evil god, and only a handful of saints inside that place actually know the truth about him. He drops the real secret on them, that anyone who gets Alamila's blessing gets shipped straight off here to this island, and the girls stare, completely stunned. Kai goes on, telling them he was seized right in the middle of the ceremony, then tossed onto this island like it was nothing. This island used to be crawling with monsters, and he and Kaidi were next, supposed to meet the same fate as the other kids dumped here before him. They huddle over Kaide's wild powers, and Kaie leans in like it's a secret. She can breathe life into dolls and even golems. Yuri brings up the god Farley and the 13 minor gods, one of them evil, and the young man immediately begs her, "Tell me all of it, I'm listening." He tells them the temple unveiled 3 gods, Luke, the god of light, Idea, the goddess of truth, and Medina, the goddess of healing, and the book his priest father left behind listed the other 7 gods by name. Those last 3 didn't show up in his father's book at all. Kai's convinced they were deliberately snatched away and hidden on purpose. So the kid's convinced Alamila was either one of the final 3 gods, or she had zero connection to them at all, and Sarah firmly leans toward the second one. She's dead sure if they flee into exile to hide the truth of an evil god's existence, then he can't possibly be one of the 13. Yuri tells us that in Mundiali, temples weren't just buildings, they were woven into everyday life. She claims the blessing ceremony only happens in big cities to hunt down kids who can be found with Elamela's blessing and really put that power to work. They finally figure it out. That priest in the black robe, the Inquisitor, is almost certainly handing down judgment. Yuri spots someone who reminds her of that at the ceremony, then Sarah suddenly gets an epiphany. She knows it. If they spot anyone else carrying Alamila's blessing, they'll haul them straight to the island. Kai insists it never happens except in the spring, and Abyss chimes in that a huge ship will come in, dump the kids off, and leave them to fend for themselves. The Kai are left in total shock. Why exile them to a scorching desert island when they could have just ended them? He vows that as long as he's breathing, he'll never give up, because he's determined to save the kids who got tossed onto that island. And Kai says that's the very first reason he wants to build this country. At the table, everything goes dead quiet. Then they realize it. If the temple finds out people with an Alamilas blessing are still breathing, who knows what they'll unleash next? They've got two choices: sit on that island and do nothing, or unleash an army, because if that temple turns on them, it won't just be a threat. It'll be the strongest one they've ever faced. Yuri's convinced the only move is to forge their country into something stronger, and Kai nods right along with her. The young man storms into his room, stretches like he's getting ready for battle, flops onto his bed, and starts wrestling with the idea of that powerful country. Kai believes this: if you're weak, you can't protect your own right to live. And when the moment finally arrives, he won't regret a thing. Then the young man lets out a shout. Shock hits him hard, because he spots a blade lying right beside him. The girl demands to know why Yuri did it, and Yuri fires back that if it doesn't bother him, she wants to join in too. Kai's outrage sparks instantly at this no-holds-barred rivalry. The Abyss lunges toward her, reaching out. Abyss is trying to close the distance fast, while Juno erupts in a scream, "Stop, it bothers me!" And Abyss immediately backs off. She towers over him and swears she'll shield him from everyone on board. Then she adds, "And from Yuri, too." Kai bursts into laughter and, with real gratitude, thanks her. This young man has no clue what Yuri's really plotting. She rallied everyone for him, and now her mind is locked on his future. Kai begs Abyss not to lash out at him, insisting they've got to make the country stronger, talk turning to pure strength and fighting power as he says it out loud, while somewhere else the young men run around with a basket of fruit, chatting away like nothing's happening. Kai shows up at Elle's place and immediately asks if she's got the right kind of weapon for the warrior coon. Then Elle tells him the exact target it's meant for. The youth snaps back, "Against humans, our guys don't stand a chance, and those kunas are going to get crushed when the archers show up." Kyla grits her teeth. "And we still don't have any iron." An eel spills the news that knives and farm tools are popping up all over the villagers, and now traveling merchants are starting to roll in too. Cade can't believe it. That young man's eyes lit up the second those traveling merchants rolled in. Kai decides to swing by the village later, then rushes to apologize because he couldn't hand over any items that weren't made there, and she tells him to head straight to the announcement scroll. The girl leans in and asks if he's tried seed fusion yet, and Kai has literally never even heard of it before. Ino urges him to give it a shot, swearing it'll boost the variety of warriors. Kai grabs 2 red seeds, seals them in his palm, and shouts a spell. Then the pair crumple into one, bursting with a fierce glow. The boy flashes a Neela purple seed and asks what it'll become. She doesn't have a clue, but she figures it'll turn into something useful. Kai sprinted up to Anel, clutching Kun tight, and told her the purple seed had birthed a warrior. Then he grinned and swore the next time he'll try 2 purple ones. And Enel broke into a proud congratulations. Enel bursts in, saying religion has finally shown up in their village. Kai just can't wrap his head around it. Kai's mind reels. Tenahira isn't just a pioneer village anymore. It's something bigger than anything else, a giant of unmatched size. And then, out of nowhere, he spots a shop right in front of him. The girl hears the door creak, spins around ready to greet whoever's coming. Then her eyes lock on empty space. She steps outside and scans the streets, but in her head it's just the wind playing tricks on her. Emergent bursts in and greets her. Then she jumps in to help and hands over the supplies. The girl swears she felt someone's presence, like the village has gone weird overnight, and she's convinced the noise is about to roar back again. Suddenly, the hole rockets upward and hangs in midair. Then the door groans, someone knocks hard, and immediately stops. And now, Kai, congratulations, you just brought religion to the village. Kai freezes as the girl drops a bombshell. Rumors are already spreading through the villagers, floating objects in the air, doors swinging open all by themselves, and food supplies vanishing like they never existed. The young man presses, "How did this even turn into a religion?" And Emmy shoots back, "I'm the one who's wrapped up in it." He leans in and demands, "Do these villagers truly worship Kai, the elf of mischief, or do they secretly brand him as an evil god?" Amiel goes to the villagers and credits Kai for bringing supplies to everyone, and that's when the whole story lands, because the boy freezes. Kai can't stop thinking, should he really tell everyone that this whole village is a world his power created? Elri quickly tells him she didn't spill everything to them, and Kuromo scoffs that the villagers won't get a thing, no matter how hard you try to teach them. Kai asks one terrifying question. Will my death wipe this village right off the map? And he begs that the villagers never learn their world exists, all because of the power he's carrying. The girls tell him he's got to fight for a long life. Then they straight up promise they'll help him every step of the way. The three link hands, and Elle declares that she and the other villagers are ready to share their lives with him. Kai dreams of the day he'll finally show them the world beyond the village. And right then, Elle fires off the news. The statue unveiling is about to begin. Kai's jaw hits the floor because the statue is him, carved in stone like the world just called his name. And Elle swears it's a monotheistic faith that worships Kai. The girl claims this is the god of creation. He drops by the village sometimes, delivers everything they need, and then laughs as he pulls pranks. Ki can't help but stare at the irony. Once his faith got him driven out, and now the very same faith he carried has people looking to him like he's their answer. An axe thumps somewhere deep in the forest. Kun is chopping a tree, and the young man can't shake the thought that even a stone axe won't cut it for a real warrior. Kaede tells him the king's guards want a sickle to cut wheat, and when that hits, she's furious because she can't haul any iron goods out of the village. He's determined to grow their world until they can finally stand on their own without Tenohira's help. Kai's ready to boost their crops and haul in a mountain of firewood because winter's coming fast, and they're not about to lose their immunity. The boy blurts to Kaede that this island's winter bites hard, so cold it'll steal your breath. Then the girl leans in and asks, "Does it snow here?" And the boy's like, "Nah, Abyss is sure it doesn't." Nightfall's nose twitches, chills creeping in fast, and when it gets too cold, Abishi steps in to warm him up, no questions asked. The young guy jokes that if a girl already has her own room, then it's definitely not a green light to be sleeping together all the time. Abyss jabs a reminder into Kai's head. She's an amazing futon. And then she's terrified the master could drop dead at any moment. Kai snaps back. No, he won't let her label him that weak. Kai says he's heading to Kuromo's right now to check her winter clothes and promises she can sleep in her room tonight. The young man slings a spell and snaps straight to Tenohira, while Abyss is left seething alone. Kai then leans in and asks Kuromo if she knows what doTERRA is. Kuromo and Eniel throw a huge celebration for him after he hits level 25, and Kuromo's convinced it all came down to one thing, the religion's founding. Kai leans in and asks, "Anything new at all?" Eniel grins and starts telling him what the TV uncovered. Elle and Kai are sprawled in front of the TV, staring like, "Why on earth is this thing in our house?" The young man leans in and asks, "Can I watch programs from the ground?" And the girls grin. "Sure, we'll check." Turns out the TV lets you peek at the exact spot where Kai used his ability, and that cracks one of Tenno's biggest weaknesses wide open. Inel beams because she finally gets to look out at the outside world and see what's really going on. She compares it to having a clear, no-fuss view, and now she'll finally spot the moment Kai starts getting up to something naughty. He flicks on the TV, and there it is, a massive bet blazing across the screen. Biss sprawls on the bed, wide awake, and it's obvious she's not mapping, she's just waiting for Kai. Abyss's voice blasts from the screen, claiming she's the master's futon, and the girls can't believe what they're hearing. Kuromo just stares straight at Kai, stunned. And Elle tells that young man it's time to go get pampered. Then she's straight up counting down because she can't wait to see it. Kai storms back into his room and finds the girl there. Then he grins and tells her they'll sleep together tonight, reaching out his hand. Kuromo and Enol stare at the screen as it all unfolds. Abyss even insists the adult form warms better. The girl clings to Kai, he tells her thanks, and then they drift off to sleep. 2 years have crawled by since Kai crash-landed on the island, and yet he's barely had a chance to roam the north, so he decides tonight's the night. One of the coons slips in to keep him company. He spots the gardens and wheat fields lined up perfectly, and then he watches onions, turnips, and garlic start popping up from the soil. The young man knows the road ahead is packed with the unknown, and he dashes forward to slam a stake into the ground. Kai throws a spell, then blink, he's gone, only to reappear and run into Sarah, who wastes no time demanding she be crystal clear about the dinner ingredients. The boy clocked it instantly. She looked wrecked. He grabbed her hand and felt the heat blazing through her skin. Sarah gasped that she was getting dizzy. Kai snaps that she can't possibly keep working in this state, so he orders the men to escort Sarah to a room. The kunas swoop in and wrap Sarah up tight under a blanket. He storms out of the girl's room and runs straight into Keita, who swears she'll take care of Sarah until the young man cuts her off and stops her in her tracks. He panics that the disease might spread, so he pushes to get Abyss or Ren to watch Sarah, while Kai tells her to scrub her hands hard and gargle like her life depends on it. In Scorpio, he grabbed a huge pile of soap, and Kai swore they'll be fine as long as they stay warm and keep chugging water. Still, the young man can't shake the fear that if the disease keeps marching forward, it'll end with death. In the kitchen, Yuri jumps in to help wash the dishes, and Kai tells the girl, "Sarah's got a cold today, so I want something light, easy to digest." The young man rattles off the warm, nutritious foods he'd rather eat to punch up his immunity, and in the kitchen the women trade worries and debate Sarah's illness and what treatment choices they've got. Kai rushes to Yuri for help curing Sarah's cold, and Yuri snaps back that the temple sells a potion. Yuri swears that her miracle cure can knock out minor illnesses, but that one tiny bottle costs 5 or 6 gold coins, and Kai immediately thinks the temple is out here robbing folks blind. He knows he has to get it, because anyone can catch the disease at any moment, especially when Abyss is keeping Sarah alive, and Kai can't stop worrying whether they'll even make it through this winter. The young man swears that because he brought them to this island, every life here now rests on his shoulders. Yuri gushes that they've got a warm home, the crackling fireplace, kormas, homemade clothes, and the meals they cook side by side. And she admits it genuinely hits her right in the heart. In the kitchen, the women crowd around him and promise, loud and clear, that they've got everything they need, and winter doesn't scare them one bit. Yuria is convinced they'll make it through this winter. The girl says that come spring, they've got to lock in and crank up their fighting power. Yuri can't stop thinking that if they get caught, it'll turn into a brutal, one-sided slaughter. Kai nods along, saying they have to level up their defenses fast. The girl snaps that her entire country got wiped out because they never had the military muscle to fight back. She begs Kai to spare her from this a second time, and the young man makes a promise. He reckons if the fight lands on a rocky island, the terrain will tip the scales in their favor. Kai decided to chart the whole world and map every inch of their island, too. He whips around with that request, and the Abyss responds, she's a master of writing instruments. They tell her they've never laid eyes on a map this packed with detail or covering an area this huge, and the bee is pointing straight to where their island sits on it. Then the girl drags Yuri to the city they once visited, right to where Mondial used to stand. Only now it's been swallowed by the Empire. Yuri jabs his finger at the old territory, and you can practically feel the shift in power. Kai demands Yuri point out the Empire's exact borders, and Yuri just shrugs. Everything around them is the Empire. Kai gets hit with a question. Do they know any countries that churn out iron or trade it? One of the girls got hit with a flashback when a trader from the Magic Federation had come to talk about iron, and she'd overheard every word while tagging along with the Prime Minister. She says they couldn't settle on a price, so he stormed out. Then another girl points to the Magic Federation. Turns out it's way south of their island. Kai's sure their next stop is the Magic Federation. He asks where the Laverta Kingdom is, and Yuri immediately doubts they've ever had any dealings with Mondial. Kai is getting ready to board a ship. Then Kayata bursts in with refreshments, and Kai tells everyone, "Ren's coming with us this time." The girl blurts out that she wants to come with you and swears she'll be worth it, like she'll prove useful every step of the way. Ren hears Cade's trying to hunt down her family alone, but Kai snaps back, there's no way they're taking her with them. Kai promises her he'll show her the city, then spills the details about Pioneer Village into the pegs, and she learns she can walk straight between the island and the city through Pioneer Village. Katie's hometown, right there. The girl clocks Kai and tells him, "I'll wait for you." Ren's sure of one thing, she'll go all out and do everything in her power to help. Kaya feels the cold bite harder today, so she hunkers down, stays warm, and guzzles drink after drink to keep the chill away. Cassier asks Ren, and tell her to ask them, would everyone be into a big, warm bath? Ren thinks it's a brilliant idea. She's never had a real bath before, and she pushes to tell my lord about it. Finally, winter's grip breaks, and the air starts buzzing with the promise of spring. Kai announces it loud. He's hauling Abyss and Ren off to stock up, and their next stop is the Magic Federation. NL shows up with a jug of tangerine juice, and Kai's eyes zero in on her. Then Abyss pouts like he's got a complaint. Kai bursts back in, tells her, "I'm here again," and invites her to chat. Ren says if Kotoku Village had any shred of evil, Abyss would have turned up with them on the spot. And it was the 12th day of their journey. Ren spots land and pushes, "Let's get off." But there's no pier, so they shoulder their way along the coastline. When he says he can smell monsters, they all stare at the mountain like it's about to spring something terrible. Kai grabs Abyss and orders him up the cliff. Then he pushes him to drive a stake straight into the ground. The girl rockets into the sky, and suddenly the whole village of Kotoku sprawls beneath her like it's sitting in the palm of your hand. Abyss says the nearest town is a half-day trek away, so Kai grabs the girls and begs them to help him scale the mountain, and Ren swears that if things get ugly, he'll fry that monster for them. They scale the cliff, and when they finally crest the top, Kai snaps, saying it wasn't necessary for everyone to climb together. He says he'll trigger a phase shift in their hands again, just like the last time. Ren snaps, "That's cruel." She grins and says, "Once I drive the stake in, I'll give the signal." Then the girls dump him with the warrior beast and vanish into the night. Burst in and spotted those massive monkeys charging straight at them. Together, they slam their magic blasts into the monsters and obliterate every last one of them. Kai and Warrior Kun spot lightning ripping across the horizon, and they instantly know it's a sign. He ponders it, and the girls say there are way more monsters than she ever guessed. Yet the young man shrugs, because even with that dense forest, he figures it'll still be easier to push through. Kai strides through the forest, warning me that the cities have turned brutally unsafe these days. Then it hits him. This path is looping in circles. Ren flashes him a grin and shouts that they'll reach the top in no time. But Kai can't shake it. He's sure they're lost. The boys pitch the idea of setting up camp somewhere, and then a red notice starts dropping from the sky. Kai locks onto a huge bird closing in on them, and the girl chills because she senses no attack intent, so she doesn't think it's a monster at all. They can't stop staring at it, half bird, half man, like something that shouldn't exist. The creature growls, asking if they know that mountain's off limits. Then Kai blurts that they didn't have a clue, and that they sailed in from other islands. The young man says they're hunting for a city, and swears that if they climb that mountain, they'll spot it fast. Then the half-man snaps, "So, are we lost?" The creature leans in and demands someone explain it to her, and Kai immediately steps up, ready to do it. She shoots a glare at the girls and demands, "Are you slaves?" And the young man immediately answers, "No, they're my family." Kai shoots back that Ren and Abyss aren't beast minor slaves. Then the creature snaps up and makes it crystal clear who he is. The half-man pounces on Kai and fires off their plans. Kai says they'll stop near the summit, then hunt for cities, and right then, the creature invites them straight to his village. She tells them the village sits right inside the mountain, and Kai squints, thinking it doesn't look nearly as terrifying as a bird's shadow. Then that creature steps in, offering them a place to sleep for the night. The young man nods and agrees, then blurts out his name, introduces his crew, and lays out his Kun warriors like a fresh banner in battle. The creature isn't what they thought. It's a siren named Rebel, and she orders them, "Follow me." Tai once devoured a book from his father's archives about sirens, but he's never laid eyes on one in real life. So Ripple leans in and asks, "Do I look weird to a traveler?" Serena says the mountain has turned into their secret sanctuary because almost nobody in the village has ever even seen people, and every single villager is hiding the truth. Kai can't stop worrying that everything might fall apart with Rival because she spilled every secret to them. Serena insists he's great, but the young guy scoffs like she's clueless, and Ripple steps in. "Hold up, just wait a second." Kai scans the area and mutters, "This place is a total wreck. What a rundown village." Ren thinks they should slam the door on the invitation, but the young man argues back. This is exactly how he's going to repay them for saving him. Finally, Ripple storms back and demands that we explain everything to our parents, then pushes to get us through it. Kai tells them they sailed in from across the sea and makes it crystal clear that Ren and Abyss aren't his slaves. The sirens invite them to finally get some real rest, and Kai gratefully thanks them. Kai can't help but wonder what kind of village this is, especially why the only girl here is Rebo. Seren tells Kai they can finally rest here. Kai thinks it through fast. Ren and Abyss get hauled off again like they're slaves, only for them to snap back, "No, we're family." Rebel swears he's got beastmen on his side, but Kai doesn't give off bad vibes at all, so he stepped in and managed to tame them. The young man spots the sirens and realizes this is their secret life, because even with strangers around, they're acting like they've got nothing to fear. The villagers keep the village itself a secret, but once you're inside, nothing stays hidden. Then he spots something like coal under his feet, scoops it up, and doesn't let it go. He turns it over in his palm, and the weight hits him like a shock. This can't be just a stone. Maybe it's iron, right? So he scans the ground, hunting for other stones. Sierra spots his eyes locked on the stone, and Kai can't help but blurts, "How did it get here?" Siren shoots back that she dug up that iron stone while she was plowing the fields, and the young man immediately steps in, ready to trade it for something just as valuable. Saren says he made that promise to someone else. Kai's convinced his offer will rake in the profit, but Seren shuts him down. He already promised someone else, and he refuses to break that word. The young man digs into the mystery, why this deal matters so much to the siren, and where the other girls have vanished in the village. Then Robble steps in with wheat porridge ready for them. The friends are stunned. Wheat porridge never shows up, and there's only plain water in front of them. Still, out of politeness, they force smiles and pretend everything's totally fine. Kai hands Rebel a sweet potato as a thank you, and Rebel can't wait to dig in. She's planning to share it with everyone. Tai and Ren start laughing about how smart it was not to bring Kaede along, because somehow she's acting way too grown up. That evening, the porridge came out salty as a punch to the face. In the dead of night, a siren screams awake and blasts the message in their faces. They've got to go. She says they're moving them closer to the city because outsiders aren't allowed inside this village at all. Ripple pleads that nobody in the city gets told a single thing about them. She says she'll wait until they come down, and Kai immediately pulls out a pot of sweet potatoes. He's determined to win over the bird people, so they'll finally be set for food for a long, long time. Down below, the sirens are already blaring, warning them that the ground's about to start shaking a little. Up in the air, the friends are terrified out of their minds and refuse to even glance down. Down on the ground, Abyss grins and says it was all fun, while Kai just stands there, stunned with pure horror. Rebel waves goodbye, begs them to say nothing about him, and Kai just replies, "Thanks for everything." The sirens squeal toward the city, then streak off into the sky. As they say their goodbyes, Kai bursts out, rebellion blazing in his voice, yelling that a gift is waiting for her at home. "My friends are closing in on the city right now, and it's about to go down." Kai tosses the girls a snack right off the bat to kick things off. They find out Zak's city is one of Faria's 4 pilgrimage hubs, so pilgrims flood in from everywhere in the world, showing up here day after day. The young man insists they should trade right here, but the traveling merchant slams the brakes because you can't just set up shop anywhere you want. The merchant leans in and tells him, "Bring your goods and we'll take them to the merchants' union. They've got a monopoly on buying. No one else gets a shot." Chi spots it instantly. This place has just one government building. The young man tells the girls to go gather intel while they're stuck with no way to trade. He begs them to cover him, so a bison ran crew shrouds him in cloak. Kai vanishes for a second, then comes back with a fresh day, like time itself just flicked forward. The girl grins because she's never once stepped off the island, and she's totally loving it. Kai points at the city ahead and says it's Zak's, then asks if she remembers a thing about it. Kai Denads, the young man, pushes the idea of hunting down someone who actually knows and grilling them for answers. Kai and the girls stepped into the traders' union straight, and he told them they could hunt for info and trade something to get answers. And then he throws out the idea that the guys should split up. The boys didn't separate. Kai just slipped a little farther ahead because he wasn't sitting with the girls in the cart, and he was locked in on hunting down something useful and informative. After the girls' Kai was gone, Ren hurried to stop the oxen from bolting, and she promised him, with total confidence, that everything would turn out fine. Katie suddenly blurted out that she could talk to animals, and it left Kay stunned. So, was Katie really the master of all creatures? Kai spotted a man dressed like pure business for the era, and the moment he saw him, the boy figured, no doubt, he was tied to the traders' union. Kai strode up to the man, ready to sell his goods. The hero jabbed at his massive pile of stuff and asked the traders' union guy what he wanted to buy. Then the man's jaw dropped because he couldn't believe all that merchandise was the boy's. The merchant kept weighing Kai's offer, eyeing the goods like they might be better than they looked. Then he demanded to know where the kid had pulled them from. Kai stammered that every one of these things was shipped straight from Scorpia, and the man couldn't help staring in disbelief. Scorpia was insanely far away. With every answer in his hands, the merchants' union guy finally nodded and agreed to check out Kai's wares, while across the square, Ren and Kayade hunted for info on Godia, only to come up completely empty-handed. To make sure they really got it, Ren kept pushing the details. There was this massive castle in Godia, and the men shot back that on their side they only had a temple of the same size, sitting on one of their islands. One of the men snapped that in their whole area nothing stood taller than their cathedral. He even said the cathedral was planted right in the heart of the city, and then he pointed straight at it. This cathedral was Zox's proud symbol, and one of Faria's 4 sacred pilgrimage sites, the Cathedral of St. Rukia. The moment Kai heard that name, his excitement surged, and he tensed up like something was about to explode. The man claimed the pilgrims chased Pharaoh's teachings and bowed to a saint said to have awakened in the nearby mountains, and people swear that if you circle all 4 pilgrimage sites, St. Rukia's blessing will find you. Ibus clocked how tense Kai's face had become, then shot him a quick, "Are you okay?" But Kai snapped, "I'm fine," even though he couldn't put a single word to what just happened. Kai's face snapped with shock because he suddenly remembered his little sister, same name as the saint of this temple, and he figured his father had named him as a living tribute to the saints, Kai and Rukia. Ibus pushed for Kai's country, but he snapped back. They'd only pull it off if the guys never caught a clue about Kanade City. That girl was furious, swearing you could search for both at once, until Kai snapped back with the proverb, "If you chase 2 hares, you'll catch neither." After a long wait, the traders' union member finally inspected every item and scribbled out a receipt, and Kai had no clue how he was even supposed to fill it in. Ren and Kaidi stormed back to Kyanibis, fuming because their information hunt turned up nothing but dead ends. The girls grilled Kai about his goods, and he grinned. He'd sold plain tangerines like they were rare artifacts, because turns out those ordinary fruits were pure luxury. Kai clocked that he'd been extra relentless today. So relentless, he hauled in enough wealth to build a fresh house, and Ibis's jaw dropped as she blurted, "Wait, Are we buying a house now? The boy turned down the house offer on the spot, saying they needed iron and medicine instead. And the first move was clear. Grab the medicine, send it off with Kaede to the island, and the hero promised that the second they traded the money, they'd kick off Syria's intel gathering. The guys stormed around the city, peppering everyone they met with questions, but nobody gave them the one piece of info they needed. Only the pilgrims who had finally dropped down to rest from their grueling trek started thinking about it the moment they heard the news about Godia. Go somewhere with you before. The pilgrims started piecing it together, convinced Godia was the city's name because when he quit the army, most of the pilgrims he'd met came from Godia. Suddenly, the pilgrim blurted out that Godia was a city inside the Reimarig Empire, and the boys nearly fell over from pure shock. The pilgrim kept talking, painting the city in bold colors. Gaudia, an ancient imperial city that once ruled as the empire's capital, and Kai leaned in, asking the pilgrims to point out Gaudia on the map. The wanderer confessed he couldn't recall the exact spot, but he pointed to the general area, and Kai thanked him for the help. In gratitude, Ren handed the pilgrims some supplies, and a thrilled Kai blurted to Kaede that they were finally back on the trail. The girl looked completely stunned, like she couldn't even imagine a happy ending. Then Kate leaned in and asked, nice and clear, if she'd be meeting her mom and dad. Kai told her, not right now, but we'll track down someone from the Empire for sure, and then we'll follow him straight to that country. Tears of joy spilled down her face as she grabbed Kai's hands, thanking him and calling him her brother, hope pouring through her like sunshine. The hero caught himself thinking, we're already getting closer. There's progress in this search for the truth. At the temple, the boys grabbed some medicine, then packed it up and shipped it to the island, right along with Cad. The very next day, the boys headed out without Ren. She stayed behind in Kitoku, waiting there for them. When Kai asked where he could buy iron, the Traders Union member dodged the answer. Then Kai's world flipped, because fear and shock hit him at the same time. The man snapped that back in their country, only the church could buy supplies and melt metal, so raw materials and metal goods could only change hands through the church. The merchant went red with embarrassment, but that order didn't give him a choice. Kai started probing, quietly, carefully, whether their state truly owned the iron monopoly, because it looked way too much like a religious kingdom. Then the man leaned in and hissed that the boy was right, but made sure no one said it out loud. The merchant even whispered that their church secretly has ties to the powerful leaders across the Monty Federation's many islands, yet they never let anyone find out. The man urged Kai to go straight to the church's trading company reps and ask them himself, and the hero flashed them a grateful nod. Kai's stomach twisted. This whole situation felt wrong. He knew even the winged folk could get iron easier than the church could ever offer. And once he looked around, it was obvious why. The church was swallowing wealth right off the streets because nothing in that city was ever cheap. The next day, Ibus got stuck babysitting the hotel room while she, looking straight up like a demon, couldn't be brought into the temple. At the temple, Kai stormed up to the people and asked in a hurry if he could buy just one thing from them. The hero got a straight-up order to hit the city market. Then the boy lunged in to argue that he didn't want stuff, he wanted raw materials. But they ignored him completely and dragged him out of the temple, and Kai just sat there grinding his teeth as he figured out his next move. Suddenly, harnessed horses screeched to a halt right beside the boy at the temple's base. Kai figured the cart belonged to the church. The temple officials snapped that someone had arrived, and the bishop had to be told right now. Then the hero's calm shattered. Kai spotted a vase sitting in the cart, and his eyes locked onto it like he instantly knew where it belonged. The boy realized the vase was exactly what he'd left behind in Rebel A as a thank you token. The hero guessed the box buried under the straw, way deeper in the cart, held the village's iron. The bishop leaned in and grilled the cab driver for the latest results. Tai burst into Kitoku, and right away Ren was there waiting for him. Ren fired up as she tried to greet him, telling the boy that he'd been waiting too long. Then we cut off the girl and demanded she calm down, while he stayed glued to the monitor, rewinding whatever was playing. He waited for the perfect opening, then shut it down the second someone told the bishop, "We're back." A man warned the bishop that if they didn't hand back the hostage, the winged ones would keep swooping in and causing trouble. Then the bishop snapped, "So when's the deadline?" Fan told the bishop that the deadline was next month, but everyone pushed back, saying the birds were stuck in terrible conditions, and that meant the whole plan could be a lie. The bishop demanded what kind of life the birds could expect this month, and the answer he got was wild. Somehow those winged creatures would make it through. The man decided more birds could survive than before, though nobody could explain why it wasn't a good idea. Then his subordinates leaned in and asked the bishop if he wanted to see the hostage. The bishop snapped back in rage, saying he refused to be dragged into the hostage's spotlight. He was locked in thought. Only the cab driver had ever seen those winged freaks after they snatched the shaman's daughter, so why not use him and ride that luck straight into it? The bishop snapped his fingers and ordered Fan to whip up a battle plan, right now. Suddenly, the man's eyes snapped to the vase, way too fancy for a bird village. He demanded where they got something so luxurious, even hinting they must have snatched it from somewhere else. The bishop exploded into a shout, claiming the townspeople swore the winged ones had vanished long ago, so now he demanded one thing: track down where those birds got the vase and exactly who they stole it from. The boys finally learned the church planned to wipe out their winged friends, and rage hit them like a thunderstorm. Ty's rage boiled over, and in that moment he truly felt like the angriest person alive. The hero barked an order at Ren to act, and the boy shot back with the most brutal read on those church reps. Kai and Ren ended up right in front of a church carriage, staring at it like something was about to go horribly wrong. Ren tracked the rebel by scent and zeroed in fast. The winged girl got pinned in place, trapped and unable to move. Kai sprinted toward his friend, and right away the Fan caught sight of them. He then stormed over, blazing with indignation at what they were doing, because this was the church's carriage. The hero told Ren to rattle people a bit, then warned her not to go too far. Ren got the message instantly. The man closed the distance to the girl, seething because she kept brushing off everything he said. Ren unleashed her magic, and the church servants recoiled in fear. She then smirked and said she'd only shown them a tiny slice of what a hellfire mage could truly burn. Fan finally got it. This human was half-blood, and magic was being slung right at him. Ren's eyes narrowed with savage focus, and rage burned hot in her chest. Rin snapped in front of the man, refusing to let him get anywhere near Kai as Kai worked to free Ripple. The servants went pale when they realized the beast man was a sorcerer standing right in front of them, and even the bishop snapped with irritation before backing away fast from the unfolding chaos. Kai grabbed Ripple by the shoulders, shook her hard, and demanded to know if she was okay. The girl jolted awake and clung to the hero like her life depended on it, trembling with fear as tears poured down her face. And once it was over, Rebelle thanked Kai because she was okay, and Kai's relief hit like a wave. The clattering noise near the church carriage pulled ordinary folks in. Every curious onlooker wanted to see what the hell was happening there. No one had a clue where that strange fire in the sacred place came from. Then, boom, someone spotted the beast man. People started eyeing Ren, some balked in fear. Then the winged beast man came into view, and suddenly everyone remembered. They were still here. The divine soldiers, though, they didn't twitch at all. The crowd erupted, screaming that this is for people, so the beastmen should get out of here. People pelted Ron with stones, and she couldn't hide her misery. She glared at them like they were beneath her. Ren erupted into frantic screams and shouted about what was wrong with these people, like they should have known who the real bad guys were. Kai had to grab her attention, trying to calm her down, saying there was nothing to be done about them and it was smarter to leave them alone. A divine soldier came sprinting in, grabbed the crowd's attention, and demanded, "What's happening here?" They yelled back, "It's the Beastmen!" Kai leaned in and told Ren to yank their focus away from them with loud, bright magic, like a blazing smokescreen. The girl insisted she couldn't pull off a smokescreen, but she could cook up something flashier, something special. The hero's gut screamed trouble, yet he still let Ren go through with it. Ren lifted her hand in a sharp gesture and strode straight toward the crowd. The girl fired up the burrow's flame and blasted the crowd into deafening silence. Then, while everyone reeled from the shock, Ren slipped into the carriage with Kai and the winged girl. The sound died out, and with it, the carriage vanished with the heroes, leaving the square packed with soldiers, church ministers, and a stunned crowd. The crowd couldn't make heads or tails of what was happening, and then the van vanished like it dropped off the edge of the world. The bishop demanded the divine commander be summoned at once. From the church's top-floor window, someone watched every single thing unfold, quietly, intensely, like they were waiting for the perfect moment. Terror hit Ripple. Then he ripped into a scream. She couldn't make sense of any of it, where she was, how she got there, or why this strange place even existed. So Kai just watched, impressed by how strong her reaction was. The hero rushed in to steady the girl, telling her she was safe here. But Ripple wouldn't calm, because she had to know exactly where she'd ended up and what this place meant. Kai leaned in and told me this place was Tenohara Kitsukawari, an entire world forged by the power of his own ability. Suddenly, Enel burst outside to greet Kai. She told him she'd watched everything on TV and couldn't believe that through all this chaos, the hero still managed to snag a horse and iron. Kai just smirked and said it was an accident. El shot Kai a question. Did he set up the exit? He grinned and said, "Yeah, I installed it at the inn, where Ebby's been waiting for us." The boy said Ren nailed it. He didn't think the crowd even noticed them. Then the girl snapped back that they most definitely had, and she knew it. Ren warned that if anyone spotted them, she'd snap and slaughter everyone on the spot. Then the hero leaned in and told the girl that an evil version of Ren was about to crawl out of her, so she had to stay sharp and watchful. Tai spun around to check if the rebel had finally calmed down. Then the rebel nodded and said she was. Ribble realized Kai was blessed too, and she practically begged to take a look around, hooked by the brand new place. Then Kai told her to wait a bit because he wanted to get back to the hotel before things spiraled out of control. He yanked the girl along with him, and she stood there utterly lost. The guys rush back to the hotel to find out what Ibi is up to. The girl lit up and greeted them with a bright smile. Ripple panicked all over again the moment she realized she was in yet another strange place, and Ibi rushed in to calm her, telling her, "You're in the city now." Kai leaned in and demanded to know what tore through their village, what really happened. Ribble said the second the boys vanished, a temple man burst into their village to buy their iron, stared at what they'd gathered all month, and snapped that it'd be hauled straight to the cart parked at the foot of the mountain. Then the beast man leaned in and demanded, "So this isn't the end of the term?" And the man just stared back, completely lost. The birds chirped that the deadline wasn't here yet, just a few days away, but the truth was brutal. It took them a full year to scrape together the exact amount needed, and now the whole village is stretched past its limits, so the only way forward is to squeeze out iron from them. The man shot back with arrogant venom, saying they were all stuck suffering right alongside him. He said the whole city was running short on materials too, which meant even scrap iron like this was surprisingly cheap. Then the bird people demanded answers. Was the city really in that kind of trouble? And what would happen to their wives and daughters who worked in the temple? Would they be safe? The church minister stepped up and promised them, saying their families were protected by the temple and even fed better than the villagers. The winged people begged to see their wives and daughters, but the man shut them down. Nothing could be done, because he still had to work and there was no way he'd let them into the city. Riable said the man snapped again, demanding they stand by until the deadline. As long as the church minister stayed in the village, Rebel couldn't stop aching for her mother again. Then her father pressed the man to finally let her see her mother, because 6 months had already stolen their time together. The beast man swore it was just a minor mishap, a musson, and told him to relax because he fully believed everything would turn out fine. The man's mind raced. Then the church minister finally agreed to take her, only if it was just her with him. The man called Rybal to come with him, but as he stepped out, his eyes caught the bowl of sweet potatoes Koi had tossed to the birds, and he demanded to know what they were. The beast men pushed forward, ready to explain, but the man snapped that this vase was the wrong kind of ceramic for their village and demanded to know if they'd even made it themselves. The birds shot back that they weren't guilty at all. Then the church minister snapped and declared they'd followed the worst kind of habit and stolen the vase. After they finished their own statement, they snapped, took their item back, and hauled it toward the van. They shoved every last bit from the vase into the cliff. The beast wing couldn't even process how people could pull off something like that, and the man just bragged, demanding to know why the birds were so furious. Then he claimed the sweet potato was stingray food, and even asked from under his teshka if they really thought it was. Then the man snatched Rebel by the hand and yanked her straight into the city. The moment the carriage lurched away from the village, the church ministers hauled the girl up and tied her down. After her story, Ripple broke down, tears spilling, and demanded, "Were we really fooled all this time?" Kai clenched his jaw and had to agree. Then the girl shot back, "So why is it like this? Are we only weak?" The boys stood right beside the girl, and you could feel her anger bubbling. Suddenly, Kai froze as he heard a commotion outside his window. After all that pain, the hero snapped that this whole bird people opinion was finally grinding him down. Kai shot back that we've got to bail out of the city and hit the village of Rebel. Yeah, Ebby, the closest one. The hero warned, "It's really far away," and the girl instantly shot back, "Don't worry, I'll make it look easy." Abby squeezed Kai into a sweet goodbye hug, and the hero urged her to march through the city on foot to dodge suspicion. She could use magic only if it was absolutely necessary, and all those words and moves hit Ripple like a tidal wave of emotions. The boys bid AB a bittersweet goodbye, and she headed straight for the Palm Development Village. The girl bolted out into the city, slipping from shadow to shadow just to deliver the message. Terrified folks spin around to the bishop like he's their last lifeline. The crowd screamed that the winged beastman, supposedly wiped from the world, was in the city with another beastman, and the bishop snapped that this was a disaster before brushing it off and ordering divine soldiers to march in and drive the non-humans out. Everyone was in full panic mode, shouting, "Is it true those winged beastmen attack because they're dumb or not?" Others yelled back that the birds are sneaky and steal crops right out of people's fields. Then someone dropped the real nightmare. "No, they're even carrying an ancient plague." The bishop burst into laughter, shouted to the crowd to settle down, and then leaned in, asking if anyone had seen anything else. The bishop fired back at the crowd, warning that anyone tied to the incident would be crushed for spewing disrespect in the sacred cathedral. Then he promised the divine soldiers were already rushing in, and the criminals would be caught soon. Even after all their doubts, the venerable man refused to back down. He swore by his own words. The bishop slammed the truth down. Winged beastmen don't exist, and they've never existed. After talking to the crowd, the man bolted straight into the cathedral, and once the doors shut, his fury hung in the air like he was alone with his rage. The bishop burst into the room in full panic, shouting for Mariella, and then, right after, someone pressed him, "What's going on?" The man begged the girl to team up with the divine soldiers to seize the blessed girl. Then Mariella snapped back that she wanted nothing to do with it, reminding him they'd only need a high-ranking priest for something like this. The bishop told her they believed those winged beastmen were tucked away with a beastman mage and some blessed soul, so even holy divine soldiers might not be enough. Maria leaned in, eyes shining as she compared the beast man to the flames she'd seen in front of the temple, staring from her window like it was all burning right before her. Suddenly, the girl leaned in and blurted that she was absolutely obsessed with Ren, the very one who forged the flame. And the guys who studied Ren's moves at the cathedral realized she totally lost it, burning her own clothes by accident in a rage-fueled snap. Blazing through the village of winged beastmen, Rebel bolted straight to her father. Her father pulled her into a tight hug, then leaned back and asked, "Did you see your mom? And how are you holding up?" The girl stormed up to her father and snapped that people had been tricking them non-stop. The winged one started pressing. "What do you mean by rival?" And she snapped back that those people never planned to let them go from the very beginning. The girl gasped that she'd been trapped too. Then Kai burst in and pulled her to safety. The birds snapped, asking again what "caught" really meant, and the hero quickly begged for permission to finally spell out the whole story. Kiri sat there and meticulously laid out every single thing that happened to them, detail by detail. In the end, the hero snapped that this mess had been dragging on way past the point of delay. Kai shouted that they had to rescue the winged beastmen's wives and kids, and then vanish from this place forever. The villagers started trading stunned looks, and you could see them racing through disbelief, because there was no way the world was really unfolding like this. They admitted the temple gave them real work and a safe roof, especially for anyone who'd been tossed out of their home. So Kai pushed again, demanding what place that bird was talking about. The beastmen leaned in and said, "Ever since our great-grandfathers, humans have hunted us through these forests." And then, right after that, the birdmen got dragged into slavery and made to perform for show. The winged beastmen didn't get wiped out, thanks to the Farley Doctrine. The temple still sheltered people who were like them, and it even shoved them into a zone where humans were forbidden to live. After the birds spoke, Kai's mind started racing because he finally remembered. The doctrine itself banned squabbles and persecution between species, and even with all the city's chaos, not a single pilgrim stood in that angry crowd. The hero demanded the winged ones what they planned to do with the hostages, and they shot back, "They're not hostages." The birds said the church officials were begging for a couple extra hands at the temple, and everyone agreed their work would run for 1 year. Ripple fired back, calling it a total lie, and then demanded her people, "Tell me you can't see what's wrong with this treaty." The little girl's indignation flared up. She insisted she'd been kidnapped and that they never planned to let her go from the start. And Ripple knew it, too, because the moment she was seized, she heard the same words with her own ears. She remembered what the bishop said about her. She could sniff out iron, and that's exactly why they needed Ripple. Kai snapped into thought. He recalled what the servants said. They'd brought a blessed girl, and that could only mean Ripple was her. Rebel leaned in and spilled the truth about her blessing, Mithra, the god who hunts answers. The birds snarled and ripped into the girl for calling this god so recklessly. And then the winged ones started defending the people, claiming they had good reasons, or acting entirely on their own, as if none of it had anything to do with what the temple intended. The girl's father snapped that if this was truly what happened, he'd never forgive the monster who hurt her. While Kai, for his part, thought the whole Ripple situation didn't seem that bad. Ripple confessed that she can't keep living the way she used to. The girl screamed that she was done with the flying and the crushing iron she had to haul, furious that they were forced to soar only at night so nobody could see them, and heartbroken that even after her father and uncle worked themselves to bone, their people still couldn't scrape together small potatoes to fill their bellies. She just wanted to be back with her friends and her mother. Ripple was sobbing, and her kinder father rushed in to calm her down. Ren blurted Kai's name. The girl snapped a warning. People were closing in on them fast, and sure enough, Ren could hear multiple armored figures clanking their way nearer. She snapped that the armored soldiers had to be from the temple, then warned that divine forces were bearing down on them. The boy demanded to know how long it would take for the soldiers to reach the village, and they told him 30 minutes because they're hauling ass. The winged beastmen demanded, "How do you know that?" Kai said Ren's nose was razor sharp and his hearing was even sharper. The birds started whispering to each other like, "Wait, is it even bad that soldiers are coming? What if they let them see their families?" Then they decided to go back and grill the guy who showed up earlier, asking him again about that very chance. Those words crushed the hero and his friend right in the heart. Kai told the winged ones to go talk to the divine soldiers, and he and his crew would stay right there, watching in total silence, unseen. He slammed his head down just to make sure everyone could spot the village clearly. AB turned to Kai and asked what they'd do next, and Kai said they'd watch the dialogue. If their talk started going south and everything pointed to a skirmish, they'd step in and back the winged people. He added that if things got bad, he'd send in a warrior, But he made it clear he didn't want a single soul from the temple watching them, because if anyone tied to Alamera's blessing spots them, the temple would find its way to the island sooner or later. Ren leaned into Kai and dared her to wipe everyone out. She snapped that if they all got eliminated, nobody would ever know, and then the bodies could be dumped in the mountains, where the monsters would handle the rest. Kai swore he wouldn't lay a finger on anyone, but Ren snapped back that these people still had to be dealt with, right now. Still, Ren stepped into the boy's spot without hesitation. Kai had to admit to himself he wasn't truly ready for a brutal showdown, even if he knew the world didn't play fair, because choosing evil felt like crossing a line he just couldn't bring himself to step over. The hero cut straight to the threat. This could seriously mess things up, because the temple already had a blessed person inside. So if the enemy was just some run-of-the-mill magician, Kai and Ebby would have handled it easily. But a blessed opponent? Now it wouldn't be a walk in the park. The boy urged EB to zap people with electric shocks if things went south, because the Blessed One probably has to announce their power out loud before it'll work. Ebby demanded to know what Kai was planning to do with Ribble. Then Kai called the girl over. Tears poured down her face as she broke down in full sobs. Rebel seethed because her father and everyone else just wouldn't get it. Then she swallowed her pride and apologized to Kai. The hero steadied her with a calm touch and begged her to stop spiraling. The boy warned that if this dialogue didn't land, they'd barely have any time left, so tomorrow he'd rush in to help the ones who'd been caught. The girl sighed. Ripple finally cleared the air. Kai wasn't just saying it, he was planning to save her mother and the others, and that's exactly what he told her he intended to do. But the girl stammered out the truth. Once they turned their backs on the temple, there'd be nowhere left for them. So the hero snapped back, "Come with me. You can live with me." Ren and EB started hyping the island like it was paradise, so green, packed with food, and totally livable, while Kai insisted the villagers and even the women trapped in the temple could slip out and get to safety somewhere else, and Rebel was left staring in shock at every word. The winged girl started pressing for answers. Why were the boys being so kind when they barely knew each other, and the beastmen hadn't done a single good thing yet? The hero shrugged and said they were just lucky. The Ribos people had only needed to meet him, Kai, and that was it. The girl asked, "Is there anything I can do?" And the boy paused, weighing his next move. Kai suddenly got an idea, sharp, bold, and impossible to ignore. He cornered Rebel and asked if her blessing could hunt for something besides iron, maybe even track down a blessed person. The girl admitted she'd never done it before, but she was ready to take the leap anyway. Ribble shrieked her blessing to begin, and the chicken ice snapped into the razor-bright eyes of a hawk, then jumped again, becoming the eyes of a god. The girl stared at the screen and watched strangers trek through the forest. She shut her eyes tight, zeroing in on her focus. Kai leaned in and asked, "So, does it work?" Ripple said she can spot the blessed ones from a mile away. She said one of them was right in front of her. Then Kai admitted, "Yeah, it was me." And she also whispered that halfway up the mountain, there were two more just like them. Turns out 2 blessed folks were marching to the village with the vine soldiers, and one of them, Mariella, was already miserable, sweltering in the brutal heat with the wild forest all around. Mariella fumed at the sheer swarm of insects in this forest. Everything about it set her off, and she couldn't believe saints were even practicing here in such a filthy nightmare. Then the soldier leaned in and told her they were almost there. Out of nowhere, Mariella sensed a monster closing in, and then it struck, tearing into her before she could react. The second blessed one struck the shrine of the battle maiden, and the wild beast instantly got shut down. The animal finally quieted down. Mariella let out a scorching laugh, then snapped the attacker down with a deadly fold. The villagers spotted outsiders closing in and straight up sounded the alarm, telling everyone right away. Birds and humans packed into line, ready to strike a deal. The winged beastmen welcomed the newcomers, but their eyes snapped at the crowd. Too many faces this time. Marie Ellis waved off the whole greeting, saying she didn't want any fuss, she just wanted to get it done. The girl blurted out that she was hunting the beast woman, the magician, and their master, and if those winged folks were hiding them, could they just hand them over? The bird paused for a beat, then admitted he had no idea who they were. Mariella wasn't buying it. Then she spotted Rebel cowering behind a tree and demanded to know if she finally understood why they'd come. The temple girl demanded to know where the ones who stole Rebel from the cathedral had vanished to. Then she admitted she had no clue. The winged one snapped back like she'd been insulted. She said she'd been captured, and the next moment she could feel she was sprawled at the base of the mountain. Marilla screamed, demanding to know if the girl was mocking her, and the girl shot back, dripping sarcasm, that she wasn't mocking her at all. That temple girl stared at her in dead seriousness and demanded, "Why are you wasting your time?" Because this was the absolute worst outcome imaginable. Then Mariella snapped that she'd just take Ripple back with her, while the girl's father fumed, demanding, "Where do you think you're taking my daughter?" A battle-scarred soldier lunged in front of the girl, told Father Rebel to relax, and swore that in this temple the blessed are treated like sacred treasure, winged or not. Rebel flat-out refused to go with them to the temple. The girl screamed at the top of her lungs that she'd never abandon her family, and demanded the soldiers pack up and get out of the village on their own. Mariella seethed because everything was dragging on way too boring for her liking. The temple girl swore she'd take Rebel by force, and the divine soldier had to drag her back to her senses. He told Mariella that Mr. Bishop ordered her to go only if she wanted to be accompanied, and Mariella snapped back that it was just a two-faced dodge. She whipped around to the soldiers and barked that they'd shown up in armor, not to babysit the girl. Mariella shot the soldiers a cutting look and told them right then to get to work. The commander-in-chief fumed in silence. He was disgusted, but he didn't even lift a finger to protest. The divine soldiers swarmed the winged ones, and the instant confusion hit so hard they had to beg the people for help, using nothing but plain old common sense. Rebo pleaded with her father, and Mariella snapped that none of it was worth taking to heart. The temple girl fumed because she couldn't find the magician, so she decided to vent her rage on the rebels. Meryl's blessing was a total mystery, but when she spoke, her words snapped onto the puppeteer's bound soul like a curse turned ritual. Mariella kicked her soul-binding puppeteer blessing into action. Kai barked for Ebb to move and follow his orders. The electric current slammed into Mariella. The temple's second in line couldn't tell where the blow was coming from, so he erupted with a battle cry. Soldiers started pushing the birds around, demanding to know how they did it, and then they blocked the bird's path like they owned the sky. Winged insisted he'd done nothing, so tell him why he'd need to bolt in the first place? Suddenly, the boys burst out of their hiding spot like they'd been waiting for the perfect moment. The commander snapped that the birds had betrayed him, hiding a magician in their village, and when he demanded answers, the wind birds just couldn't say a word. Kai shot back, instead of listening to the birds, grinning, and told them the temple servants lied way more than any bird could sing. Then the soldiers fumed because there wasn't a shred of proof. The hero shot back, "Yeah, I knew it all along." He knows the truth because his eyes don't just see, they expose. The soldiers snapped to the truth. Kai wasn't just lucky, he was blessed by something divine. But Kai pulled the rug out. Those eyes of truth were just a cruel bluff, since he never had that kind of power in the first place, and he wanted nothing more than to scare everyone with the prank. The winged stranger demanded what Kai meant. Kai shot back that the killers had already come for every villager, and they swore they'd never let them lay eyes on their families again. The birds started grilling the soldiers about why they'd chosen to do this, and the soldiers snapped back, indignant, "We know nothing." Kai shot back that it was the bishop's order, and then the commander snapped at the kid to shut his mouth. The archer snapped his bow up, locking his sights on the hero. Ren and Ebos burst in to shield Kai from the chaos. The girls unleashed magic. The soldiers panicked because 2 mages were rumored to be in the village, and Kai snapped into action, ordering everyone to surrender and telling the girls to kill anyone who tried to break free and flee. The soldiers stood there utterly baffled, like nothing made sense in their heads. The blessed people froze in their tracks, utterly immobilized. After they won, Kai snapped up to the commander and demanded, "Are the winged race girls all right?" The commander shook his head and said, "I don't know. Only priests and bishops can even reach the vault." The boy admitted that the man didn't even realize it, but he'd come to the village on the people's orders to wipe out the winged ones. Then the man snapped back that the winged ones just needed to be calmed down. Kai leaned in and demanded, "What do you mean, tell me again?" The commander snapped that the birds can't till the land or harvest a single crop, at least that's what they were fed, so the winged ones slipped into the mountains, out of sight, and raided everyone's fields for their harvest. The man grilled Rebel. "Is that true?" And Rebel snapped back with raw emotion that they weren't doing anything like that at all. The girl blurted that her people live up in the mountains and they've got to hide or everything will come crashing down. She snapped that people only judge winged folk by their own selfish sins, and Rival exploded in outrage. Her father grabbed the moment by the throat and soothed her down. The boys knew they had to confront the priests, even though doubt gnawed at them about getting the truth. Kai demanded, "Where's Ren?" And Ebby said she'd slipped into the empty house to grab the priest's things. EB repeated Ariane's words, saying those thoughts could pay off later, and just like that, the hero realized the girl was literally echoing him. Kai snapped to it. Priests needed fresh clothes because the magician was ripping theirs away, and they had to get replacements fast. Suddenly, the boy spotted flame magic licking near a house, and he sprinted over to figure out what happened to Ren. Then Mariella burst in and snapped that Kai had gotten careless. The girl leaned in and announced that Ren is her magician now. The hero admitted they messed up, and EB snapped back that they better start being way more careful from here on out. Tai demanded to know what Mariella had done with Ren, and Mariella smugly said she'd turned her into her doll. She blurted that she woke up out of nowhere, then faked it, playing dead by pretending she'd passed out. Then she swept Ren and her threads together and turned her into a doll right in front of everyone. The boys soon learned the temple girl could hypnotize people. Ebby wrestled with how to stop it and noticed something. She grabbed the master's attention and pointed it out. Ren shot a wink at her friends like he knew a secret. Kai scrambled to figure out what the heck was happening. Then he snapped to the conclusion that his friend wasn't truly hypnotized, and he was sure Ren was just stalling, buying time to dig up more information. Mariella snapped at the mage to erase the heroes. The guys started waiting on the edge of their seats, desperate to test and confirm their theory. Ren lunged at Kaon Ebis. Kaon's body became his shield as the horned girl threw herself in front of him. Mariella showered Rand with praise for her incredible work. She had no clue beastmen were capable of power like that. Kai was crushed with despair. Without Ren, their win was basically dead. Mariella smirked, pressing him hard. What was he going to do now? What did it even feel like dying for some birds? And how did he feel right at this moment? Kai stared at the girl and instantly thought, this girl is straight up unhinged. Before the moment of his fate even arrived, the boy demanded, "Why are you keeping all the winged girls locked up?" The girl from the temple stared at him, stunned. Why did the hero need that kind of info? But he didn't joke. His seriousness was ironclad. Mariella leaned in and asked if he had any way to respond besides selling her out. Kai just couldn't figure out what she was really getting at. The girl shot back that she'd heard it firsthand. There were people right here ready to pay top money for winged ones because they were so rare they never stopped getting hunted. Rage flared in the winged beastmen as they snarled, furious and ready to strike. Mariella shot back that birds weren't nearly as pricey as a girl like Ren, because a real strong mage could rake in around 10,000 gold. But Kai couldn't get his head around it. Why lock the girl bird wearers up for a whole year? Mariella just shrugged and said, "Feed them right and they'll unlock special powers. Then we sell them for obscene prices." The hero leaned in and asked what they were talking about, but Mariella shut it down fast and refused to answer. She said she couldn't wait to get home and dig into Ren. When Kai said that, he ordered the fire beast woman to move, and Mariella froze, utterly baffled. Ren tucked the temple he'd built into bed. Marilla was terrified, like her heart had just hit the floor. Ren said she was back on the light side now, and she reckoned Mariella would have kept going for ages if someone hadn't shut her down and ordered her to act. Kai leaned in and asked how she was feeling and whether the powers had finally hit. Rin brushed it off with a casual reply. She told him, "Since I was born with a blessing, one god's power can't touch another god." And Kai had absolutely no idea. Birds flocked down, bowed low, and started tumbling out apologies before he could even speak. They apologized for doubting those guys, and if the heroes hadn't stepped in, their whole people would have been wiped out ages ago. Kai shot back that birds weren't so quick to trust words, so there was really no reason to apologize. But the winged ones stepped in too, begging the heroes to guard the women back in their village. Even the birds hissed, "The winged ones are doomed either way," and bragged, "We can block the arrows cold." The villagers snapped and said, "We're done staying weak and clueless. If we have to fight, we'll fight too." Rebel beamed at her father, and Kai admitted he finally got why the bird chose that path. The guys kicked off a rescue operation and made it clear every single person would be in on it. But Kai slammed the warning down. No more hesitation. They had to save every life and stop the bloodshed before it started. The hero looked terrified and blurted out, "I've never done anything like this before." Ren and Kai sat crammed in a sky carrier while birds hauled them through the clouds, and Abby's about to spark with jealousy the moment the master presses himself that close. The boy shot her a confident look and swore that it would never happen. She teased, asking if it was really true, while Abby kept his eyes locked on them. The birds swooped down and lifted the boys into the sky, and Kai leaned into Ripple. Now it was time to hunt their enemies, while the girl snapped on her search ability and zeroed in like a radar. Ripple's power swept through the temple, uncovering 28 blessed ones, and not a single mage in sight. She stumbled on a hidden building and froze. There was her mother, surrounded by a whole group of girls. Ripple sensed everyone around her was alive, and she blurted, "So what now? Do we sneak deeper and rescue them before the guards catch on?" The girl pushed on inside the temple and still found a whole trail of blessed ones, along with soldiers. Ren snapped her power on, blasting the soldiers guarding the wall, and they freaked out. Turns out they'd been caught way sooner than expected, and they figured it was all thanks to the blessed eyes. Kai couldn't believe it. The cathedral's security was rock solid, built after they poured an entire year into upgrading the temple. The hero leaned in and asked the girl to light up the night for him. She grinned and promised she'd do it right on cue as the perfect distraction. The girl harnessed that knowledge and forged the power to unleash a blazing fireball. A blinding flash ripped across the temple like lightning. Kai screamed at the warrior Kune to remember this place. Then, right behind the cathedral bush, a wasp waited, and the boy immediately ordered everyone to retreat. In the wing village, everyone was buzzing and bracing for the attack. So Ripple turned to her father and demanded to know if he was truly sure about his decision. Yes. He admitted that for what felt like forever, he truly believed this was the only way to survive. He finally admitted that when they vanished into the mountains and refused to show themselves to anyone, he truly believed it was the best escape for the city's people, and for the winged ones too. But if people refuse to live that way and decide to steal everything they've got, then the birds have zero reason to stick around in that place. The rebels pushed everyone toward Kai's world, any safe place at all, so Mom and his friends could finally stop getting hurt. Her father nodded along, fully agreeing with his daughter. He promised her that one day they'd all soar away to a place where no one could cage their freedom. That's why he said they have to fight right now, because this is exactly what it's all about. The kids burst through the bushes, screaming at the wasp like it was a monster they could beat. They were still arguing about the wasp, and as soon as the magic thing was installed, they bolted. In rowdy taverns, people were whispering about winged folk who were still breathing, when everyone swore they should have been wiped out ages ago. People backed themselves up by swearing they'd heard the birds were spotted with that beast man yesterday. Then they got the shock of their lives. The bishop himself said everyone misunderstood the whole thing, and panic hit hard. Someone swore it could be true, but the soldiers had to deal with them right away because they were raiding crops and getting people hurt. One of the men blurted out a hope that the soldiers would wipe out the winged ones for good, and then, right out of nowhere, one of the pilgrims shot to his feet and asked if he could question him. She leaned in and demanded to know what he actually knew about Farley's technique. The pilgrims insisted that Farley's technique shuts down any discrimination against non-humans for good. But the girl snapped back that there's zero proof the winged folk really did what they're being accused of. At the end, the pilgrims snapped that this is the holy land of St. Lucia, so quit spouting nonsense and stop talking. He started to defend himself, insisting he didn't want to discriminate against anyone, until the whole crowd snapped their heads to the street when that weird noise suddenly blared. The winged beast man ripped through the street, screaming for his wife to be brought back to him right now. The birds flooded into the city to protest, screaming for their daughters back, demanding the discrimination stop and the stealing end. The townsfolk trembled. Winged figures they'd never seen before flew in, and nobody could make sense of their moves. Kai shouted to the pilgrims. He said this city treats beastmen like second-class citizens, and that prejudice has sunk so deep into everyone's minds it feels like part of the air they breathe. The boys said the beastmen were driven to cower in the mountains, while the church snatched every last woman and broke them into brutal, hard labor. Tai grilled the pilgrims, asking if they knew the church controlled every single iron supply. To erase every trace of its crimes, the church decides it has to wipe out all the winged ones. Then the pilgrims are blown away by the hero's speech. Kai remembered laying it out for Father Rebeli, how a demonstration could hit like a thunderclap because he wasn't stirring a rebellion at all. He was going for a straight-up public speech. Ren doubted it would work until the hero snapped back that the whole city was terrified of the winged ones, and he and his friends couldn't just ignore that fear. Kai added, "Every cloud has a silver lining, because soon pilgrims will come flooding into the city." Chances are plenty of pilgrims from other countries will show up, strict, deeply religious, and if the boy remembers right, some will swear by Farley's method too. They'll fight for peace between people and non-humans, and the only heretic they'll name is the devil. That's why the guys had to go and reach out to them, because the pilgrims straight up admitted it was tough to just swallow what the beastmen were preaching. They realized the birds' whole performance might have been nothing but a cruel, perfectly staged trick. Kai insisted this wasn't a lie because the birds' wives and daughters were just there to be sold. The boy snapped that he wouldn't let it happen. Then the pilgrim girl said they'd have to be questioned. The hero urged the pilgrims to spread the truth. The winged people aren't hunting a fight. They're just desperate to get their loved ones back and nothing else. To make it sound real, the boy swore the birds believed in Farley too. Right after those words, the pilgrim girl lit up with joy and quickly agreed to help. She swore they'd join forces with them and stand together no matter what. The pilgrims spilled the truth to everyone, and before long, even the people alongside the beastmen were at the rally shouting for the winged to be free. Panic detonated inside the church, and one of the ministers bolted straight to the bishop. Then the bishop snapped, demanding to know what happened and why the place had suddenly erupted into noise. The man leaned in and demanded we stare right out the window. When he laid eyes on it, the bishop's confidence crumbled. Straight-up panic flooded his face. You spotted a wild mix of people outside the cathedral. Then word hit that the winged ones were desperate to snatch their wives back, so pilgrims urged everyone to pack in front of the sanctuary, while the townsfolk showed up just to feed the noise, and the ministers already had a name for it: Hell on Earth. The bishop demanded to know where Mariella and the holy soldiers were and why they hadn't broken up the crowd yet, only to hear that they never came back, and that winged figures had been spotted flying over the cathedral that very morning with the mage. The church officials admitted their plan to expose it had blown up in their faces, and the bishop tore into them without any sugarcoating. The rebellious father snapped that this was their battle to win. The birds burst into song, shouting that they were free at last, right here, right now. Outside the cathedral, they yelled at the winged ones, demanding their wives and daughters be brought back to them. Kai blared, "Stop discriminating against winged people." But the crowd snapped back that the church was just trying to steal from them. The bishop burst out in front of everyone, eyes blazing, and demanded, "What's going on? Why are you all rising up?" They never saw Bishop himself stepping out to face them coming. He shouted at the crowd to settle down because this was a sacred place, and anyone who forgot that was about to feel it. The winged ones told him that a whole year had already slipped by since he'd made that promise, and now the birds were coming for what they'd lost, their wives and their kids. The bishop feigned confusion, acting like he didn't have a clue because he had no idea these winged creatures even existed. Father Ripple bellowed at him to stop lying. Bishop begged the people to stop falling for those ridiculous bird tales. The winged folk exploded in outrage, claiming the one he'd sent them swore to everything, and saying the bishop was about to sell entire families of birds. Then they snapped, "And besides, he doesn't work for God." The bishop was furious after they told the saint he wasn't working for God, and he swore he'd have to back it up with force. Divine soldiers burst onto the scene. Kaibi. And then he finally got it. The bishop was going to act like he didn't know them, like nothing happened, and the only way that boy could make him come down from heaven was to force it. The hero challenged the bishop, demanding the truth. Was it really true there were 0 winged people inside this cathedral? The bishop snapped back that they couldn't possibly have been there. The boy pressed hard and asked the bishop straight up, if there were winged creatures in the cathedral, would he admit the church was the one who brought them there? He shot back that he wouldn't confess to some crime he'd never even done, and he insisted Kai's tale was nothing but an impossible fantasy. The hero spun around and faced the crowd head-on. Kai promised he'd go check it, then told Ebis to hold the line and to protect everyone in case trouble broke out. The girl didn't just agree. She declared she was ready to strike. The bishop snapped orders to his men, be the backup and keep the guards razor sharp, and they swore there was 0 chance of any unrest in the temple. Because the Winged One's building is heavily guarded, and getting inside it is going to be brutally hard. The hero suddenly stood face to face with a portal that someone had already planted before. Kai showed up like a storm, rain pouring down right as he rolled in with the kids. The hero barked for a lightning strike. 1 hit, straight through the defenses. The soldiers didn't see those boys coming at all. It hit like a total shock. The heroes mowed down the guards, and Ren swore she could feel winged girls lurking nearby. Then Kai's worry spiked. Was Ren herself really okay? They finally tracked down the girls. The winged ones grabbed the boys' attention and demanded to know who they were. The boys shot back that they'd come to rescue them, and the girls immediately nodded, ready to help. The winged ones snapped that there was nowhere left to go because they'd been told their relatives were dead, and Kai didn't even look shocked. He leaned in and told them the bishop's whole story was a giant lie, and that everything was still totally fine back home with their families. At first, the girls refused to trust the boy for a second. He promised them his words were solid, then snapped that they still had to hurry, no delays. The soldiers were still on their feet, blocking the crowd and refusing to let anyone get anywhere near the temple. People whispered that the whole city knew just how savage the discrimination against the beastmen had become. The bishop leaned in and said, "This city is massive, so yeah, there's room for people like that." The pilgrim girl demanded, "I need to make sure there's not a single winged soul in this cathedral." And the bishop snapped back, "Fine, just don't let the church get struck." Then added with a skeptical frown that he couldn't just let some random traveler wander into the temple. The bishop's face crumpled with dread at the rebellion, and he started to back away step by step, retreating fast. He insisted the church wouldn't discriminate, then demanded everyone keep things under control or face the blame for the chaos they'd unleashed. Everyone panicked, knowing the soldiers came loaded, but the birds shrieked at the top of their lungs, begging for their families to be handed back. The bishop blared his rules, screaming that there weren't any winged girls in that church, and the poet had to bolt right then. He was seconds from raising a threat, until feathers started raining from the sky. Winged girls burst out from behind the cathedral, and the whole crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Delighted birds came rushing in to embrace, and Rebel finally spotted her mother. The winged families finally smashed back together, reunited again. Rage simmered in the bishop's chest. Kai was about to leave the temple. He whipped around to the bishop and blurted that the girls were trapped inside a building behind the courtyard. Then the boy snapped, demanding the bishop explain himself. He shot back, "I have no idea." Birds shrieked that Bishop's crime wouldn't be swept under the rug, and he snapped back that it had to be one of his subordinates' dirty plans because he had no idea it was happening, and he was genuinely crushed by what went down. Kai's rage surged when the man tried to slip away. The pilgrim girl looked the hero in the eye and praised him for his brilliant work, then declared that he, of all people, was truly a man of justice. The boy shot a quick thank you to everyone who helped him crack it wide open. Kai couldn't shake the fear that the bishop was so powerful in this whole country that judging him wouldn't be a simple task. The hero felt certain justice was coming to rip into that man. Kai couldn't quite figure out what was going on with that girl. The pilgrim declared that every single temple in this city would be officially inspected because Lucilla's land has been desecrated, and they refused to let it slide. The bishop leaned in and demanded Kai admit it. Did he truly want to be handed over to those ready to judge him? But Kai had no way to do it, so the hero nodded and agreed with that truth. The pilgrim girl stepped up and introduced herself, B.A. Klauser, and then she straight up asked the bishop if he'd heard anything about her. The moment he heard her name, the bishop's face lit up. He instantly knew she was an inquisitor, B.O.S. Bishop leaned in and demanded why she was in this city, and she shrugged it off, saying it was pure coincidence. She dropped the rumor that the Empire was gearing up to invade Reveld, and that was all it took, so they packed up and evacuated. The bishop couldn't believe his ears. Kai scrambled to connect the dots. These new inquisitors, and the attack on Reveld. The boy's mind snapped back to the evil god like a nightmare he couldn't outrun. Kai couldn't stop wrestling with what to do next, staring at the mess unfolding in front of him. He realized the Inquisitor had dragged him here and dumped him on that island. And rage crushed him because the Empire had ripped into his home country. Kai couldn't stop thinking about his father and his sister. The Inquisitor spun toward the hero and told her he was just like Saint Kai from fairy tales because he was the most righteous man alive. The boy shot back, saying he'd just run into winged people in this city, and he couldn't shrug it off like it didn't matter, only for them to reply, "That's wonderful." The gods keep a close eye on blessed souls like him, watching from above, admiring every step. Kai stuttered out his thanks to her, then panicked himself into saying he'd better get going. He came back with the winged ones in tow. Ebby told Kai they crushed it, and Kai nodded right along, agreeing with her. She asked how they'd done and why the master looked so crushed. Then he flat out denied he even had any feelings. The hero confessed he'd stumbled on a shocking secret, but honestly, there was nothing to fear. The girl stood there completely baffled, like nothing made sense anymore. Ebby slammed Kai into a tight hug. She praised him as a good boy and promised him that everything was going to be okay. He felt completely out of place, like he couldn't figure out how in the world she'd ever heard something like that. Kai couldn't believe what had hit him in just the last few days, and at this rate he feared he'd snap and go completely crazy. He glanced back at the carefree birds, singing above him like the world hadn't changed at all. The boy told them, "You'll live in my country starting now." And then he pumped himself up, whispering that he had to become strong. Ripple snapped, "Kai!" and told him that right under their feet, right under the castle, ran underground rivers, and there were tons of them. Katie said the rivers were practically right next to their bathhouse, and the girl admitted it was a little farther from the dining hall, but she'd still rather deal with that than traipse around with buckets all day. Kai told him, "This time, do it right," and pushed the idea of digging in. The winged ones had been hanging out on Kaya Island for a whole week now, and Yari watched as everyone welcomed them like family. There was enough food for the island to breathe again, and even the folks starving felt the strength come back, except Ribble. Something was gnawing at him, and you could feel it. She couldn't look away from the hero as he stood there, burning into her focus. Kaede burst out, calling Rebel's name like it was a warning. The girl told the Winged One to team up and gather firewood the moment she found a spare minute. The girls charged up to the mountains, chasing adventure at full speed. Rebel found out Kaido was dumped on this same island too. She even said she'd been stuck here for a whole year. Then the Winged One snapped to the truth. The church folks were pure bad news. Kaede said that if Kai hadn't shown up, she would have died, and Rebel snapped that without meeting a hero, she'd have been staring danger in the face. The girl's heart wouldn't stop racing. Something was weighing on her mind, and she couldn't shake it. Ripple told her friends that ever since they got back to the island, Kai hadn't been feeling right at all. She feared the island's population had ballooned and that it was starting to block her way. Then Pity cut in, making it clear that wasn't the real reason. She said the hero always ends up handling everything solo, and deep down, it's just that he's worn out by it all. The girl said her brother could be fretting non-stop about his family. Rebel couldn't stop thinking about Kai's family. She vowed she'd track down the boy's family, and that twist caught Kaede completely off guard. She lunged to stop the Winged One, but it snapped that Kai was her savior, and if it had to, it would soar around the whole ocean to find him, using its blessing to hunt and hunt until the trail ran out. Kaede shrieked that this was pure madness, but Rebel ignored her completely. Ren slammed the Winged One down. Ripple tried to fight back, insisting she couldn't be stopped, but Ren snapped at her to calm down, telling her that if Ripple suddenly vanished, the Mellord would spiral into even worse worry. The girl started bawling and begged Kai to get better. Ren popped the question to Kay, was the bath ready? She nodded and said everything was set, but the firewood still needed a little more work. The fire girl thought she was rushing too, but she still stepped forward and offered to test them right now. Kai cast his line by himself, out there alone, fishing in silence. He kept replaying the Inquisitor in his head. The boy flipped through his father's old book and remembered the terrifying stories about the Inquisitors. Then he found out that for centuries, the Church had purged heretics, natives, books, and every other writing tied to it, done all while they called it God's work. They'll remember the Inquisitor badge, because he's got to step up and carry out the same kind of duties. The boy realized if she found out he'd been blessed by an evil god, she'd know the abandoned child really lived, and that the Church had no choice but to hand him back to the island. Kai prayed the Inquisitor wouldn't clock him. Then B.A.'s eyes flickered, confusion crashing into fear. Her eyes burned straight through the person, dripping pure contempt, like she felt that same icy hatred back when Kai first met the Inquisitors. The hero clung to the girl's warning about the Imperial invasion of Revold and realized she already chose evacuation. Kai wrestled with the twist, how the Inquisitor who dumped him on this island could be tied to the Empire and Revold. The boy desperately wants to help his father and sister flee Revold, but he's trapped. He has to answer to the people who dragged him to this island right up to the very end, because he's their king. Kai was heading back from fishing when, right in his path, he ran into Kai 80. He had zero clue he was about to run into a girl. Kaede snapped an order to Kay. Follow her and don't waste time firing off pointless questions. The hero couldn't figure out where they were dragging him. He dragged him to the bathhouse, and the boy blurted out that the place wasn't finished yet. Kay demanded the hero be stripped naked. The hero dug in his heels and snapped that he'd handle everything himself. He stumbled into a room packed with naked girls, and the moment they saw him, they smiled, greeted him, then promised they'd heal him. Kai blurted out his question, and the answer hit him hard. Back in Kai Samus's country, they've got a culture called naked communication. Ren told the girls that was the whole story. She swore she'd heard it from her older sister and from Nell, too. Ren told her the older sister was with Melored, so the girl bought it every time, because that's what it looked like to her. Then Abby said Kai hated the cold, so they'd heat him up in the bath, and yeah, she even leaned on Ren's words. The boy blurted that it was his first time ever inside a bathroom this huge, and the girl shot back that it felt absolutely unreal. Kai couldn't stop wondering, does this world even have shame? Kegi leans in and asks the hero, "So, did you actually like the water?" He praised Kei for both the water and the bath because she absolutely had the talent for it. But the girl grabbed her brother's sleeve and warned him, "Don't rush. Today, you're the star of the whole show." Kai just couldn't figure out which show they meant. Yuri bolted straight to him and snapped, "First of all, he's mine." Ebi snapped that the master was hers, no questions, no sharing. Ren launched forward and leaped straight at the guys. Ren said this was just part of Anel's payment. She'd been raising Kai's spirit so everyone would fall into these sweet, tight hugs. Then the hero snapped back that Anel's knowledge was nothing but skin deep. Then it hit him. He looked downright gloomy. So they immediately rallied to cheer him up. Ripple swore it was true. Everything kicked off the moment the winged ones landed on the island, and she felt the mood shift right away, like a storm rolling in. Kai claimed he was happy and said all this was unnecessary. Then Yuri hit him with the truth. Everyone loved him. The girls leaned in and promised the hero that no matter what comes next, they'll stay by his side until the very end, so he could finally trust them completely. Ripple pushed Kai to spill what was haunting him, since he definitely wasn't going through it alone. The hero finally decided to lay it all out and be honest with everyone. Support fuels his power and makes him unstoppable. Abi and Kai stood on edge, waiting for someone to finally show up. Someone had to show up, and the girl warned me, like, sometimes they go missing for a whole year. Once, they didn't appear for 6 years straight. He remembered this. Once that holy seal blooms on a child's chest, the church kicks off a spring blessing ceremony at the temple when the kid turns 2, and that's the law for every nation. But if that child carries the seal of the evil god, they'll hurl the baby onto this monster-filled island and leave them at fate's mercy. If another innocent child washes up on that island, would they actually help him or turn away? The hero nodded, no questions asked, and told them that the reason they were still stuck here was the exact same as before. But the boy couldn't tell where it would all finally stop. Abby only figured it'd run until there were no people left, because that tradition had been burning for ages, even before she ever awakened. Kai guessed this had been brewing for over 60 years, and he realized it wasn't just one person's obsession anymore, but the whole organization pulling the strings. The boys stared into the mysteries of the Farlean religion, trying to figure out what it all truly meant. Wings fluttered, and the rustle hit the air like a warning. It was Ripple who came back from her morning recon, scanning the sea and finding nothing but endless blue water. Kai told her to double-check that nothing was missing, and she nodded, saying everything was totally fine. She told me the whole island was swallowed by dense trees, so boats never dared to get close. The hero told her, "You'll spot them in the smoke when they start cooking," and Ripple nodded in agreement. Kai told her once spring was over, she could finally stop clinging to trust like that. The girl said she was heading to the bath. The boy pointed out that Rebel had been hogging the bathtub non-stop ever since they built it, and Ebby laughed, saying the girl was probably loving every second of those bath times. The girl swore that nothing beats a hot bath right after a flight, and Kai had to admit she was right. The hero realized the sky stayed way colder than the ground, even after it warmed up, and the boys cheered because now Ripple could fly without any limits, so she was having a blast. In the pioneer village, Anel leaned in and showed Kai something, swearing he'd never seen it before. The moment he spotted it, the boy's eyes widened. He finally understood what he was looking at. The elf said this iron came straight from the pioneer village. Kai didn't buy it from any merchant, and the moment he brought it back, it took root in the village. The boy practically burst with joy at the news. The girl leaned in and told me the villagers call her Iron Ama Fugen. She carved the kanji into place, and the hero couldn't shake the shock of seeing that blonde elf scribbling Japanese characters. Kai figured out that Amafugen means belonging to a meteorite, and he's ready to prove it, because what he held back? Meteorite iron. But nothing ever dropped into the residence. Then it just started rising out of the ground like it had always been there, and the hero knew future generations would study this moment long after he was gone. Kai defended Iron's sudden appearance, swearing he couldn't let the village get wiped out by meteorites. The elf stepped up and backed him, no hesitation. The boy blurted out, "Did they kick off metalworking in the village yet?" And the girl grinned, saying, "We've got a bunch of ceramic kilns here, so we'll forge the perfect ingot the hard way, through trial and error." Kai realized this wasn't like the ironworking furnaces at all, while Rand seethed because nobody was shouting spells, demanding even more spells right now. The mighty Hellfire Mage was teaching in the village when the elf clocked it. Ren was pushing way too hard. Kai couldn't stop laughing. It totally felt hilarious to him. Out of nowhere, one boy pulled off a blazing glow of fire. Fear clutched the hero's chest, and they'll reveal that the villagers who can cast spells have already started picking up a little, only they still don't know how to use those spells yet. Kai stood there, utterly baffled, like his brain just hit a wall. The heroes called it a brilliant spell, and he admitted he wanted to master fire and light himself. He got told his tech was already insanely cool, and that he was pushing for even more. And he'll demand, "Did I not give you enough?" right as the boy starts fumbling for excuses. Kai noted that magic wouldn't take hold in the village, and Elle backed him because Ren's fire and the villagers' magic work totally different from anything out there. She said they couldn't teach the villagers a thing because Kai had to fully understand it first. The hero quietly tried to summon a fireball, but when the elf caught him, embarrassment hit hard and fast. Riebel suddenly blasted through the air and flew straight to the boy. She blurted that everything was going terribly wrong, so he leaned in and demanded to know what happened. The girl blurted out that the ship was charging straight for the island. Rebel demanded what to do next, but Kai's panic snapped along with her fear. He fired off non-stop questions: what kind of ship it was, how far it could go, how many people were packed aboard, and whether any blessed ones were on board. The girl yanked the hero toward her and barked, "Come down!" He swallowed his pride, admitted he was guilty, and chose a calm talk to lay out what they knew. Then Rebel snapped that there was only one ship, so far out it was barely even a speck in the distance. The boy insisted on seeing it with his own eyes first, and the girl pitched the sky swing idea right away. The wings were already strapped on and ready to fly. The hero slipped out for reconnaissance, hunting answers in the shadows. Kai didn't spot the ship yet, so he begged to get closer. Close enough to see clearly, not so close it felt reckless. They were staring at the ship, eyes locked on it like it held all the answers. The boys stared as the crowd hurled a net straight into the water. Kai leaned in and demanded that Rebel count how many people were crammed on that ship. She trained her gaze to be bulk and steady, hawk-sharp and divine, 3 kinds of eyes all blazing at once. The winged one snapped that there were only 5 souls aboard, no blessed, no mages at all, and it could be a lowly fishing boat or a church scouting ship. The girl leaned in, staring harder. The birds screeched, demanding, "Should we strike that ship?" Kai snapped back, "No, don't attack. Just watch it." The hero stormed back to the village, and everyone demanded answers. He replied that the ship looked less like a war vessel and more like a fishing boat. The girl insisted the whole problem had fixed itself, and the boy nodded along, only to admit he'd once believed this place was a sanctuary the church alone could reach. Turns out that even a private ship, one that sometimes slips into these waters, might roll up here too, and the crew could have zero clue there's an island hidden nearby. A few hours later, the ship vanished into the horizon, never even made it to the shore. Kai started sharpening his resolve. He was done letting the island face danger alone. Because if they strike it, that's it. One attack, and they're done for. The very next day, the hero slammed a knock on Enel's door, demanding she synthesize more seeds. Nobody answered. The front door hung wide open, and the boy stepped inside. Cheery elves burst out to greet him, grinning as they told him, Kai finally hit a whole new level. The hero stood there in disbelief, level 30, like it just happened too fast. The boy sprinted to the updated table to see what changed. The sign blazed a warning of what came next, the birth of magical instruments. And get this, There's even a congratulatory note saying the pioneer village has officially transformed into the Hellfire Mage village, and special purchases are about to be readied real soon. Kai froze. Could that pioneer village really have transformed into Ren village? Ellen and Kai stared in shock, because they never imagined their village could turn into a full-blown Hellfire Mage's lair. The boys were convinced it all came down to Ren's pull. She'd introduced herself as that quote, Hellfire Mage, and suddenly, everything made terrifying sense. Lean in and try to decode what crazy special buys that sign is hinting at. Once the village finally grows big enough to feed itself, the real freedom kicks in. Space for wild experiments, and the people who step up will be known as artisans. And here's the deal. Artisans are folks who, whether they mean to or not, can craft that special kind of item people call special purchases. Kai asked if they'd get paid, and the elf smirked. Nah, they'd be bought and sold for gold coins. The hero didn't realize at first that this was actually about real money. Kai asked if he could buy something right then, and Aino shut him down. No, not today, but she'd message him when new stuff hit. So even with a few iron items already around, the guys hauled off to go take a look. They stumbled upon a forge blazing with life, like it was waiting for them. A blacksmith training session was underway, and someone was yelling, "Start hitting the metal right now or it'll cool off." The men swung sledgehammers hard, and their foreman loudly applauded every blow. The blacksmith slammed fire into his hands and unleashed its power. The apprentice stared at the blacksmith in awe, but Kai couldn't figure out who he really was. The boy squinted like he could crack the mystery, trying to tell whether the elf's secret power was a blacksmith's craft or a magician's spell. Then the elf smirked and said, "It's both." She said, "Besides blacksmithing, we're the wall that stands between this village and any enemy that comes crawling in. And that's why everyone here bows us respect, because this is a village of Hellfire Mages." The hero leaned in and demanded whether every blacksmith item was locked behind special orders, and the shopkeeper told him the truth. If blacksmith gear was on the shelves, he could grab it freely. The elves pushed an idea hard: grab the offerings from the statue of Kai. The moment he realized people might have turned him into the center of a cult, worries snapped tight around his chest. The boy stumbled on a knife lying right by his statue. He snatched it from the air. 3 years after they ditched the Stone Age, he tore apart how they managed to climb that high so fast. Someone spotted Kai. A boy. The crowd stared as the knife shot through the air by itself, meaning Kai was right here, and they all took it as a sign that something good was about to happen. The hero stood there, utterly baffled, like the truth had vanished from right in front of him. The boy decided that Kai was absolutely thrilled, and the hero realized the townspeople had latched onto a brand new phase. The king already knew the village had hit level 30, so the workload only exploded, and now he had to hear what everyone was dreaming for the future. On the island, he fired up his friends and said the same thing. Right now, the only mission is to defend this island. But he also said, "We've got one final thing to settle. This one matters." The hero promised them, if that church dares to attack, we'll smash them and walk away victorious. Now their island is a lonely cage, and it can turn into a battlefield in the blink of an eye. So he starts thinking about escaping, finding somewhere better, and wiping the slate clean. They told Kai loud and clear, "We'll follow you wherever you go." And just then, the heroes stepped in to block him. The boy blurted out that he and Abbas were trapped on this island for good. He told them they had to meet the church's kids on this island, so O and Ebis were suddenly trapped in a brutal bind. Kai blurted out that he'd hunt down a safer place for all of them, somewhere they could build a good future, because these guys didn't have to rot on this island. And at those words, Yuri let out a heavy sigh. She agreed with Kai's plan, and then, right before the church caught wind of them, she pushed for somewhere to stay. Sarah told Yuri the boy had already done everything for them. Then Yuri snapped and cut Sarah off cold. She couldn't believe Sarah would pull off something that ridiculous. Yuri snapped that Kai could never understand what kingship really costs. Every king has to beg their own people to follow them. And then she pressed, "So, do you want to ditch your country, hero?" Kai said, "I'm the king of this country, and I want everyone living in peace and prosperity, because nothing matters more." Yuri said that if a fantasy world ever existed where war never touched and no one had to worry, she'd pack up and move there in a heartbeat. She demanded to know what Kai thought of himself now that he'd decided to live on the island, even with the looming threat that war could be declared on them any day. The girl begged everyone to shut their eyes and to lift their hands if they wanted to stay. She needed them to pick, right there, based on what they truly believed. Everyone threw their hands up except one girl asked, "Who didn't?" Kai grinned and said, "All 49 of them raised their hands." The hero leaned in and demanded, "Are you sure?" Because choosing this meant going straight against the church, and the terrifying truth was, they didn't even know who might come for them next. Kai then started to press his threat, dragging the Blessed One into the conversation, warning that he could hurl meteorites and wipe them out with a single shot. Even when they admitted the church was a disaster, they still looked him in the eye and swore they'd follow Kai no matter what. Because it was him who rescued everyone, then forged his own country from the wreckage. Ripple nodded, and you could feel the emotion in every word. Everything clicked into place. People started bragging about how great life was on the island now. Mouth-watering food, friendly warriors, and they would have been dead already if Kai hadn't saved them. They warned him the wars were coming for everywhere, and if the church dared strike, they'd lock in and fight back. The boy's jaw dropped in pure amazement. He tried to slam the brakes on the chaos and get everyone to calm down. The hero swore he'd give it everything he had, but he couldn't promise they'd all make it. Then he shouted for anyone brave enough to follow him. The crowd was buzzing with raw agitation, like something huge was about to snap. Kai finally owned up. He was the only one who wasn't ready, and Yuri nodded, agreeing without hesitation. She looked him dead in the eye and said, "If you're really a king, you don't get to choose comfort. You do what must be done. Because the day will come when this boy has to make a ruthless choice." But Kai is getting sick of chasing his ideals, and boredom is starting to swallow him up. He told himself he wasn't asking for much, just one real thing: happiness, the simple chance to live. Kai made a bold choice: burn bright now to atone for what came before, and to do that, he'll throw himself at anything, no excuses, no matter what. The boy ran the island's defenses through his head again. This time he noticed almost the whole coastline was smothered by mountains, meaning there were barely any safe spots to land. The hero barked orders to lock down the landing site tight so no one outside could ever spot it. Rebel demanded to know if they'd fight back if trouble found them, and Kai snapped that if an attack hit before they could even prepare, they'd be forced to throw down. And once you look at how the church is set up, it all clicks. At the end, they'll be forced to run, which means this island desperately needs a solid defensive line. The guys planned an exit bet in the safe spot for a quick emergency escape, so now they had to lock down and defend the landing area where the ships would finally arrive. Kai had to get his hands on a super detailed map of the island. The boy laid out everything AB needed. Then she sprang into action and started drawing that massive map. Map in hand, Kai made a beeline for the winged ones and set out to map the land's topography. So they could finally roam the island's northern edge, right where the hero leaned in and grilled Ebby, asking if the magic up there really was unstable. She shot back that she'd go with them, no doubt. EB told them she woke up in the northern part, where she was made to exist, right there in a copy of Biss. Kai couldn't stop thinking about that 1,000-year-old laboratory. The boys were hauled to the base of a mountain deep in the forest, right near the heart of it, and Ibis snapped that everything there was wrecked and deadly, warning them not to step in. Kai still insisted he had to see it with his own eyes. The hero demanded to know if these changes had ever happened before, and Ren fired back, "Yeah, this was absolutely done by people." Ren nodded and shot forward, then turned back and asked Ebby if she could use the power of fire. The boys came sprinting to Ibis, and right away she admitted her gut felt wrong, yet she insisted she was fine, but Kai wasn't buying it. He could feel the magic here was falling apart, but when they went out to catch the buffalo, somehow it didn't feel nearly as bad. The hero grabbed Ren's attention and ordered him to get Ebby to the far side of the island right now before it was game over. Ren still carried her friend like it was a lifeline. Tenohira didn't get any easier, not for a second. And then Kai came back through Tenohira too. Kai claimed the castle was just 10 kilometers off, but Ren shot back, "I'm going full speed no matter what." The girl sprinted, legs pumping like she was chasing a moment that would vanish if she didn't catch it. Just a couple minutes later, she was already there, standing in front of him like it was nothing. Ibi warned that if she lingered here any longer, she'd turn into everyone else's burden. Kai asked how she was feeling, and she said it had to be the ruins, like they'd done it to her. Ebby told him she has no clue what happened 1,000 years ago, but she's crystal clear on this. She was built in these ruins, and she's a clone of a mage named Ebis. Kai couldn't stop thinking about her amnesia. He figured she'd never had real memories at all in the first place. The boy figured those ruins were built for combat. After all, EB was made to fight, and the place itself looked like it could shield him from every kind of invader. Kai shook off EB and charged back into exploring the island. The girl blurts out an apology for feeling utterly helpless. Ren leaned in and reassured her friend, but Kai cut in. "We're not going back there this year." He said they had to get ready because the whole plan was to build a defense system and maybe even leave the island. And just like that, the girl's heart sank. With the map in hand, the boys plotted where to slam a defensive fortress right on the island, and Kai leaned over to Yuri asking, "If you washed ashore here, where would you set up?" She jabbed a finger toward the forest. Kai realized the smartest move was to shove the attack onto the ships instead. The boy pitched the idea of digging a ditch for defense, but Yuri immediately frowned. Too far from the village, even if it stayed hidden, and Kai just kept praying for warriors and golems to come through. The hero even pitched a plan to fire arrows and magic at the enemies from the defensive wall, and Kai's face lit up like it was straight out of a strategy game. Then the girl finally noticed it too. The boy realized he didn't have enough mages, so he pushed for a brand new weapon that could hold the entire line of defense. Enel was on it. She already had a start, but Kai demanded she finish it. The boy forged a seed so sneaky it could camouflage itself. Then he reenacted the ability and shaped a glowing, transparent seed. An elf chimed in, urging him to plant them. The next day, those seeds had already exploded into big sprouts, and the girls wasted no time, suggesting they dig them up right then. Sorcerer Kun tore through the battlefield using fire, water, wind, and earth, while Ninja Kun hit with weapon after weapon pulled straight from the shinobi arsenal, running secret ops like a ghost. Angel-chan boosted and supported everyone with enhancement magic, but she couldn't deal a single lick of physical damage. Kai tried to make friends with them, but they blew past everyone and rushed to greet the first warriors who came before, born earlier before him. The hero fumed because not a single one even stepped up to him. Ren shrugged and said, "Relax, I'm just the last boss." The wall was nearly finished, 600 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 10 meters deep, and the boy's stomach sank, thinking it wouldn't do much. Kai wanted to drag Ren into it, and she didn't hesitate. She could torch every tree around and wipe out the roots, too. The girl even said Kay could revive the trees. Then they'd turn away from the territory on their own. Kite couldn't buy it. There was no way that girl could pull off something like that. Ren snapped back that this was all about the form, the exact way you do it. And then they picked up the thought, clear as day, about why it matters. The boy craved K-Day's power so he could command the dirt itself, yank the earth up and fling it straight to the fortress from the ground. And the boys decided to go for it. Kaede pulled it off. Then Kaya grabbed her and demanded she animate something using that exact shape. The girl threw herself into temporary life and it still failed, so the hero snapped, "Name the land," and Kay tried again. The experiment hit its mark. Boom, it worked. The experiment worked because of that painted face, and Kai snapped it up for the next expedition on the ship, where they were set on hunting down the things they needed and tracking down Katie's family. The boy promised that if the land was the Empire's, they'd dig up answers, and Kay's hope snapped into a sweet dream of finally meeting her mom and dad. Kai-dai was boiling with upset because her dream flashed the very first time she met Gomo-chan and Mary-chan. The toys never forgot it either, because they were the present for her 5th birthday. The girl finally confessed. She still swears her dad is about to burst in from over the horizon, and he'll come hunting for her from the boat. The girl daydreamed about seeing her parents again and finally telling them, "I'm safe." She couldn't shake the dread that she'd been thinking only about herself, while everyone else was busy worrying over the church ship, until the toys soothed her, and for the first time she dared to hope her dad would come looking, because he loved her more than anything. Kay was freaking out because Kay had said help wouldn't come, and she couldn't even wrap her head around it. Why did he act so grown up when he was only a year older than her? The girl admitted that if the hero promised no one would ever come for her, she'd actually believe it. Still, a sliver of hope refused to die. The toys soothed her fast, and someone told her to start with what she could do right now, so she promised, "I'll do everything I can." The girl grilled Kai, asking if he was truly sure he'd bring Scorpo on the expedition. When he stuck with his pick, she agreed, but warned the slave trader could still be lurking in the city, and Kai said he actually preferred it that way. Kai burned with the need to figure out how to break the knot on Sarah's collar. He told me he'd just crossed paths with Mariella, a priestess who turns people into puppets, but when she tried to take Ren, she couldn't break him, and the powers of different gods can't be copied. Kay tried to rip Sarah's O'Shea Keen out with her power, but it wouldn't budge. Nothing worked. She could breathe life into all kinds of things Kai's powers created, but the seeds of creation were the one thing she couldn't touch. The hero figured that collar had a divine aura, but if the guys wanted every last secret, they hauled Mariella in for questioning. Kai leaned in and asked her about the slave collars mages used. Then the hero swore he'd let her go if she talked. Mariella said the collar was pure magic, even if it had nothing to do with her blessing. She claimed it was an ancient civilization's artifact, something that could shatter lives and trap souls, lock hearts in place. But then she snapped that her own powers were still nowhere near it, because that thing was on a whole different level. The hostage finally confessed she tried to pry into the collar's hidden blessing, because if she could figure it out, she'd understand what makes it truly, brutally unbreakable. Mariella couldn't stop staring at the secret even the temple wouldn't talk about. Those collars were insanely expensive, reserved for magicians and people you could buy off, and getting rid of one wasn't as simple as wishing. The girl snapped that a spell was the only way, and the person who locked that collar in place already knew it. Kai's eyes widened when he realized Maureen from Scorpion had to be the one behind the spell. Sarah was itching to tear off that collar, and Kai promised he'd help as soon as he was done searching for Kaide's family, because Sarah was terrified she couldn't protect this country, and she knew mages were too valuable to lose. Then the collar crushed her power and left her helpless. Kai blurted that he was dying to see Sarah's magic, and he pushed to bring her along on the expedition because Abby and Ren were already stealing all the attention. Kay came barreling in and blurted that she wanted to finally try the thing she'd mentioned the other day. Eb and Ren rounded up every resident and demanded to know what they should bring on the expedition, then offered up alcohol, and the girls snapped back that grapes had never even taken root before. They were set on getting the grooms to the horses, so the girls grabbed every order they had and hurried toward Kai, who was already waiting on the ship. Ka slammed the ship back to life, and the hero christened it the Santa Maria Chan. Then it roared into motion like it was built for speed. The girl insisted on joining Kai on the next expedition. She wasn't scared of the sea at all, and warned him that if she wasn't by his side, the ship's blessing would vanish. Kai agreed to take the girl in, and she decided to unleash even more power on the ship, while Ebby and Ren watched the whole thing unfold. Katie swore to herself she'd stop at nothing to track down her parents. On the monitor, the elves watched Kai sprint off the island. They clocked it right away. The ship's speed lined up perfectly with the boat from the hero's past life, especially after the crew slapped propellers onto it, and it was so risky it felt like one wrong move could spell disaster. The boy swallowed his exhaustion, asked Kay for a break, and then sprinted straight to the pioneer village. They welcomed him, even though he was sick and still shaking, and he pleaded to stay in the village until NL snapped that he'd kick him out if he didn't. Kai finally understood. Then the elves stepped in to help, and El even ordered Karomo to feed the boy. But Kai couldn't believe the elf didn't do it herself. This time, the guys touched down in just 4 days. Last trip, it dragged to 11. Kay admitted that since she could finally sleep through the night in the pioneer village, her exhaustion didn't hit as hard, but she was still tired. This time, the boys vowed to be extra careful and stay quiet in Scorpia. Kai told Ebby to keep watch while they sprinted off to the market, and before they vanished, he left a mark to make escape fast. Ebby agreed, but only because Kai promised it was a mission that really mattered. Kay was itching to back Ebby up, but before she could get there, she was stuck with her while heading for Morin's house. At the city gates, everyone spotted the boys' carts rolling in. The men claimed they had way too much cargo for just 2 children, and they instantly guessed these kids must be the rich merchants. Then the memory hit them hard, because a year ago the exact same thing happened, so they headed straight for the market. Ren clocked the square was packed with too many strangers, and he barked at Kai to watch his back. The hero got offered 4 gold pieces for a bull he was selling for 10, and the buyers fumed and tried to haggle, but Kai wouldn't budge, because arguing was pointless when EB was already waiting on them. Another man grinned at Kai's price, so the first guy snapped into action, pushing back hard so the market wouldn't spike sky high. He desperately needed a bull, but the second man refused to get robbed by an inflated price. In the end, the hero sold 2 bulls for 7 coins. The guys figured the men were in on it, plotting behind the scenes, and Kai hated that their suspicions were wasting his time. So once everything was sold, the heroes finally went to buy. The elves handed out those goods, and when it's your turn, you'll want to show Kai a single item in return. Kai stared at the blade and asked, "Why is this sword so special? What makes it custom-made?" The weapon got a name, Fire Sword, and the hero couldn't help but scoff. It cost exactly 5 gold, and El explained that the sword user's magic births the flames, while the user himself never gets burned. The boy insisted he had no magic. They told him he did, and the real test for Kai was to believe. Then, right on the order, Kai spoke the words, flames burst out, and the sword roared to life. The hero realized that sword slashing wasn't the answer against people, so they ditched everything and left the goods in the village. Then Kai promised he'd circle back to the island from the northern side and bring Sarah with him. The girl looked around, and the city hadn't changed one bit. Ibis shot back to the boys when Ren called her, and the heroes raced straight to Marini's house. They followed the plan to the letter. Everything was set up to blast the mercenaries with magic, knock them out, and keep them down if they fought back. Then the guys slipped into the building that looked totally empty. They got the word that the house's owner had vanished to restock and wouldn't be back for 6 whole months. He'd left just 2 weeks ago, already headed into the port city of Nomel. The boys tracked down Kay's hometown, Noel, on the map, right along the route to Godier, and when Kay apologized to Sarah for trekking all that way to get nothing, Sarah didn't even grumble. She begged to stay with the boys so they could keep rolling through the cities with her by their side. Kai couldn't stand the cramped space, so he told the girls to grab the neighboring bed instead. Before heading to Nomel, Kai insisted on one thing, shopping first, so the boys slipped into the nearby cafeteria, trying to stay off everyone's radar. But then one of the soldiers snapped to it. He recognized the boy's face. The man snapped into recognition, Kai. The hero stared hard, trying to figure out what stood before him, that mercenary Marini or the magician. He said this road was way too close to the Imperial camp, so they had to slam in a detour, too risky to run into someone they knew. Back in the canteen, the guy cornered Kai and begged, "Hire me," because his last boss had tossed him out and he'd been watching the heroes like, "Those cool guys? That's where I belong." He was certain he'd be useful to them. The boy demanded to know what happened to the other mercenaries, and he answered, "I used to be an Imperial mage, so no, I can't step into this war." Kai blurts out that magicians are straight up in demand, and the Imperial snaps back that they beat those guys for a reason. Then the hero finally clicks. It was a trap. The boy followed his gut, headed straight for the boys since he'd already beaten him, and the warrior felt it coming. This twist would finally land him the exact fight he craved. Ren couldn't look away. Kai grilled the mage as the Imperial geography expert to guide them through Nomel to Gedaya. And the shocker hit. The dude had actually lived there for a while. Sarah's gut twisted. Could she actually trust the Imperial, a mercenary through and through? The boy didn't sugarcoat it. Yeah, it was risky, but he still chose to trust him. Kai snapped that if the guy needed money, he would have stayed in the country, because this wasn't some random broke man. It was a mage of noble birth, and at their first meeting, the hero didn't recognize him at all. The boys snapped that they had to watch the temple followers and the greedy cheaters who scam people for cash, and that ruling a country means putting trust in what you can. Kai realized the first step was believing in himself and stopping himself from seeing everyone as the enemy. Because if he didn't, he'd be stuck on that island for his whole life, and he refused to let that happen. The hero realized they were up against a man tied to Mondial, and right at the very end, when everything was about to tip, this mercenary stepped in out of nowhere. Sarah didn't hate all mercenaries, she just wanted one thing: rip the collar off her ASAP. 10 days later, they finally stumbled back into normal life. Kai stared at the massive city, and when a man bragged it was the biggest port town in the Empire, Kai asked, "Do you remember her?" But the guy just blanked, clueless, so the magician stormed into the bar hunting for anyone willing to organize the army. Rage boiled in the soldier as he slammed the Empire's army for not being ready yet, no official navy, and training up for ships was a nightmare. They were still stuck on the far side of the sea. A mercenary stormed into the bar, and the friends' faces lit up because they knew him. Wait, was their older brother really out there fighting alongside him? Then he spoke up. His boss wanted to see them. Kai burst onto the scene wearing a mask, and the warriors instantly knew it was him, so they shouted for him to be captured. Faisal claimed he was working for the hero and cut them off right then and there. Kai shot back that they should talk to Mr. Marini, so they ditched the spot and rolled out together with the mercenary tagging along. They pressured him to name a spell for that collar he wanted nothing to do with, so he tried to reach Faisal again, but he snapped that he was already swamped and couldn't, in principle, take down Ibis. Then Marini went to hire the girl, but the reply hit like a punch. She served the master for free. The man also warned that Kai was the exact same kind of owner, the one who kept slaves too. Marini bragged that he was ready to sell the spell, but the hero started closing in, snarling that he'd ripped the knowledge out by force. He named the spell Corsa Corta. Then you pressed your touch to the collar and chanted, "Slave or free," while Ren swore the man's words rang true and empty of lies. Ebby was shoved to keep an eye on Marini, and Kai bolted straight for Sarah. Kai decided to test the spell, and Sarah pressed him hard. Would the boy let her stay with him if she snapped after the collar's effect was gone? She said she could belong to Kai, but Kai shut it down and said it was terrible. The hero steadied Sarah's trembling heart and swore he'd undo every horrible thing, no matter how long it dragged on. Kai then stepped up and promised he'd handle everything. The boy muttered a spell, and the air seemed to snap with power. It worked, just like that, the hero promised. Now Sarah can finally live her life in peace. The girl told everyone that Kai was incredibly kind to her. She leaned in and asked if he liked her. He shot back, yes, then instantly backtracked, saying she was just like the other girls. And that's when Sarah finally blurted out how she truly felt. The girl leaned in and confessed she was head over heels for him. She didn't care how Kai, of all people, would show his feelings toward her. Faisal said they'd slipped out safe and sound, then he couldn't help wondering if those two were still clinging together. Marini leaned in and asked the protagonist if he was happy, then demanded he hand back the collar. But he shook his head and snapped that it was way too dangerous to trust it with someone like him. Faisal smirked, admitting it was brutally upsetting. then snapped that life gets way worse and he better take care of himself. Later, he and the girls prowled through the city's streets, and the guy admitted it. This whole thing felt terrifying, especially knowing 3 magicians were right there with them. Ring muttered that she'd shown up too, and Kai was stunned because she was exactly who he thought she was. Then Kai grinned and declared she was the strongest of them all. Faisal snapped that the guy was the scariest of them all. Those mysterious blessings made it feel like he carried power on par with a whole country. And Kai shot back, "Then we've got nothing to worry about on the road." He leaned in and demanded, "Are you sure the Empire's really fighting the kingdom?" The man shot back, "They never should have tangled us in a naval battle because the kingdom's across the sea." He couldn't stop worrying. Was there anything he could do to stop it? Then the man suddenly spotted something, shot an apology, and bolted because he had to go. Kai shrugged like it didn't bother him, but his curiosity sparked fast. What happened out there? The man just said he'd spotted a boat he recognized. Then Kai felt like he had to show up. The guy suggested they meet at the hotel later, and the man nodded, agreeing. Later, Sarah leaned in and demanded to know what they needed to do, so we told her to hit the market for shopping and grab information while she was there. The clerk snapped that he knew nothing, but then let slip he'd heard the war wasn't done recruiting yet, and both sides were still hunting for new soldiers. Sarah started counting how many people were around, and right then a guy swooped in to hit on her. Boom, her nerves shot through the roof. Then the other guys rushed in with their own applications, and Kai stepped up to shield her, only to get shoved aside and snapped at to stay out of it. He snapped back, all irritated, saying it was him telling them to stop right now. Then he clocked their clothes and figured they were the Empire's fighting soldiers. The man muttered that he was getting all this noise, and only then did he realize all these women were with him. Then they closed in on the guy and laid out their plan. First, they'd deal with him, and then they'd snatch all the girls and turn them into decent people. Then he couldn't talk anymore. Sarah seethed with rage, yanked out her magical gadgets, and smashed him in the face, blasting him sideways. She snapped that they were way too brazen and that they should have acted better. Then the protagonist tried to soothe her, but she called it unforgivable and swore she'd handle them herself, only for the soldier to snap back, wanting to fight her. Right then, the girl started handling everything with sharp skill, until a man burst in from the crowd and told them, "We got word, some Imperial soldiers are harassing the citizens." He couldn't stop wondering if they'd handled it, and the guy just shrugged, saying it was self-defense. The man swallowed his pride and apologized, admitting the troop deployment this time was a total shock, and that most of the soldiers were barely trained. He strode up to the soldiers and ordered them to stay down, stop trying to sand the general's name. Then he turned to the boy and said this war wasn't random anymore. It was being waged under the famous Imperial mage, General Edward Enfield. Ren suddenly remembered Cade shared her last name too, and she couldn't shake the feeling it might not be coincidence. Then she blurted out that her father worked inside the castle. 12 years ago, the mages were tearing into each other. One of them couldn't wrap his head around how far he'd already come, and the other shot back that he had the sparks to be a genius. Right now, though, he was still an uncut diamond, and it was time to start shaping him. Edward told him to rush over and get half his wounds healed by a blessed man. Then the reply came fast. "I don't want that, and I'm never losing again." He swore this scar would be his warning sign, and right then, Edward got cold. He got the news that his wife said their daughter had a cold, and he erupted in a loud shout. He'd be back right away, churning out thousands of elixirs to fix it. Faisal grinned to himself as the memory hit. Someone had told him he wouldn't raise a hand until his daughter was grown. So he strode up to the guy who looked confused and asked what he was doing here. Faisal leaned in and said it plain. He had business to handle. Axel admitted, voice heavy, that the meeting didn't bother him. He just felt worn out. And then he dropped the truth. If he remembered right, the general had lost his daughter. He stared at him in total shock, because there's no way this could have happened. Then demanded answers, and he admitted he didn't know the details, only that it all went down last spring. Since then, he's not the same man anymore. Everything feels colder, meaner, and wrong. They won't speak to him directly, and only priests carry their words. And the truth is, he's still just a father who can't bear to abandon his daughter. Faisal finally understood that this was exactly why he'd shoved away the state's push for war, coming up with a dozen lame excuses, and now he had to talk to him. Later, Axel came back and told him the general didn't even recognize him, like that was the last drop, and the man swore it was impossible. He told himself he'd finally snapped because he couldn't do a single thing. Later on, he ran into the hotel's protagonist, and the guy shot him a question. "Are you done with your business?" Faisal shook his head, still not finished. The guy fired off a question. "Were you ever in the Imperial Army?" And he answered, "Yep, Zubbel." Then Kai leaned in and asked if he knew the general, and that left him completely stunned. Faisal shot back that, yeah, of course he knew him. Then the guy grinned and asked if they could meet, like maybe they were hunting for him. The man leaned in and demanded, "So what are you planning to do to me?" Right then, Ren slammed into his back and barked, "You're funny," and she shot back that they wouldn't do a thing to him. The man snapped that she wasn't allowed to laugh, and off they went, wandering the whole empire, searching for the general with such relentless drive, it felt like they were hiding some bigger plan. The guy shot back that he just needed to be sure he wasn't the father of their ward, and the man pressed him again. Where exactly? Kai asked, "Have you met her?" Faisal shot back, "I just heard, Kai's age is gone now." The second that name hit the air, they both knew they'd been right. The guy told him to wait a second, so Ren shot back, asking if he was happy. Then he demanded she call him something else and said, "So what do you mean?" Right then they heard someone shout, "I know him!" Because back when she was a kid, he used to drop by their house all the time. Sure, he acts rude, but deep down, he's pure-hearted. Then a thrilled Cade threw himself into his arms, practically yelling that it had been way too long since they'd seen each other, leaving the man completely stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around it. There was a real girl right in front of him. His eyes flooded with tears as he demanded why she was with them, and Kai snapped back that they were in danger right now. They all act like they're fine, playing dead just so nobody figures out they're actually okay, and deep down, he's desperate to sneak into a secret meeting with her father. The guy said the girl was part of his huge family, then demanded if the man would help them. He just smirked and said, "Yeah, obviously." If he ever learned his daughter was alive, the guy was sure he'd snap back to his senses, and he ordered Edward to wait. The girl nudged the protagonist to write her father a secret letter, because if it's him, he'll instantly recognize it as her handwriting. She'll come sprinting the second he hears she's okay, because that guy already swore she's a genius, and they're locking in that plan. That night, everyone wondered how the letter would even get delivered, because he was sure the priests would tear it apart the moment he tried, and he knew they'd rather hide it than let the temple find out. Kyra shot back that he didn't even know his own name yet, but everything was locked down no matter where he went, because they had people tracking him and delivering the letter. Faisal couldn't help but wonder who he really was. He said he'd promised to stay out of other people's business, but the truth was, he couldn't help being curious. Then Cade shot back, "If you live with us, we'll spill everything." He sat there weighing it while the protagonist stared at the idea like, yeah, she totally loved poking old folks. Later, when she finally wrote her letter, that guy lunged to peek, but she snapped it out of sight and hid it. Then the protagonist teleported with an assistant. He dragged one of the little warriors straight to the general's mansion, handed over a letter to the general, and watched him tear into the message. But once he was done, he crumpled the paper like it burned in his hands. The kids huddled together, staring at nothing, waiting for the general. The girl figured he'd forgotten her until the boy snapped back that there's no way, something must have gone wrong. Then he turned and demanded, "LaBelle, where's the general?" She said that, just like yesterday, he still hadn't left the building at all. Ren hugged Kaida and promised with a fierce heart that she'd always be there. Kaida felt sure Melared would step in and everything would turn out fine. Faisal just watched him. Later, he stormed into the castle, and the other knights threw themselves in his way, snapping that he was causing them problems. He shot back through clenched teeth, that he just had to speak with him. A priest suddenly showed up, demanding answers about what was happening. Then Edward brushed him off and said there were just too many attendants to see one person. The priest leaned in and snapped, "Come on, it's obvious. Edward's going to be a general in the coming war." Faisal said they didn't have enough regular troops for this, so he asked Edward if he even knew how bad the army situation was. Edward shot back that they had enough mages and they were ready to fight. They'd sail in a few days, and Edward had to be gone by then. Later, the man finally spilled everything he'd learned to the protagonist, only for the protagonist to snap back that it didn't work. There was no point trying it this way. They had to find a way to meet him head-on. Some girl bragged that he could trust her. She'd follow him anywhere and never fooled to anyone. While the other girls backed her up and stood ready for his order. Kai leaned in and asked the soldier if he had any objections, then fired back, "Why are you bringing this up now?" The soldier snapped that from this point on, they'd be going on the attack, and there'd be no going against the Empire's will. Faisal shot Edward a question. "Are you really coming at me head-on?" Because even with 4 mages backing him, Edward fights like a genius and moves like perfection. Yet something deep inside Faisal screams that this is about to go terribly wrong. But he was locked in. He wouldn't let up until he knocked him down for the first time. He didn't have to worry about the kingdom either. He'd already severed every link. Now the real question hit him hard. How was he going to drag this recluse out? Ren told them he'd surface for the voyage when the time came, but the boy snapped back that they couldn't wait that long, so they'd cook up a plan and drag him out for it. The boy leaned toward Libel and asked if she could check whether anyone was on those ships. Then she admitted that hunting for people would spin her head and make her dizzy. For just a second, she could manage it. Then the guy apologized, told her he trusted her, and she snapped into focus, using every skill she had. She said the place was nearly empty, just a couple of guards posted there, and then he thanked her again. Ran pressed him, asking if he was really about to go through with it, and the guy nodded, swore he would, and called in the warriors. He ordered every ship to be sunk, except the one closest to them, already earmarked. Abyss had to stay on guard, and Ren would pull the eyes away. The girls got it instantly. Then he and the warriors charged for the nearest ship. A while later, the girls back in the village gasped. He'd teleported the ship right onto their doorstep. And the guy grinned and said their prey just leveled up. Not some small target, a whole ship. So grab every useful thing you can find inside. And he'll press, asking if there's any way to get off this island. The guy fires back that they can't do it without Yuri and the rest helping them. If they can bait him out, they'll drag him in somehow, because once he's here, he can't swing a single spell. And if this turns into a full-blown war, then the girls are the first thing they have to keep safe. So for now, everyone stays put. Everyone except Abyss. And when the time comes, they'll grin and tell you, "Since we were expecting guests, we should make tea." The priests were in full panic, and the chief snapped, "What happened?" He ordered everyone to breathe and lay it all out. Then they blurted that every single ship was burning, and the truth hit him like a punch. At this time, every ship was roaring with blazing flames. Abyss snapped that the girl was distracting in such a pathetic way because that was the only reason they couldn't kick off a war against the Master's homeland. In that instant, a blazing flash seared her clothes, and she jerked in shock. The priest swore the flames were so massive he'd pegged it as a magician, until he realized it was a witch with silver hair. A man with blazing, dark eyes stepped right in front of the girl, furious, poised to unleash another brutal attack. And the moment she locked onto him, she finally knew exactly who he was. While the others stared at the monitor, they instantly recognized him. Priests ringed him on one side, and the magicians hovered close behind, stacking all their forces there for a massive push. Kaide's face twisted with rage, and she bolted. Then the protagonist snapped to it. Things were getting bad, and they had to move now. Right then, the girl vanished in a flash and reappeared on the pier. She screamed for her father with all her might, tears streaming down her face. And when he finally turned to her, his eyes stared straight through her. From far away, the girl kept staring at him and shouting his name, and right then the main character and the soldier came sprinting in. Well, the father glanced at her once, then turned his back. That reaction slammed the brakes on her whole inner world, and Faisal, furious, exploded forward, launching off the wall toward him, while Kai realized this was pure recklessness. The man sprinted in, swinging with raw fury, and the priest stood there totally lost, unable to grasp what he was doing, until everyone snapped to the same conclusion: treason. The same man then ignored them and barked, "Edward, wake up!" Meanwhile, Ren leaned toward Kai and asked if she needed help. Staring that man down, the main character finally clocked it. Priests had him under control, and that eerie hypnosis wasn't magic at all. It was the bound soul of the puppeteer. He told Sarah to help downstairs, counting them by number, then promised that he and Ren would slip in from behind the priests. The priests shrieked that they couldn't beat them anyway. Then, right in that instant, Abyss crashed into the fight, moving in behind the man to cover him. Sarah lunged in right alongside the others, blasting ice magic, instantly stunning every priest in the room. But right then, the general cut them off, right in the middle of everything. The protagonist snapped back and realized the magic had been sealed away in him. Faisal couldn't tell if he meant it for real or if he was just messing around. He barked at the girls, "Let me in, then you deal with the other 4. And they shot back, "No problem, we've got them." Ren was freaking out about how the fight would turn out, and Kai couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go wrong for them too. She snapped whether she should crush their resistance, and he shot back, no, she couldn't, because her firepower was so intense that people would get hurt. Staring at the warrior mage, the boy snapped to it. Just like Ren, if the magic came from another world, Edward wouldn't be able to shut it down. Then he ordered him to blast the ground under Edward and his crew with earth magic, so they'd walk straight into a perfect opening. Down below, the fight raged on. Those girls unleashed a full team strike, and Yuri tapped the sacred limits of a battle maiden. Kai realized the other side had serious defenders too. While the priests raced to trace where earth magic was coming from, Edward tracked the source down and slammed the building before they could react. Ren snatched the guy into her arms and sprang out clean. No hits, no damage, while Edward immediately barreled in to attack them. Faisal stood straight in front of them and took every hit head-on, his face twisted in pure agony as the blows rained down, and they couldn't wrap their minds around why he'd sacrifice himself like that. The priest finally snapped and chose this moment to end it all. Then he unleashed a brutal attack on the girls. One hit ripped straight for Kaede, but she got protected just in time. Kai warned, "If this keeps up, we're done for." So Ren had to stall long enough to restore Faisal, but Faisal couldn't burn through her magic or risk wrecking anyone. So she looked him dead in the eye and said, "Trust me." Then she snapped her hand out and forged a blazing wall of fire around them, and the guy just panicked, because even if they ran back, there'd be no way to move everyone to safety. Right then, the girl fired off a quick, "Keta, are you hurt?" And when Keta answered she was fine, the darkness still crept across her face. Rage flooded her as he unleashed magic on her friends, hurting Faisal, and she screamed, "I can't believe how stupid my own father is." Then she shot her hands up, screamed she'd wipe everyone out with a single blow, and unleashed the magic of fleeting life. A hulking beast with glowing, round eyes lumbered right into view, and the moment they saw it, every one of them gaped like they couldn't believe what they were witnessing. It was carved from stone, and the second it appeared, it slammed straight into Edward without so much as a glance at anyone. After that, she snapped her glare at the others, who swore it was impossible, and panic made them flee because they knew they couldn't win. Then the protagonist ordered Kaede to cancel the ability, promising they'd grab her father and vanish. She agreed, just like that. Meanwhile, the man crumpled unconscious in the middle of the shattered pavement, arms stretched wide like he'd been fighting until the very last second. It felt like his daughter was calling his name, so he chuckled and told himself he was still asleep. No way was he waking up yet, because in a dream, they could stay together. A tiny hand smacked his head and snapped, "Wake up, this isn't a dream." He jolted awake and stared at her. He looked at her with a heavy heart and realized he was already living in another world. Then she slapped him again and insisted, "No, you're not coming back," before urging him to go meet his mother. Faisal smirked, bragged that it was way too luxurious and that the magic was fast asleep. Then his daughter shoved him awake. Kai shrugged and said, "That's just how it is." And Edward suddenly demanded, "Who are you?" The boy grinned, Kai, and explained this was the pioneer village. She thought she had her older brother totally figured out, until, at 10 years old, she was handed a blessing straight from the goddess of truth, and she started secretly using that power on him. They were true foundlings with him, and her brother remembered him back when he was just a kid. Never like ordinary people, always something special, so she craved answers. And then, 12 years later, the blessing ceremony finally arrived. The priest snapped for Rukia to step inside. She thought he'd gone ahead to the ceremony, but he never came back, so she searched for him, and when she finally found him, he ordered her to strip off the holy cloth. She held up a sign right on her body, and the man lost his mind, screaming that it absolutely couldn't be. One of them lunged at her, yelling that the day had finally arrived, so the priest snapped, asking if it was even possible for two of them to show up back to back. He shot back that he needed to shut up. The power inside her wasn't even in the same universe, and it gets wilder. There are 3 massive pillars inside her body. The Inquisitor thanked her for meeting him that day and then dropped the gods and her riddle, eternity and diet. She needed to try calling them by name, because she'd already gotten a blessing once before, and she absolutely shouldn't let it show. She blurted the words, and the symbol flared to life, snapping the priest out of his shock because she named everything on the spot, while the Inquisitor waved it off like nothing was wrong. She must have figured it was smarter to do it now so she wouldn't have to say the gods' names later. The girl demanded to know where her brother was. He was meant to perform the ceremony right in front of her, yet he vanished and never came back. So he told her to forget him, but she couldn't figure out how anyone could say that when he was gone. He stared at her again with those wild eyes and told her to drop it. Then the priests swarmed around her, swearing she had a bright future waiting, telling her not to worry about a thing. Yet she couldn't figure out why. Why should she forget to take it? Because in her mind, they'd never cross paths again. Then the Inquisitor finally called her out, and she still couldn't even figure out what he meant. She snatched his hand, stared straight through him with the eyes of truth, now blazing, and the guy just couldn't grasp what she was up to. She swallowed her nerves, apologized, swore she'd heard God's voice, and decided she'd try. She said it all felt like a blur. Nothing made sense at all. He shot back, "It's normal." Then he promised, "Keep practicing, and you'll learn how to use the blessing the right way." The priest warned her not to squander her strength, and she shot back, "I won't." Then her eyes locked onto the essence, because the God who blessed her brother, pure evil. And the church didn't just banish him, it shoved that wicked God deep, right inside her body. At that moment, another special Inquisitor was already in the room. Then he yanked the brother away somewhere out of sight, and nobody knew a thing beyond that. For some reason, they're terrified to lay a hand on the blessed. The Inquisitor snaps that she'll spend 2 years as a nun studying under a priest. She just smiles back and swears she'll try. If a kid like her even threw a tantrum, she'd never stand a chance against the church. No way, not even for a normal father. So she buckled down, trained to become a priest, and started hunting for clues. And she starts hunting down that special Inquisitor because if she finds him, she'll uncover where her brother is, and she's ready to crawl through every last crack to reach him. She was dead certain only she could save her brother. He jolted awake and realized he hadn't dreamed about that place in ages. Then his mind immediately snapped to Rukia, wondering if she was all right. Abyss leaned in and asked Rukia if she was the master's little sister, then demanded how she slipped back in again. Rukia just smirked and said, "You told me it's been getting cold lately." Right then, Faisal barged in, threw out an apology for interrupting, and when he spotted the girl, he asked if they were really having fun this early in the morning. The guy snapped back that it was all wrong. He couldn't even begin to understand what Faisal was thinking. The man said it was great they were up, Chi snapped back, furious that he'd been trying to get some sleep, so why did he insist on waking him now? Did he really want to barge in at the worst possible moment? And yeah, she comes to him and sleeps beside him on purpose as an adult, because if people misread it, the whole situation turns awkward fast. Nearly 3 years have torn by since the 12th birthday blessing ceremony, and in this world, once you hit 15, people stop treating you like a kid and start treating you like an adult. The man said Edward's people had reached out to him. Then, after the chaos in Nomel, Kaede, her parents, and Faisal packed up their lives and started living on a desert island. Edward and his family are hauling a new house together, and while they work, he spots a strange plate-looking piece and asks what it's for. Then the guy grins and says, "That's a tile." He had to cover the roof. Then it hit him. House roofs are packed tight with those tiles, and he'd just seen that pattern for the first time. Kai smiled and said back where he lived, there was loads of it, and they called it roofing tiles. He told them to take her. She's from the village, so it's a gift from above. The man ate up the idea like it was holy magic, because even though they worshipped the same god, Kaidi's blessing hits totally different. Kaid snapped back that they're special, yeah, but in the end, they still drift toward an evil god. Edward stared at the so-called gods of good and evil, confused by it all. Then the boy shook his head and said, "Nobody's ever met God face to face." A holy seal flashes on the left chest, then boom, the power unlocks. They get the rundown fast, but here's the twist. Evil and good gods aren't the same. Still, there was once one god. He paused mid-dig, because getting reborn meant he had to be in a whole new world, and that could only mean gods existed here, so he stopped digging and told everyone, "This is fresh info for me." "Yeah, sure, some people probably swear gods don't exist," he said, "but no one's doubting this. Real abilities are real abilities, and nobody's sitting around wondering if it's just luck." But outside the church, nobody was hunting those evil gods, and his daughter couldn't possibly get a blessing from them. Kai finally got it. Parental stupidity had won, plain and simple. Faisal snapped at them to quit chatting and get to work. She said they were planning to build a ton of rooms. Edward chimed in that it was the only way the three of them could actually live together. Faisal admitted he never had time for work to play with his daughter, so now they'd be stuck together. But Kaid snapped back that she wouldn't live with him. That left the man stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around it, since he'd already set everything up in her room. So the man told him, "Go ask her yourself." Edward leaned in and demanded to know why it was happening, and the protagonist shrugged back. He hadn't heard a single thing about it either. He said the royal guards were cleaning the bathroom right now, so maybe he should ask them. And Faisal couldn't believe it. Even Edward, the strongest, the most invincible, still couldn't bring himself to be strict with his own daughter. She snapped back that it wasn't like that because she used to trail after him and shout "Dad" all the time. But lately, she'd turned weirdly mature, like living on that island had somehow rewired her into someone way smarter. So he tracked down the protagonist and begged her to figure out why she refused to live together. He looked genuinely stunned, but still nodded and agreed. And Faisal even guessed it was because she couldn't stand her dad. He closed in on the girl who demanded to know what happened, then told her the truth. He and Edward were building a house, but she shut it down and refused to live in it. She told him she'd stay in the mansion, like always, and then the guy dropped the bomb that she'd finally met her parents, and the relief hit her. Now she could truly be free and live with them. She demanded to know if he was refusing just because she was a girl, like that meant she'd obediently back down. And in his head, he realized this could be exactly the moment she'd snap and start fighting her father. Kai told Edward he'd blow up, like the two of them were going to end up living together for good. Then she snapped back that they saw each other every single day, and she wasn't some kid anymore if she wanted to stay close to them. She swore she'd stay there, and the guy figured it was what Edward meant, but somehow it still felt like she was just a kid pretending to be grown. Reunited with his family on that desert island, the guilt finally eases, because all she can think about is how fast she wants to grow up. Edward needs to hear it. She's only acting tough, not really living on her own yet. Then the protagonist marches up to Kuromo and presses her again for help finding winter coats. She demanded to know how much she'd need, then ordered him to bring Edward, her wife, and Faisal so they could take measurements. He shot back, asking how much time she wanted. She answered fast, 3 days. He couldn't believe how fast it moved, so he blurted out his thanks to her, and right then, Elle snapped that someone had shown up. She'd seen it on TV. They all huddled up and watched together. Edward insisted this spot was perfect, and Yuri shot back that they'd already traveled too far, so odds were nobody would ever show up. Then Edward said he'd heard all about her troubles straight from the protagonist, and if anyone made contact at all, it would be her making the move. She couldn't wrap her head around it until he said, "Because we're the princess and the general from a shattered country." His voice shook as he admitted he feared the evil's source hadn't vanished. She admitted it was a total surprise then, even while he tried to play it cool and pretend their past barely crossed his mind. He still shot back that he was a genius way beyond his years. She said she was in, because the real anomaly wasn't the blessed ability at all. It was him. Hearing that, the boy's mind spun. Could I even do something like this? Kuromo claimed he was emotionless, so the boy figured, guess I'll just listen. She said the princess's choice to keep it hidden ended up helping him in a bunch of ways, and Ainel even pointed out how, in the tense talks between the guards and the winged people, their completely different culture and way of life changed everything. Meanwhile, Yuri gushed that Kai was amazing, but then admitted he could be so soft-hearted sometimes that his brain forgets to show up. Edward just said, "Yeah, that tracks." Even with all that military power, not a single soul died in that battle. And with how things stood, it wouldn't shock me if he'd gone after the priests. But wait, didn't the princess call him herself, begging him to train her? Maybe he should apologize for what he did and for attacking the city. She broke into a laugh and snapped that he wasn't even in that fight, then said an apology wouldn't buy her a single smile because she didn't want to chase comfort by throwing her feelings at him, and she definitely wouldn't water down what she was feeling. Edward asked if she wanted to strike back at the Empire by using him, and the moment those words hit, the protagonist's whole body went tense. Then she snapped back that all she wanted was one simple thing, to be granted the right to forget. He didn't have a clue what she was talking about, and she shot back that she understood she'd never be able to take revenge on the Empire, yet she still insisted there had to be another way out. After all, she let the country get crushed, then bolted. Now she's just living on like nothing happened, and you can't forget that until you slam your heart full of something new. She didn't care if he ever understood her feelings. She chose to hide them. Edward caught her message instantly, but the main character totally missed what she was trying to say. She says, yeah, it's fine, but she doesn't call him to hash it out because, first of all, Coyote's dad is involved, and she trusts him completely. He couldn't wrap his head around why she trusted him so fast. Then she said it was impossible to doubt a man who'd actually come all the way to the island just to be with his family. And to him, she just didn't seem like someone who chased ambition at all. Edward told her he was relieved she could see him like this because in his eyes, this was the only place he'd ever be able to live as a calm daughter. And he'd never ruin anything for the main character. Yuri demanded, "So I'm your enemy?" And he shot back that he didn't lump the priests together with God because it wasn't God empowering them. Yuri just smirked and said, "Then you probably are." The man leaned in and demanded what she wanted to tell him. Then she shot back that it was about that military man, and her doubts dripped from every word. Sure, he's been hiding out as a mercenary on duty, and that's exactly why nobody trusts him. Someone like that mage can live any way he wants, so if he showed up here, it's because he genuinely likes being here. She said he didn't look suspicious at first, but he slowly crept closer to the main character, way too close, and the main character still treated him like a friend. Edward clocked the age gap right away, but somehow they still clicked, so the girl nodded and said she felt the same. Then the man blamed it all on jealousy, and boom, that's what sparked the misunderstanding between them. She finally figured out what those feelings meant, because that guy grinned at him like he'd never once grinned at her, and the main character basically said, It's easy for me to talk to guys like me, and our characters feel the same. Edward told her, "If you're worried, I'll watch him for now." He admitted the odds were low that he was a spy for the Empire, but the Empire clearly knew one thing for sure. He'd fought in the exact same battle. He started whispering that he'd smashed the guy and his wife just so they could finally live in peace here. Yari got it, but deep down he couldn't shake the question. Was any of this really safe when they still ended up getting forced to leave the country? He told him straight up that honestly, things with the Emperor had never been great in the first place, so he didn't think he'd miss that trouble at all. Yuri, though, had been his rock, especially after the old crown prince proposed to her years back. Edward admitted he'd heard the whole story before, how he confessed and got brutally rejected, then rage flared because she laughed it off like it was nothing. But maybe this whole war's target was her. The man claimed he could pull it off, and suddenly it all clicked. That's why he swung first. The prince strutted with pride, refusing to admit he was fighting for a woman. And if he really had the royal family in his grip, then yeah, the princess broke free and vanished. If destroying everything was the mission, then escape was dead on arrival, because in the end she got nabbed mid-run, fighting tooth and nail not to land in the Empire's hands. But she couldn't shake the doubt. Was he really the one who started it? She refused to swallow the truth that her country was destroyed because of him. Then the protagonist snapped at her to drop any thoughts of revenge. So she will. But that demon inside her keeps whispering, "Never forgive the one who gave this order." And yeah, he's got to pay for it. Edward told her he understood every ounce of her pain, but warned that a rough, thorny road still lay ahead, so she swallowed her worries, nodded, and begged him to keep it all a secret. He clicked the TV off and asked, straight-faced, if it was really okay to eavesdrop like that, because was the whole listening-in thing even worth it when all he'd hear were pointless conversations? And Elle suddenly realized she still hadn't let go of her revenge plan because the guy assumed her agreement meant something different, even though it was really about everyone else, too. They needed to hash it all out properly, down to the last detail. The people packed into the first-floor hall of the castle, tossing around ideas for what to build next, what supplies they had, what artists and know-how they were missing, while nerves kept circling back to one thing: the princess. She'd been grinding non-stop while he was gone, so yeah, she had to be utterly exhausted. Kai was relieved to finally get their take. Then they'd hit the village with new ideas, test a bunch of options, and find a real solution. He teleported straight to Anel, and Anel lit up because they'd only just started growing grapes. Kai blinked, stunned that they could harvest them already, and she grinned, saying, "Yep, and they're crazy tasty." He took one bite and immediately realized the skin and seeds were huge, so chewing it felt like a fight. But the flavor hit anyway, sweet, sour, and seriously rich. Then the girl leaned in and asked, "So, do you like it?" He asked if they could turn it into drinks, and she said, "Yeah, and it's not hard." So they sprinted off to change clothes right away and try their new creation. Then they started stomping over the grapes, crushing every last one, and Kuromo couldn't stop wondering if she really needed to change clothes. She grinned and said that the whole country girl look was exactly what set the mood. The protagonist watched them bounce around like they owned the place until they turned every last grape into bubbling liquid. And then Elle scooped some up and practically shoved it at him like, "Your turn." I told him to calm down because they were making pure grape juice from the sisters. When he finally took a sip, she leaned in and asked what he thought. He said it was cold, but the flavor didn't hit hard enough. The girl tried it too and decided a little sugar made sense, and he shot back that he saw no risk, so they could just dump it into a barrel and watch what happened. She had this nagging feeling they'd left something major behind, and just a few days turned into weeks in the village as everyone started to worry. Then, when they finally reached the barrel, the boy grabbed the warrior and demanded he open it. Right after that, the barrel suddenly erupted, and the girl got sprayed with the drink, instantly fuming because it ruined her favorite clothes. Right then, Anal blurted it out. Barrels explode, and the boy's mind clicked too. Open a barrel that held fermentation, and the trapped gas rockets into a blast. The boy and girl decided this was their test barrel, and that choice taught them something new fast. Then the girls went right back to pressing the grapes and prepping the barrel. Later on, they finally got to sip the delicious drink, and Neil leaned in to tell the protagonist the village's level had climbed again. They'd already bulldozed their way to level 35, and the girl snapped that he'd come back with a knife, so now making sharp weapons was thriving here, like cold steel was about to become the next big local business. And yeah, locals can slip into the outside world to learn brand new stuff, blending right in so they can pick up the exact skills they need. The boy swore he'd test stability the next time he went, and if the tech and the village got better, that island might finally become something truly worth using. The guy caught the update. Another elf showed up. The girl grinned and said, "I finally made it, and now there are 3 sisters." She's the oldest of the bunch, and Kuromo is next, then CL comes in third. Out of the 3 basic needs, she's the one tasked with housing. And when the guy finally checked in, he asked, "Have you arrived yet?" She told him she was a recluse and had to stay home, so yeah, she probably wouldn't show up, and he immediately got the feeling she was hiding from the world. He couldn't stop wondering where the name tied to their food even came from. Then she swore that if they went to her in person, she'd introduce them properly. The very next day, they headed straight for her house. They stared at the massive building in shock, swearing this had to be her mansion because the last time they'd been here, it didn't look nearly this magnificent. Right when they got inside, they shouted, "We're here to say hello to your new sister," and the boy immediately spotted Enel camped out, locked in on video games on the TV. After she lost, she blurted out an apology for getting carried away and skipping their greeting, and Kai waved it off, saying it was fine, then asked where the video game came from. She grinned and said CL brought it for her and told her to introduce herself. The girl snapped, "I'm the assistant in charge of housing, so you'll take care of me." Then thanked them for watching her sisters, and the guy stepped in with a grin, introducing himself, and the princess too. He leaned in and asked if the house had ballooned because of her power, and she shot back that she built it by soaring on gnomes, spirits, sure, but shaped a lot like a funnel if you can picture that. And Kai just shook his head, saying he doubted they'd even get what she meant. She declared the mansion could be rebuilt, but it would never meddle in the village's business. Then the guy leaned in and asked what games those were, and she grinned, saying they were her own private ones. It's a one-of-a-kind game, rebuilt from his own memories. Then she tells him to play, and he happily jumps in. He leaned toward the princess and told her to jump in too. She froze, totally confused about why. Then he explained that this device lets you move the picture with the buttons on the board, and the real goal is simple: destroy the enemies. Finally, he thrust the joystick into her hands. He admitted that, yeah, he loved the simulator, but stuff like that still blew his mind too, and when the princess asked if he'd ever played games like it, he grinned and said it was all part of his blessing. CL told her that some characters are way better for beginners, but the second she tried to play, she got totally lost. So they jumped in and broke everything down step by step until she finally understood how it worked. Right after that, they launched into a furious brawl, trading game details mid-fight, and a few hours later, boom, they finally won. The princess practically burst with joy, and the guy realized this was the perfect way to burn off steam. Then, right then, the next part of the game kicked in, and they charged into a brand new battle. In the open area, men and girls clashed head-on with magical attacks, and the girls were already soaking wet from it. They tried to strike back, but the water came again right in their faces. The men cursed that they'd failed once more. Then Ren burst into the scene, shouting that she wanted to join the fight. Faisal told them he'd teach the spell-canceling technique because fire and ice can wreck you even when they're small. She shot back that she didn't really get magic, but since she was strong, she figured she'd be fine. And right then, the wet girls snapped into attack mode. Now it was their turn to fire. Panic slammed into him. He shouted that this wasn't fair and begged Edward to help. Then the main character showed up, grinned, said the preparations were done, and told them it was time to check the place. Faisal couldn't figure out what he was trying to say, and the boy only guessed he just hadn't told him yet, because up on the island's north side were ancient ruins, 1,000 years old or even older, and Faisal hadn't studied them properly, while Edward was sure they came straight from the war era. He tried they were talking about a heavenly army showdown with the underworld, and when the man claimed every ruin from that age was fully recorded, he snapped back, "No way they'd have missed even one." The guy shrugged and admitted he didn't really know. He hadn't even properly checked the place yet, and it might have been under the temple's control before. When Abyss woke up, the island was already a dumping ground for the Blessed One, so they pushed in, checked the place, and found the girl still asleep. Proof she's a relic from an ancient civilization. And you don't just ignore that and walk away without digging deeper. Ty said the last time he stepped in, it looked like nobody had touched that place in ages, and Faisal couldn't stop wondering what was going on there, while Edward kept itching to learn what secrets were hiding in its walls. Then the guy finally told him who would be going with him. He cut Sarah loose, demanding she handle everything here because if anything went wrong, she'd be the one left standing. The girl couldn't figure out why he'd do that. The boy feared that if he disappeared, the warrior and Ren would vanish too, and Abyss would just obey orders like always, leaving Yuri with one dangerous chance to bolt. But Sarah steers everyone down the road to a calm, peaceful life. Then, right after, they all choose to bolt out immediately. Later on, though, they still don't make it to the dungeon entrance. Faisal confessed he could feel strange magic lingering in the air, and Eldar snapped that it felt like they'd just shattered someone's peace. Then it hit him. That's exactly why the girls hated coming here, because this place was downright abnormal. The protagonist asked how they were doing, and Edward snapped back that he could use magic, though he was still nursing a bit of irritation. Kai snapped at him to leave, no matter what, because he was sure something bad could happen. Faisal couldn't wrap his head around why Kai was acting so intense. The guy warned that mechanical soldiers might be hiding nearby. Ren stepped in, promising she'd protect him, and the guy even thanked her for it. He told himself he wasn't being overly cautious. After all, the girl said she was a combat doll, and if they got her to one alert, he had a bad feeling they wouldn't stop at just one. If an army of androids came crashing down on them, nobody was going to save them. Edward swore he'd protect him too, but if he didn't make it, he'd better be handed to his family. So Ren could practically feel how terrifying that sounded, and the man hurried to spell out his wishes just in case. When they stepped inside, they sensed it right away. The air felt normal, not thin like the cave's fire had been draining it out. And if that torch had suddenly flared, it would have screamed that danger was closing in. Kai figured it out on a lucky hunch, that the air here felt different from his world, and if the cave was pushing wind, then an air duct had to be hiding somewhere nearby. Right then, Ren exploded, shouting that a room waited just ahead. They pushed into a dim room packed with mechanical guts, and the guy immediately clocked it. This was an experimental installation. It didn't scream weapon, and there wasn't a single guard robot lurking around. They stared in awe, dying to figure out what kind of material this thing was made of. He said it looked like vinyl, waterproof, tough as nails, and even though this place sits in the mountains, that material has kept these ruins dry for 1,000 years, because the tech behind it is way ahead of its time. He fired up the cases, and Faisal snapped that they'd never get through here because the place was buried under earth and sand, and the second they cleared the rubble, a fresh pile would slam right back in. The main character warned, "It's dangerous, don't touch a thing." But just as he said it, someone popped up out of nowhere, and everyone freaked out, yelling at him to look behind him, right now. He returned and spotted a girl who looked crazy close to Abyss, and suddenly both of them had questions swirling everywhere. Who was she? Because she didn't even smell like a living being. He yanked her through teleportation straight to the village, and NL came sprinting over, yelling, "Who is she?" So he said, "We found her in the cave." Then he reasoned, if she's an android, we should bring her here, away from the mana in those ruins. And he couldn't stop wondering how to wake her up. She told him it was just a doll, empty, blank, nothing special, so he couldn't wrap his head around how she knew. Then she said every living thing gives off energy, even androids. and she claimed this tiny girl had none of that. He told her she might have just run out of juice and dropped into sleep mode, and she said she'd get it. She's got every living thing right in her palm, and not a single soul slips through her fingers. The guy stares like he can't believe the confidence, and she just smiles. No matter what, she's taking it all for herself. He nods, grinning, and vows to check what else they can drag out of the ruins. Inside, they stared at strange instruments they'd never seen, so fresh it felt unreal. Even though it was a lab, there weren't any records to be found. Maybe it had been shut down and every trace of paperwork got hauled away. Kai even started wondering if they'd stored everything on digital media. They had no clue what to do with the cases. One guy was dying to know what was inside, but fear kept him from opening them, and Ren calmly said she didn't sense any danger and would crack them herself. When they opened it, they found clothes that matched the ones the Bishop was wearing exactly, so they stared in shock, wondering if those were his spare outfits. She snatched another item. Boom! She realized it was sitting right on the doll. Then she tore open the next drawers and found the same thing everywhere. The rest were packed with clothes too, but the guy just couldn't figure out why. Faisal said the kid's dad always showed up in the same outfit, and Kai immediately figured it was some crazy tech trick, like his clothes somehow never got a single speck of dirt. The man said he was finally sure she was somehow tied to the ruins. Then he demanded, "Who are you?" And the guy answered, "She doesn't remember a thing." Faisal grinned, staring into the idea that those people might have locked her memories away for good, while Edward sank into thoughts of that 1,000-year slumber, because if their tech survived all that time of silence, it wouldn't be shocking at all. And even after all that, the ruins were still alive and running, like something was hiding secrets, because I could feel there were tons of mysteries left to crack on this island. After weeks of crawling through the ruins, winter finally slammed the door, and spring was right around the corner, so they passed the time however they could. He couldn't stop wondering if a ship would finally show up this year. After all, there were stretches where they vanished for years, then suddenly they'd dump a bunch of them right on them all at once. If a new kid showed up, would he really chase a family the way Katie did? The boy told her, "Don't worry." He said if that moment came, he'd bail because that's exactly what he wanted. Then Katie leaned in and asked, "Do you want to go see your family?" He said it's been here for 3 whole years, so everyone's probably already accepted the truth. It's gone for good, and no matter if the ship shows up this year or next, nothing about that reality changes. He wasn't rushing anymore when the girl grabbed his hand and snapped that he was lying. She wasn't great at it, but she still managed to get him. He shot back that it wasn't a straight-up lie, more like a half-truth with teeth. Because if a new child was coming, then his wish would somehow matter more. But he also can't stop thinking about seeing his family, so the girl tells him, "If no new ones show up this year, I'll track down the master's family myself." He shot back that he'd grill the others for Laverda's location next, because he desperately wanted his family to finally meet her, and somehow, she wanted the very same thing. The girl grinned and said it was a promise. Then the boy couldn't stop thinking how shocked his father and Rukia would be when they finally saw just how huge their family had grown. Just a few days later, up in the clouds, LaBelle spotted something closing in from the horizon. Then she shot toward the protagonist and screamed that a ship had finally arrived. Crouching in the shadows, they realized it wasn't a kid at all. It was an adult, and they couldn't make heads or tails of what they were seeing. After 60 whole years, not a single adult had ever been left here. Kai got put on the spot, so he said they'd stay here for now, and the moment the ship sailed, they'd move in closer. Rena warned that if they tried anything weird, they'd trigger a full-blown explosion, but that guy wouldn't buy it. They closed in on the tied-up girl, telling her everything was okay and promising they'd untie her. Then they warned her not to fight back. The guy began to peel off her blindfold and yank the gag away. But it was a magical tool, so there was no way to just yank it out. She demanded to know if this was the forbidden island where witches were locked away, and who they actually were. He didn't get it at all, so he demanded she check her symbol, only for her to explode in confusion and call him out for being rude. Ren then cut in, saying her symbol was totally different from his, and he pressed her for her blessing and the name of the god. The boy heard about him for the very first time, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would an adult, who wasn't even touched by an evil god, be dragged to this island? She told them she'd been stuck at the temple for years, never a second to breathe, never time for herself. Then, 3 years ago, they finally found her a successor, and once she trained them, she snapped into motion, ready at last to grab the freedom she'd been denied. And then they dragged her here. She'd poured her whole life into that temple, obeying every command over and over, even when her heart screamed to howl and fall apart. She burst into loud sobs and screamed that she'd busted her tail for 500 years. Those words hit everyone in the room like a punch to the chest. She screamed, "I'm done," and couldn't even wrap her head around what all this was for. Then the guy pushed Ran for her take, and she snapped back that she wasn't lying. She said that at first she truly thought they were whisking her off to some resort, so she climbed aboard without a single doubt. Then the guy told her it wasn't all that bad. There was a village, real people lived there, and that fact shocked her. She said she'd heard it was impossible to live here, and then her voice dropped. "Are they even real?" Kai leaned in and demanded she explain exactly what she meant about the witch. She bragged that she'd answer everything since she was done already, and Ren felt that uneasy vibe crawl in. Then the guy just shrugged and said, "This is what overtime for 500 years does to a person." She shot them a question. Had they ever heard the legend about witches? The guy leaned in and asked if that was just another name for demons. She told him that it all started about 700 years ago. Back then, monstrous blessings were unleashed, and they threw the world into chaos. The guy leaned in and demanded, "Yeah? Be more specific." They could hand their powers to others and bless anyone who asked, trying to climb up to godhood. So the temple threw everything it had into capturing them and sealing them away. Kai finally spelled it out, why they were sealing this place in the first place. They'd tossed a whole pile of children here, and yep, that included him. It was obvious they didn't care if they lived. They just dumped them and walked away. So why in the world doesn't the temple show up and handle these blessings themselves? She told him they were terrified of the god's reply. Then he pressed her to explain again, and when she started talking, shock hit her that he knew so little. When a blessed one gets wiped out, their grudge bursts free and turns into god-level power, except there's this brutal rule. The truly powerful blessed ones can't be destroyed. Kay snapped, "What if I push out too much?" And she shot back, "Don't, because if the god of time's power spills from my body, this whole city could freeze forever." He remembered the city from before and fired off the question, "What happens if the Blessed One gets smashed by a monster?" She said the moment it's destroyed, the impulse crumbles and weakens to almost nothing. 290. The boy finally got it, why the temple wouldn't just wipe out kids on its own. Kaede could bring lifeless things to life, and once she threw her insults, even a whole column came back breathing. On that remote island, the fallout from the god's retaliation will be tiny. Mostly the monsters get punished. The kids can't truly trigger their powers, and the god's response might not even show up at all. The guy realized the temple had planned for every single detail, and Ren demanded where the witches were sealed. She said the Fork Cathedral's energy should still be driving its way here, into this monster-free place, where the witches will finally be sealed. The guy mulled it over, and she snapped back that she'd told him everything. Now they had to answer her questions and figure out who they really were. He told them they were locals. Then he and the girl stepped forward and introduced themselves. Right then, the woman said her name was Rosalind. He grabbed her hand and guided her through the forest, and she blurted out, "Is everything okay?" The magic threads on this island are in total chaos, so bad that even a regular person can feel it crawling in the air. She'd heard the rumors. Monsters were crawling around here, right? He shot back, "Yeah, I've been living here for 3 solid years, like it was nothing." And then they proved it. Every last monster was already beaten. Kai pressed her about the bandage, and she told him it was a magical tool, something they wrapped on her before she ever started serving in the church, and she hasn't dared take it off since. Those masks are 500 years old, and nobody alive knows how to take them off, so Kai snapped that leaving it like that is downright irresponsible. He figured the mask had to work on the same trick as that collar, so there'd be a password to rip it off. And after 500 years, nobody remembered that second key anymore. He leaned in and asked Rose if she was truly satisfied with the church's teachings. And after a long pause, she finally said, "The priests just do exactly what they're ordered to do." But only the inquisitors know the church's teachings. This stunned the boy. His father was the same way too. If he didn't show up for temple classes, his dad wouldn't say a thing. Rose has been at this for 500 years. Trying to track it all is straight up impossible, and new young faces kept popping up around her so fast that it felt unreal. Even a bishop once looked at her and swore she was a saint. The protagonist asked her why she was inside the temple, and he couldn't shake the shock of how impossibly young she looked. So she told him it wasn't luck at all. The god of time had blessed her, and time froze around her the whole way. He pressed her again, and she shot back that her job was to keep the spell holding while their patron slept deep inside the temple. She dubbed him the Eternal Sleeper, then used her technique to freeze his time, only to curl up beside him and sleep year after year, until the whole thing felt downright tragic. Ren demanded, "If you're frozen in time, how come those years don't slip by unnoticed?" She said, "Because while the technique holds, the caster's mind stays awake the whole time. Once she fires off that technique, the world stops. Her body freezes solid in time, yet her mind keeps moving, awake and sharp, like a dream you can't explain, and the guy realizes just how brutal that is." They couldn't wrap their heads around why they were forced to do it. Rose snapped back that the temple kept this info locked away, guarding it with the saint who protected their world through his endless sleep. And even Rose didn't know the full details herself. "In the end, even that temple threw her out too," Kai said. "On this island, I'm carving out a whole country for anyone the temple banishes, so they can finally live in peace. And if she had nowhere left to go, they'd take her in without hesitation." The whole village lit up when they saw her, cheering, welcoming her with pure joy, and showing her exactly how everything in their home worked. Then, later on, Ren swooped in with Keed and the rest. He said everything was exactly as they'd planned, and now he just had to test one thing. Could the mask come off? Sarah tried, but the blessing's power chained her to the collar no matter what. Still, maybe this time would be different. And since Rose hasn't used her eyes in ages, he's desperate to let them recover the moment they rip off the mask. Then he calls the girl. She heard his voice and lit up, saying, "Yuri told me everything." Turns out he's the king of this island, and he's already saved a ton of lives. The two of them started praising him like crazy, but the guy finally snapped and told them to quit calling him Sir. He said he had something he really wanted to try, even if it sounded weird, and that girl instantly twisted his words the worst way possible. Kai declared they'd try to remove her mask next, and she snapped back that if they tried to rip it off by force, she'd smash it to pieces. He swore everything was fine, begged her to trust him, and right there she couldn't even figure out who he was talking about. Then Kaede told her to close her eyes. The girl fired off a quick life spell to jolt the mask's lock, then leaned in and begged him not to hurt Rose. He grinned, promised her, and popped the lock open. The mask slipped off her face and she shot her fingers to her eyes, shocked. Then healing surged in at once and she slowly, cautiously opened them. She stared up at the sky, eyes huge, tears spilling down, and let out a heavy, trembling sigh. She blurted out everything she saw, and the moment she spotted him, she insisted she'd thought he was older. Then he grinned and welcomed her back to the country again. She swore she heard tons of voices, only to realize there were way more people here than she ever imagined. You told them it was time to chill, grab a snack, and yeah, today's meal had meat, so the girls jumped in and started setting the table with all kinds of dishes. Rose was bursting with joy as the guy grilled her. "So you really get served cold food in the temple?" And she grinned, saying she lived way down underground, where by the time they hauled the food to her, it'd be cold already. She's been stripped of her duties, dumped into exile, and somehow she's still managing to breathe easy here. She can finally rip off her mask, feast on delicious food, and start stacking new friends fast. Rukia's got to be given credit for that. The moment he heard that name, the guy snapped to a stop and demanded she explain herself again, so she leaned in and said, "Yeah, I'm talking about my successor." Then she dropped the bomb. In 500 years, she was the very first to earn the god of time's blessing, and it hits harder, way, way harder than before. He started grilling her, name, where she was from, how old she was, and Rose just couldn't figure out why he needed all that, until he snapped at her to answer already, so she spilled everything she knew about herself. He asked if she'd do the same work in the patrons' chambers too, then sit alone, blindfolded, and wait in a freezing dungeon for someone to replace her. She said, "Yeah, I think so." Then the guy shot back, "Where are these chambers?" She couldn't see why it mattered, but he snapped, "I need them to save Rukia." She demanded to know how it had all come to this. He shot back that she was family, part of his own. Then it hit her. He wasn't just anyone, he was the older brother. He blinked in shock because she actually knew about him. And Rose finally added with a whisper that she'd been told in strict confidence. This girl desperately prayed the temple would hold answers about her brother, who vanished right after the ceremony, so she searched everywhere, and even called on the blessing of the God of Truth, while the boy realized, with a sinking feeling, that this move was wildly reckless. She warned him that her words wouldn't do much because she was in the cathedral where the patron stayed, and the dungeon door only opened from the inside. Worst of all, she'd been asleep for 2 whole years. 500 years ago, the guy demanded she had a way to escape. She snapped to it, grabbed the chance, clenched her fists, and nodded, ready to go. She screamed she wanted out, but someone had to do it. Nobody ever told her to run, and that's exactly why Kai swore he'd save his sister. Yuri didn't want to admit it, but Rosa said she was already asleep. Still, he snapped back that he couldn't just throw it away, because right now she might be breaking down, silently waiting for him. With a jolt, he hit the truth with his fist. He couldn't walk away from her. Then he stared at the map and swore it. Only he could save his sister. They tore across the sea on their ship, and Kaede swore it felt downright comfy, big enough for everyone to pile on without a single person getting left behind. The protagonist demanded how long it would take to reach their destination, and Abyss snapped back, "At that pace, it'll take 7 days, because they'll still need to stop and restock supplies along the way." He leaned in and told Rose he had a question, then asked her, straight up, if she could stop time. She bragged that she can bend the flow of time, slam it faster, or drag it to a crawl, but she can't actually jump through time itself. She leaned in and asked if he had anything fragile. Then he handed it over and said they'd dug it up while clearing the village. Ren's gut told her it was her all along, and Rose just nodded, saying it would be enough. She unleashed the principle of eternity on it, and the moment she did, the figurine turned golden. She froze its time itself, and now nothing in the world can destroy it. So you can forge a weapon that never breaks. This dude swore it's absolutely incredible. R&A has sharpened her technique by yanking the flow of time around objects, and now, with one spell, she can freeze time for roughly 4 whole years. The boy stared at the idea of power that even the temple's blessing couldn't erase, then blurted out whether she'd accidentally hexed magical tools into a collar. She admitted she had, and the same kind of thing happened before. She grabbed his hands and felt the texture, so familiar it sent a chill down her spine, like she'd cast a spell on something like it years ago with an earlier technique. And when she looked up, the boy totally got what she meant. That magical tool, blessed in the temple, somehow wound up in the hands of merchants, and that smell of something dark hung in the air. Rose leaned in and demanded what he wanted. He said he was after people, especially the ones who know him. She snapped back that there weren't many, just the Pope, the Archbishop, the Cardinal, the guards, and the special rank Inquisitors. Then he pressed, "How tight were the Inquisitors to the temple?" She answered, flat and final, "There's only one." And the guy's jaw practically dropped. He asked if his name was Bai. She stared like he was someone famous. and they swore he was one of a kind, born with a special blessing. He's the one who shipped her off to this island. He smiles like sunshine, but his hands do awful things. And then he turns to the guy and asks what his blessing even is. She told him she didn't know. Then the big shot started calling him a blessed child who read the stars. So Kai figured he had to be some kind of astrologer and asked if he was in the city right now. The girl nodded like, yeah, she thought so. He's not tied down to the holy city. He roams the country like a shadow, but now it looks like he's been handed the job of the new child of time. He won't leave the temple until he personally watches her slip into the sleeping chamber and performs the time restoration technique himself. The protagonist demanded who else could be in Maluk, and she shrugged like it was nothing. Maybe the Pope, maybe the Archbishop. Then she just couldn't even recall their names. Nobody had spoken to her before, and the whole time she stayed blindfolded. Year after year, she'd wake up, live the day, then drift back to sleep like clockwork. Only once, years ago, had she talked with another girl, and even then, the last time she saw her was around 20 years back, because everything around her kept changing faster than she could even blink and get used to it. He blurted out an apology for bothering her, but she waved it off fast and told him she'd already made peace with it. He looked at it and realized some situations are too brutal to face alone, and it felt like the only way out was to throw in the towel and just ride the current. But he's not about to spill all that. This life isn't just about him. If someone's in trouble, he'll step in and help. Number 2. He spotted a clue, so he went hunting for him, because all he wanted was for his sister to wait for him while the ship kept rolling across the open sea. 7 days later, they finally started pushing toward land. Kata checked the map and said the city sat dead east, the Federation was down south, and that's where the cathedral stood. Edward shot back that the Empire's turf stretched to the west, while the Northern Alliance loomed to the north. Even though that city splits whole countries, only pilgrims can step in freely. No one else gets a pass. It's the temple's power showing through, and Ren, right then, finally got it. That's why they begged pilgrims to come so close. He snapped back that with the way they were talking, there was no way they'd slip through that easily. Maybe she was just some blessed lookout at the sleep point, trained to catch spies. Edward nodded, saying he was right. If those soldiers spilled their story to the Inquisitor, they were already marked for capture. Rand just knew he probably didn't get how the blessing of search really worked. Either way, the only thing that mattered now was slipping through the city and gathering more intel. He asked if anyone knew the Holy City. Then the princess said Rose probably would. Rose told her she'd last been there 500 years ago, so there was no point in asking her again. The guy decided to bring Yuri along first. He figured pilgrims would open up faster to blessed folks, and with her blessing of protection, they'd feel safe enough to breathe easier. Abyss yanked at the hem of his clothes and begged to tag along, but he shot back that she'd have to stay behind, like a spare. So many begged to follow him, but Edward shut that down. He insisted it was safer for the mages to stay put. One mage showing up already has the power to slam the whole city under pressure, and they'd be watched like hawks the entire time. Yuri asked Ren if he was staying too, and he laughed it off, saying the search gods can't lay a finger on her because she's not like the mages here at all. Then he dropped the real reason, Aramir's blessing. He asked if anyone from the Imperial Guard could ride with them, someone who actually understood the Foray religion, and the princess immediately promised, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." He told her he was counting on her. Then, once the sun dipped, they'd shove off in a tiny boat and race toward the city. When night swallowed the sky, they dropped anchor at the shore, slipped into pilgrim robes, and hurried down a skinny road until the gate finally came into view. Right in front of them rose a massive city packed with towering multi-story buildings. This was the sacred city of Maluk. Kai blinked in shock at the sheer flood of pilgrims showing up at this time of year. And Yuri couldn't help but wonder, was it like this every year, or did they all come for some big special event? Leah decided to get every last detail out of them, and the protagonist finally realized she wasn't just playing along. She was a real merchant's daughter with zero fear. Then she marched back and announced, "I found out everything. This year they're hosting the Millennium Festival, and that's why the whole city is packed. There are two temples here. One honors Saint Arthur, the religion's founder, and the other is dedicated to Saint Paria. The city's hottest hangouts are the two temples and the art gallery. This is where every tourist crowds in and snaps photos like it's a festival. The girl clocked it instantly. More people meant hiding in plain sight, and Kai nodded, warning that no one would spot them and security wouldn't stand a chance. The crowd was too thick, so they had to stay glued together. Come New Year, crowds flocked to famous shrines. Then, trapped in his hospital room, he watched the whole wild spectacle on TV. A non-stop ocean of people crashed around him, and somehow it felt like he'd stepped into a whole other world. He hadn't expected the streets to be this brutal, with everyone pushing past as they surged onward through the crowd. The main character says most of the festivals land in summer, so does that mean the crowd's about to explode? Rent clocked their words, a millennium festival. That meant it only came around once every 1,000 years, and the princess had never even heard of anything like it. He reckoned that 1,000 years back there was a demon battling Great War. Could it be that sacred legacy calling him? But first he had to book his stay, because pilgrims got free accommodation. The guy couldn't believe there'd be a whole separate room, and then realized they'd all be crammed together in one giant room. That hit him so hard he started thinking, all right, I'm building something. Ren warned that dodging prying eyes was getting tougher, so the smart move was to shell out for a hotel room. Then the princess took charge, started hunting open rooms, and they began scouring for a place to call their own. They picked a hotel and claimed it as home base. Then, once they'd finally rested, he and the princess headed straight for the temple, while the rest did whatever they wanted in the meantime. And honestly, everyone was thrilled. Kai shoved a purse of money into their hands, ordered them to go grab what they needed, and told them to eavesdrop on what the locals were saying because, yeah, he'd already planned for everything. The princess snapped at them to stop. This wasn't some game, so the guy shot back with a sharp scolding, insisting everything was totally fine. They were buzzing with excitement about everything they'd just seen, and the guy insisted they'd napped off the island for far too long. Everyone needed a break. Meanwhile, the princess warned them, "Don't stir up anything dangerous and don't run your mouth." Everyone nodded along with her. Then they spilled out of the building and raced for the temple, right into the pilgrims' crowd, and the protagonist couldn't help noticing that the princess, "What are you thinking about?" She told him it was her very first time walking like that, and when the guy looked stunned that she'd even think about it, she just double-checked her story again. She snapped that while she was gone, only Sarah had scooped up all the cream. Then the guy's face went red as he stammered, "Maybe you misunderstood me?" She told him, loud and clear, not to underestimate her keen eyes, because Sarah was about to strike, and she already had every detail of what she planned in her grasp. Ren blurted that Abyss would end up throwing up, and the princess erupted, screaming right back at her. The protagonist looked totally lost about what she meant, yet he swore he had nothing to hide, and he couldn't thank her enough for helping him with that collar. The girl flushed hard, told her that Sarah felt like a sister, and practically sighed in relief the moment her collar finally came off. He told her to bolt fast because the place was packed, and Tubushka snapped that she felt completely cheated. So Ren pressed and asked if Millared had a weak spot for Yuri, and he shot back, "Don't go spilling it." He tried to blurt out that she was royal blood, but she snatched his arm and cut him off, demanding whether he really wanted everyone around them to know exactly who she was. He shook his head, no. The protagonist spotted a jam-packed crowd and suddenly knew this road was headed straight to the temple of Saint Perrier, and he couldn't help but wonder what made it different from every other temple. It works just like Lucia's temple, driving the same energies straight to the sealed witches. They say Saint Perrier and Saint Lucia threw themselves into the fire to forge the witch's seal. But forget that for now, because everything that matters is happening next. They worship the temple of Saint Arthur. Yeah, it's that founder of their faith. It's breathtaking, and the Templaris kept insisting she'd have to see it at least once, because when she finally laid eyes on it, the whole place was pure, stunning awe. The protagonist stared at the sculpture, convinced it was a god, and then his mind snapped. How many children had they slaughtered, hiding behind pure faith and their holy power? For the suffering of their world, every last person here will pay in full, every single one. The main characters stared at the priests, who just smiled. Suddenly, Ren stared through him with empty eyes, grabbed his hand, and pulled him in, leaving him stunned as he blurted her name. Her eyes lit up as she promised that if he wanted it, she could turn this garden into a blazing hell in a minute. And just like that, the princess and the protagonist went dead serious. He told her she didn't have to lift a finger, because even if rage burned in him, wiping them out wouldn't undo every life they stole. And if she made that first move, their little country would land right in the bullseye. They just want quiet life on their island, so he begs everyone not to draw attention, and then he turns to God and asks, "Can you hear me?" A year back, a massive carriage rolled into the holy city, and the kids stared in pure awe. Then one girl leaned over and told the other to behave. Eve shot Claire a question. "Have you ever been here?" And Claire nodded, saying that when she was little, they lived in a nearby town, where their famous dango was so delicious she still tasted it in her memory. Eve grinned and admitted he wanted to try it too. Then Claire turned to Rukia and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl flashed a smile and said she was totally okay. Claire nodded and promised they'd get her to the city safe and sound, because that was their job, no excuses. She had to tell them when she felt bad, because if something happened to her, it'd be a disaster for the whole world. She snapped back that she was worrying for nothing, since she was only overthinking. She couldn't stop thinking about her father. 2 whole years had gone by since she'd seen him, all because she'd been stuck at the monastery. And then the call came. Malauke. Before she could even think about going home, she was yanked away. Claire admitted she felt crushed by loneliness. Then she snapped awake to what her family truly meant to her, because her father was all alone now, and she knew he'd be worrying like crazy. Right, after all, she was his only daughter. The girl nodded, confirming every word. She swore her family mattered more than anything, and she hungered for the one person who actually knew where her brother was, the Special Inquisitor, B. Krauser. They finally reached their destination, and Rukia's face fell like a storm cloud. Claire asked if she was all right, and Rukia just said she needed a moment to think. She snapped that it was cruel they had to say goodbye today. Back when she was a kid, she loved to soar in the clouds. Soaring always felt like her thing. But even from far away, she could always write to them and spill every impression, because they were friends. The girl smiled and thanked them, then admitted she truly didn't want to say goodbye. Those words hit the other girls straight in the heart. They wrapped her in a tight hug and begged, "Take care of yourself," then promised they'd come see her, no way they'd miss it, and if not sooner, they'd at least drop in during the pilgrimage. She told them, "You don't have to do that. She's sure the Archbishop is summoning her again because he's got another job lined up, and that's why she won't be here next year." They were crushed when they realized they wouldn't meet again next year, but she shot back, "Don't worry, this time I'll come see you in your hometown." They swore it was their promise, and they'd wait for her. As she watched them disappear, her heart sank, like maybe this goodbye was the last time they'd ever cross paths. She stayed there for a whole year, yet still couldn't find a trace of her brother. If she'd even known where he was, she would have bolted straight to him, and the temple's opinions wouldn't have meant a thing. She couldn't wrap her head around why they ignored her blessing, yet they still couldn't forget the one her brother gave them. Staring at the temple statues, she believed the answers were meant for everyone, until a priest stepped in, grinning like he'd been waiting, and told her he was thrilled to finally meet her. He was the special rank inquisitor, hand-picked to act as her observer, and the moment she understood that, her search finally hit pay dirt. He decided to lay out exactly what she'd be doing, starting by telling her to blindfold herself, and she stared in confusion, totally clueless why. He told her they were heading to a secret spot right now, but she couldn't rip off her blindfold without his say-so, and even her voice was off limits. So she blindfolded herself, and they took off. They trudged on for what felt like forever, and she couldn't even tell how long it had been because with that blindfold on, the eyes of truth were useless. The man snapped into a call, checking if she was awake, then urged her to open the door, so she did, and the door swung wide. Rose stepped out and demanded, "Did you finish your rounds of all 4 cathedrals?" He blurted that he'd kept her waiting, then the bishop demanded a ruthless purge until he produced the long-awaited replacement. And it turned out she had the very same name as the saint. Rose sprinted up to Rukia and blurted that she'd been waiting for Rukia's arrival for ages. Then the two of them traded warm, friendly pleasantries. Bi said she'd gotten the blessing of time. Rose shot back that she never thought her successor would show up. And Rukia suddenly understood. Her whole job was tied to that blessing of time. Rose bragged that she'd pulled off 500 years of living, and Rukio nearly choked on his surprise. Then Bi leaned in and revealed that in the deepest part of these rooms, a patron was asleep, and with the blessing of time in her hands, Rose would keep him dreaming. She just has to slam a time-stopping spell on him, then swap in a sleep spell if she needs it. But the key is this. Wake up before the spell wears off, recast, and keep repeating it again and again. He'll drop by every so often, and Rose will train her in everything she needs, so she can stop time for at least a full year. She couldn't believe what she'd been doing all this time, because every time they went down, she had to slap on a blindfold, and the whole thing felt downright mind-blowing. In the end, she struck out completely. No trace of her brother, and the temple that never blinked watched her every move, trapping her inside its holy grip as year after year dragged by. Rose couldn't look away as the girl cast her spell, because she actually froze time for 2 whole years, and it felt unreal. Then the girl started asking why they were even training on Dad's cape. Rose shot back that the blessed time demanded it. She had to keep the priests, the sacred works of art, and those ancient magical tools perfectly frozen, because from this moment on, that was her job. The other day, Bai showed up to check on Rose. Looks like she's finally about to break free from her duties. And next time, Rukio's going to be totally out of control. Until the next Blessed One shows up, she's got to fight with everything she's got, because the teachings say only the living can open the road to the future. And as long as she stays alive, she'll finally reach the key to her own destiny. Rose finally snagged the key and sent the girl off with good luck. Then, just a few days later, the Inquisitor swooped in and dragged Rose away. Rukia refused to just sit there and hope her key magically showed up. She didn't care what the temple would do if they caught her hunting for her brother, because she already had her own plan. Bai shoved a pen and paper into the girl's hands and told her to write her father a letter. Temple orders had handed her a huge mission, so she wouldn't come home, while Bai demanded that he just forget she ever existed. She snatched his hand and stared into the eyes of truth. Then she could see every single thing unfolding to her brother, trapped, bound, and dumped on that island. She froze in shock. The Inquisitor clocked exactly what she could see. He never thought she'd go this far, and the girl couldn't wrap her head around why everything spiraled like this. Bio realized that with just one touch, she could rip open a whole flood of memories. Some talent, right? 3 years back, they finally erased the evil god's blessing, and her brother was gone for good. And his blessing could unleash disaster. So they couldn't abandon the fight, because Rose knew exactly too much. She said he was a monster. Then he snapped back that no matter what, she couldn't walk away, not from her duty, not with the patron lying there. If he woke up, the world would crash, and every innocent soul would get dragged straight to hell, with her right behind them. He shot her an angry glare. Then, as he stormed out, he warned, "Once you officially take your post, they'll put that magical instrument over your eyes instead of a blindfold, so don't forget to write your letter." She sat alone in that tiny, empty room, the kind of place where almost nothing existed, until the thought hit hard. Her brother was gone, and she no longer needed the world. Tears streamed down her face as she crumpled, helplessly staring into the dark, convinced that every last spark of light was gone.